This is Audible.
Recorded Books and One Click Digital present Four Friends by Robyn Carr. Narrated by Therese Plummer.
Chapter 9. Jerry took an afternoon off to pick up Sonia at Glendale Psychiatric because Sonia didn't want to see George at all. Ever. "So how are you going to manage your counseling appointments and all that without George?" Jerry asked on the ride home. "I'm cleared to drive, and Dr. Carr suggested we try someone else for counseling, someone who might notice if I'm unwashed and half bald. But just once a week. Then there's a group I'm going to. Honestly, I hate the thought of that. I hated those group sessions. Some of those people are seriously fucked up." Jerry laughed in spite of herself. "This new vocabulary of yours is blowing my mind. I might have picked up some bad habits at the nut house." "Any more I should be aware of?" Jerry asked. "Let's just wait and see. You might catch me picking at invisible things floating in the air. I've completely stopped chewing my nails or pulling my hair out. That's an improvement, huh? I never took pharmaceuticals seriously enough." "Sonia, forgive me, but you got funny. When did that happen?" "I'm funny?" she asked. "Must be the drugs." "So, you're going to see a new counselor and go to group?" "Yuck. That was the price of release. They probably have G-men following me around to be sure I keep the appointments. At least I don't have one of those house arrest ankle bracelets." "How do you handle that? I mean, if you find everyone in the group to be seriously messed up." "Dr. Carr said if you can't be helped, then help. I'm sure I'm not qualified, but then they're not qualified to help me either, so we're even." Jerry pulled into Sonia's drive. "How about having dinner at my place tonight?" "Would you be terribly hurt if I declined? Because I'm so sick of eating with people. Sick of hearing everyone's toilet flush, shower run. And then there were those people who cried at night. It's a wonder anyone comes out of that place better than when they went in. They should be worse." "I would have thought Glendale, being so highfalutin, yeah, well, you can dress up the zoo, but we're all the same animals in there. For a month, all I've wanted is to have a little time alone. I spent one night in the bathroom with towels stuffed under the door, and I thought they'd have me in a straitjacket for life. But I just wanted some time alone." "I can understand that," Jerry said. "Why don't I get you some takeout, or run you to the grocery store real quick? Because I never thought to stock your refrigerator." "Nah, don't worry about it," she said, opening her car door. "It's what, a mile away? I think I can handle the store. I'll just unpack and go grab a couple of things." "Let me drive you," Jerry said. "No," Sonia said. "I'm fine to drive. I'm not groggy, not dizzy or disoriented, and I don't have any problems being around people. And I haven't forgotten how to use the bank card, so it's all just routine." "What if you run into women from your old yoga and meditation classes? Won't they want to know where you've been?" Sonia shrugged. "How about feng shui rehab? Think that'll cut it?" She got out of the car. Jerry got out too, laughing. "Let me get your suitcase," she said, opening the back door. "I can manage. You probably have to get back to work or something." "I'm working from home the rest of the day," Jerry said. "Let me walk you in at least." "Fine," Sonia said. "But then I know you have things to do, and I'm on a new schedule now. I sleep a little later. I won't be walking at 6 a.m. "Oh, that's going to be very hard to accept," Jerry said, hefting the suitcase out of the back of the car. "After 2 years of you panting at my front door while I'm trying to pry my eyes open." Sonia stopped walking and turned toward Jerry. "I'm sorry about that. I shouldn't have pushed my agenda on you like that." "Oh, get over it. You kept me in shape for 2 years. We're still walking, but we've pushed it back to 6:30. Besides, I enjoyed giving you crap about being early every morning." Jerry reached around Sonia and unlocked the front door, then dangled the keys out to Sonia. Jerry walked in behind her. "I think there's been some housekeeping here while I was in the loony bin. We wanted to make sure it was clean for you. We weren't sure how long you'd be gone." "I stayed voluntarily," she said. "I figured, why worry about George spending money, huh?" "I hope that wasn't the only reason." "No. The real reason was I was coming back into focus, starting to feel like a human being again. Slowly. So goddamn slowly my joints actually ached." Jerry stroked her upper arm, softly, fondly. Underneath that priggish Sonia all along was this precious wise-ass. She wanted to crush her in her arms and cry. "Do you remember when I took you?" "Not much. Most of it was a blur. Dr. Kale said I was out of reality for a couple of weeks, but it felt like a couple of days at most. I remember leaving here with you, but barely. They shot me up pretty good. But at least I escaped electric shock. People were pretty whacked after that." Yeah, that's a rough treatment. Screws up memory real good. "Can I help you unpack or something?" "Just let me be, huh? I promise I'm okay. Really. I would have stayed on, awful as it was, if it wasn't safe for me to come home. I want to see what it's like, getting rational and everything." "Want me to help you unpack your woo-woo stuff in the garage?" Jerry asked. Sonia's gaze dropped, and it was the first time Jerry saw any sign of sadness or grief. "I think the best place for that stuff is in boxes," she said. "I'm still trying to cope with the fact that it was all a bunch of shit." "You sure about that?" Jerry asked. "I mean, it seemed to make you happy." "I'm sure I don't want that crutch right now. I want to take this straight. No ice. No mixer." "What will you do with yourself?" Jerry asked. "I mean, if you don't work, what will you do? I don't want to worry about you being lonely, sitting in front of the TV. To tell the truth, I want to be a little lonely for a couple of days. I was thinking of reading a bunch of trashy novels late into the night in a quiet house, eating some bad things to see if my digestive tract is completely fucked up by too much healthy food, and maybe digging up the backyard and planting flowers. Not mushrooms and herbs, but big, audacious flowers. After the grocery store, I'm going to Costco to buy a few DVDs. I got hooked on movies at the Booby Hatch. Of course, they were very carefully selected movies. We wouldn't want to get any nut jobs worked up. Maybe I'll order some new television channels. And I don't know what after that. But that could keep me busy a while." She smiled. "Hey," she said. "How's it going with you and Phil? You haven't divorced him or anything yet, have you?" Jerry forced a smile. "It's going pretty well. We're still sleeping in different places, but I see him almost every day, and we're getting along very well. Who knows? We might work this out. It's a rocky transition, but Phil and I have a lot of positive history." "Good," Sonia said. "I like Phil. I think maybe he's the real deal." Jerry's next smile was genuine and had more to do with Sonia than with Phil. "You think?" "I've learned that some people are actually okay despite a brief mental departure. His departure might have been insulting and pissed you off, but it couldn't have been worse than mine." Jerry just shook her head. "Holy shit. You're better than ever." "I doubt that, but shucks. It's about time for us to have our evening out and start planning the end-of-summer block party. I thought this time we'd include BJ." "BJ," she said, frowning, shaking her head. "Why do I think I like her?" "Maybe because she saved your life," Twice? Remember any of that? No. BJ? Why would she care about me? All I remember of BJ is that she didn't want anything to do with us. All facade, Jerry said. BJ's kind of private, but alert, compassionate, decent, a lot of things you'd appreciate. I think you brought her out of hiding. You needing someone to step in and respond. Andy and I were too preoccupied with our own crises. If it wasn't for your episode, we'd still just be waving to BJ every morning. No shit, Sonia said, and Jerry laughed again. 4 years knowing this woman, and she'd never heard her curse once. Now she spoke like a truck driver. Jerry couldn't help herself. She drew Sonia to her and hugged her. God, I'm so glad to have you back. Don't get too excited, Sonia said. I'm not back yet. I'm just starting the climb. I have lots of work to do. I still don't remember who I was, don't know who I'm supposed to be. And I don't know that those whack jobs and group therapy are going to get me there. So be patient. I'll be patient, Jerry promised. Whoever this is, I love her. That's nice, Sonia said. Thank you. Jerry and Andy had organized the first end-of-summer block party 14 years ago. In a mood of discontent when school let out, Jerry, because she'd have to deal with 3 kids all summer, and Andy, because she'd be out of work for 3 months. They sat down with a bottle of wine and planned an event to look forward to. Once the idea was hatched, they checked in with everyone on their block, assigning food, drink, and recreational duties. The first year there had been about 8 families present. They'd had the inevitable party crashers over time, and the guest list grew and grew. Over the years, it had expanded to include about 6 blocks, over 100 households, and they'd moved it from their street to the park. For the past 4 years, Sonia had been involved in the planning, and while she had objected to hot dogs, hamburgers, and potato salad warming up in the sunshine, she'd been an organizational genius. She was willing to make all of the phone calls and keep all kinds of lists. With Sonia taking on so much, Jerry and Andy simply oversaw things. I feel like we're using her, Andy had said. But she does all this so willingly. Don't worry about it, Jerry had replied. She loves being useful. For the past few years, their end-of-summer party had included kegs of cold beer, jugs of wine, live music. They rented a bouncy castle and a dunk tank for the kids, held competitions from 3-legged races to egg and water balloon relays, and they even dressed participants in Velcro jumpsuits and hurled them against a giant dartboard. Jerry thought nothing had been funnier than watching her big-shot ADA husband flying through the air to stick splat on a Velcro wall. The whole neighborhood looked forward to the event. This year, things were going to be a little different. Sonia wasn't inclined to take on a big project, and she didn't want to be held to a schedule, though she was willing to go out to dinner with them to help plan. Jerry tried to draw BJ into the fold, but she had a million excuses. She didn't like leaving her kids, aged 9 and 11, and she imposed on her brother and sister-in-law all too often. Jessie will babysit. She'd do anything to get out of the house, Jerry said. BJ said she didn't have time to organize a big event. Not a problem. It's been pretty much organized for over 10 years. She didn't feel well enough acquainted to contact neighbors. Just come to dinner. Check out the new Sonia. Jerry, who'd promised never to hound BJ, kept trying. When was the last time you had a nice dinner out with girlfriends? In spite of herself, BJ grinned her crooked grin. It's been a long time since I thought of myself as someone with girlfriends. She finally gave in to Jerry's efforts to include her. Leaving the house was quite an ordeal for BJ. She was nervous as a cat, making sure Jessie had the number for the restaurant and BJ's brother's number. My dad's at the house tonight working in his office, Jessie said. Don't worry, I can call him if I need anything. And really, I've done this before. When she finally got in the front seat of Jerry's car, the last of the 4 women loaded up, Jerry said, You have to be the only woman I know without a cell phone. I'm on a real tight budget, she replied. Really? Sonia asked from the back seat. Then you'll be happy to know dinner is on George tonight. Well, that's awfully nice of George, Andy said. Have you talked to him lately? Oh, I hardly ever talk to George, she said. In fact, I usually just hang up on him. I hate George. Then how do you know he's buying dinner? Jerry asked. He's buying everything, Sonia said. George is extremely generous these days. You know, since I'm crazy. There was a little laughter in the car. Sonia, you're about as crazy as I am, Andy said. Oh, darling, you too? I'm so sorry. You're not crazy, Andy said. You suffer from depression, which has pretty much flown away on the wings of your happy pills. Well, don't tell George that. He's under the impression he drove me insane. How long do you think you can play that card? Andy asked. Maybe you should hang on to your money. Don't worry about it, she said with a wave of her hand. George doesn't want the details. He just likes to write checks. It's relieving his guilty conscience. I don't know why I should deprive him of the pleasure. BJ turned in her seat. Gee, I don't think I can let George buy my dinner under false pretenses like that. Oh, don't sweat it. George has more money than he knows what to do with. The cocksucker. Sonia, Andy said with a laugh. I don't know that it's right to take advantage of George like that. I'm not taking advantage of him. I'm sure he's keeping very careful records. Believe me, when we get to the official splitting of the sheets, all my expenses will be carefully deducted from my side of the chart, and there will still be plenty left. She grinned. California law. No fault. Community property. No prenup, huh? Andy said. Of course there was a prenup, Sonia said. George is very careful, and he was already 40 when we got married. It was 25% for under 10 years, then an even split. We're due to celebrate our 10th anniversary the end of June. I don't think we're going to get to that final dissolution in time. She laughed. Sonia, are you holding out for the even split? Andy asked. Of course not, she said, sounding insincere. But sadly for George, you can't serve papers on a person in the nut house. Poor George. He was trying to make a break for it in March to cut his losses. You'd think someone who can time the market would have a little more sense about when to get a divorce. Sonia, you are a devil, BJ said. And just when I'd been thinking I'd never learned how to handle money. Jerry was strangely quiet, though no one noticed. The others yammered on about whether Sonia was being unfair in judging George. Was there any possibility they might reconcile down the road? Maybe compromise, etc.? Jerry tuned them out, thinking, we're a car full of women who feel completely powerless against these men unless we figure out how to get even. She wasn't sure about BJ, but there was something amiss there. Most widows talked about their departed spouse, and BJ never did. She wondered if there was something strange underneath the surface. But Andy had thrown Bryce out on the street, closed him out financially, and immediately taken up with a replacement who was very unlikely for her. Jerry had moved Phil out of the house, and although she wanted him back, she felt it was too soon. Even he wasn't ready for that. And now Sonia was preparing to get her half of the pie. It wasn't that she thought any of these actions were wholly inappropriate. Bryce had to go. Phil had to be out of her bed. Sonia was entitled. What bothered Jerry was that they all came at this because they were forced. They felt powerless. They had too few choices and wielded the only bludgeon available. When she pulled into the restaurant parking lot, she said, "We'll split the check. No arguments." It was becoming a tradition. Dinner at La Mange, a small, cozy, dark, inexpensive French bistro close to their neighborhood. It was also a mere formality. The four friends could have met over a glass of wine on Jerry's deck and had the party organized in no time, but starting things off right was important to them. The first planning session, always in late May, had to be held in a nice place. It had to be comfortable, with delicious food and a good staff. They didn't want to feel rushed because they didn't have time to get together for dinner very often. And apparently, for BJ, never at all. The planning session required hardly any planning at all. Knowing everyone's current preoccupations, Jerry took charge and announced that she and Andy would split the list of neighbors from last year, set a date, call everyone, and simply ask if they could provide the very same things as the year before. "All I need from you, Sonia, is the list," Jerry said. "I don't know where it is," Sonia said stubbornly. "You have 2 weeks to find it. Then we take your house by storm." "Now," Jerry said, lifting her glass of wine, "to the end of summer." "The kids aren't even out of school yet," BJ said, lifting a water glass in confusion. "I know, but no way am I toasting that. You can't imagine what happens to my life in the summer. The kids are on the loose. They're bored. They're impossible to keep tabs on. It's a hotbed of mischief. To the end of summer." "I never toast this," Andy said to BJ. "I love having the summer off school. In fact, I almost always drink a little too much at the end of summer picnic." "I'm looking forward to summer," Sonia said. "Gee, I feel kind of disloyal," BJ said, setting down her water. "It's okay, BJ. The only one who ever toasts the end of summer before it starts is Jerry. She does it alone every spring. You don't have to join in," Sonia said. "Hear, hear," Jerry said, alone. The rest of the dinner gave way to tales of previous block parties, delicious food, laughter that even BJ couldn't resist. Jerry and Andy shared the bottle of wine, while Sonia, medicated, had water, and BJ joined her. Everyone ate light to save room for heavy French desserts and rich, robust cappuccino. And all too soon, it was time to call it a night. "I'm really glad you talked me into this," BJ said. "I should probably do things like this more often. It's just that I feel like I have such a load to carry with 2 kids and a job. I think I practice way too much self-denial." "Get over that," Jerry said. "We have to keep ourselves sane, present company excluded in case George is listening." "Very funny," Sonia said. "Bitches." "Isn't it just like she's been possessed by a spirit?" Andy asked, dropping an arm around Sonia's shoulders. "She is woman, hear her roar." They were all laughing as they walked out of the restaurant, and it was as though a lot of things were suddenly in motion, happening, all at once. The young man, who worked as a valet, was watching the parking lot intensely, frowning. There was a man shouting in the parking lot, and BJ was immediately pulling back on Jerry's arm. "Don't go near that," BJ said, a note of panic in her voice. Jerry didn't even realize she'd already taken 2 steps toward the scene of a vicious argument between a belligerent young man and cowering young woman. As she took stock of the situation, she could see it was completely one-sided, and Jerry knew from the man's posture it was taking a bad turn. He was tall, good-looking, early 30s, strong and broad. The woman was one of those waif-like fluffy blondes, too thin, big-breasted, tight pants slung below her flat waist. An underfed beauty, speaking so softly that she couldn't be heard at all above his bellowing. "Don't you fucking pull that shit with me! I was around when you were doing that shit to Jack, remember? That fucking acting like you know what the fuck you're talking about when you don't know crap.
I made a lot of money off that deal, and you fucking screwed me in there with your big mouth. Right in front of them. God damn it! You're not gonna do that to me like you did to him." The man was in the woman's face, looming over her, screaming as she was backing away, shaking her head, trying to explain or apologize or escape. The man was completely out of control, bending over her threateningly, bouncing his closed fist in front of her face, turning almost purple with rage. Jerry looked over her shoulder at the valet. "Call the police," she said. He shrugged. "He's just yelling. They're not going to come out for yelling." "Jerry, don't," BJ said, pulling on her arm again. "Let's just get out of here. Don't look, don't watch. It's not our concern." Jerry ignored her as she watched the scene for a moment. She pulled her cell phone out of her purse and punched in 911. When the emergency operator answered, she knew exactly what to say. "I'm at Le Mange restaurant in the parking lot. There's a vicious verbal argument between a large man and a small woman, and it looks like it's going to escalate. He's threatening her with a closed fist in her face, and it could get physical at any moment." Right then the man shoved the woman hard, causing her to take a couple of stumbling steps backward. She put her hand to the shoulder he just hit. "And it just got physical," Jerry reported. "He just shoved her, hard. She's no match for him. We need a unit to respond before he gets out of the parking lot, takes her home, and beats the crap out of her." "Please," BJ said. "Please don't do this. Let's go. Let's not get in their business." Jerry ignored her. She gave her name to the police dispatcher. "Of course, I'll witness charges." "Whoa, he just shoved her again. She's up against the car and he's still at her, screaming, threatening with a closed fist. This isn't going anywhere good." Yeah, I'll get the license plate in case they clear the parking lot." "No, we can't do this," BJ said. Jerry glanced at BJ and saw she'd gone pale, her eyes wide, her lips white. Jerry could see something about this had thrown BJ into a total state of panic. But she couldn't take care of everyone at once. She fished her keys out of her purse and handed them to Andy. "Take everyone home. I'm following through. I'll get home later, probably get a lift from a cop." "You'll be okay?" Andy asked. "Of course. I'm steps from the inside of the restaurant and I have this big kid right here to protect me. Just go. Get Sonia and BJ out of here." Andy took the keys. "Come on," she said to the others. It wasn't as though this sort of thing happened with Jerry on a regular basis, but given her job, Andy knew she was on a first-name basis with a lot of the local cops. And she was determined, committed. She handled cases of abuse almost daily. This didn't frighten her in the least, and even though she was off the clock, she couldn't turn her back on something like this even if she wanted to. Jerry was barely aware of Andy leading Sonia and BJ away as she watched the man grab the woman's upper arm, pull her back, shake her, and drag her toward the car door. She still had the dispatcher on the line. "He's shaking her and forcing her into the car. You might want to put a rush on this." And then she watched, stricken, as the woman banged her head on the roof of the car while getting in. The man took that opportunity to grab her by the hair and give her head another cruel bounce off the car roof. "Oh, God," Jerry said. The young valet started into the parking lot, now pushed too far, but Jerry grabbed him, pulling him to her side. "No," she said to the kid. "No, don't get into it. He's got you way outsized. Go inside. Get help." Jerry turned back to her phone. "He's banging her head against the roof of the car," she said. "Where are the cops?" Jerry took a couple of brazen steps into the lit parking lot, cell phone against her ear. The man slammed his passenger's door closed, shouting furiously at her through the closed window. But he was caught. He'd beat her in front of a witness, and even if he got out of the parking lot, the police could be in pursuit as long as they had the description and plate number. As he rounded the front of the car, he caught sight of Jerry. "What are you looking at, bitch?" She took another step, very conscious that she could quickly retreat to safety if necessary. "You," she said. "I'm watching you. I have the police on the line." He stopped where he was and snarled at her, baring his teeth, but then he whirled and got into the driver's seat. Jerry described the car and rattled off the license plate to the dispatcher, using the phonetic code on the letters. "Ma'am, are you PD?" the dispatcher asked. "CPS," she said. And then she watched the man scream at his companion, likely blaming her for making a scene, right before he pulled back a fist and let it fly into her face. He was so out of control, he continued to assault even through the threat of police. "He just punched her in the face," Jerry reported. "He started the car." Jerry heard sirens in the near distance. "I think your cops are going to make it," she said into the phone. And then she glanced in the direction of her departing vehicle, saw Andy driving, Sonia sitting in the front seat with eyes very wide, and BJ in the back, her hands pressed over her face. They cleared the parking lot seconds before the police vehicle came flashing around the corner. The abusive man was too busy screaming and hitting the woman to get out of there. His rage had slowed him down. The valet came out with a couple of waiters, and Jerry pointed at them. "Stay back," she said. "The police are here and won't know who's who. Stay back." Jerry stepped into the parking lot under the lights and flagged the police car, moving her hand in a circular motion, pointing. They stopped in front of her and, with the phone still pressed to her ear, she indicated the car with the couple in it. It was too dark inside the car to see exactly what was happening, but the couple appeared to be still. The squad car blocked the suspect's car and the officer got out, brandishing his weapon, his flashlight propped on top of the gun and shining it into the suspect's car. "Please step back into the restaurant, ma'am," he said. "Right now." She backed away quickly. It hadn't for 1 second crossed her mind that the man could be armed, but it should have. Domestic disputes like this were frequently accompanied by panicked shots fired, people killed or wounded. She grabbed the sleeve of the valet, realizing the boy was about Jed's age, and pulled him and his reinforcements back against the restaurant door, out of the parking lot lights, into the darkness. But she didn't go inside because she was too invested in the situation. She wanted to watch as this asshole was apprehended. It took only seconds for the next cop car to make the parking lot, lights and siren flashing. He blocked the exit. "I should have stopped him," the young valet said. "The best thing you can do now is give the police a report," Jerry said. And almost immediately the abuser got out of the car, hands in the air, protesting loudly. "What?" he yelled. "What? I'm just trying to take my girl home." The police had him on his knees in seconds, cuffed and rendered helpless for the time being. The woman, however, remained in the car, sheathed in darkness. Jerry stepped out of the doorway. "You better check the victim. He beat her," she called out. "She hit me," the cuffed man shouted back. "She didn't," Jerry said calmly, clearly. The police officer took charge. "Ma'am, I want you to stay back." And like a good girl, she skittered back to the restaurant. Ah, yes, she thought. She knew very well the police had procedures and wouldn't take risks. They brought the victim out of the car at gunpoint as well, and when she exited the vehicle, Jerry could see her nose was bleeding. At least they didn't cuff her, though they did pat her down. It wasn't unheard of for a battered woman to pull a gun on police and rescue her abuser. It was a complex and often irrational syndrome. But the young woman came out, hands up, crying, bleeding, and the second officer took her to the back of his vehicle. 2 more squad cars appeared, though the officers let the original 2 handle their suspects, standing by if needed. Jerry listened in fascination while the young man argued in a whimpering tone about never having hit, never having raised his voice. They were just having a discussion when she struck him and he merely defended himself. Within 10 minutes, the young man and woman were seated in the backs of separate patrol cars. The restaurant manager was outside, and patrons were pouring into the parking lot to see what was happening. It took Jerry less than 15 minutes to give her statement to the police.
Because there was an injury, paramedics were called, but the victim was released to drive herself home, or to the hospital, because she refused medical treatment. "Can you please give her this?" Jerry said, passing a business card to a patrol officer. It had the number on it for victims of domestic abuse. She had no confidence whatsoever that the young woman would seek help, but at the very least her abuser was going to spend a night in jail. Jerry knew it was highly likely he would be picked up by his victim at daylight. Such was the typical scenario. "Any chance you have time to give a witness a lift home?" she asked one of the superfluous cops. "If not, I can get myself a cab. I sent the party I was with home in my car while I stayed to give a statement." In just an hour from start to finish, Jerry was being dropped off in front of her house. When she walked in, Phil was sitting in the family room, and he stood and approached her. "Got in the thick of it, did you?" he asked. "Well, what else could I do?" she replied, dropping her purse on the sofa. "I guess Andy told you what was happening?" "I got the bare facts," he said. "They're waiting outside on the deck." "Waiting?" "For the debrief, I assume. And at least one of your girls is shaken up." Jerry glanced out the window. "Yeah, that would be BJ, who Jessie's babysitting for. She kind of panicked at my getting involved." "She must not know you all that well. I gave her a glass of wine, then I left them the bottle." "But you didn't sit out there with them? You're usually a lot friendlier than that." "I'm keeping a low profile until I'm officially received in the neighborhood again," he said, smiling. "You want to take off?" "I don't think so," he said. "Think I'll get in line for the end of the story, if it's all the same to you." "It wasn't that big a deal, Phil," she said. "I saw an ugly argument in the parking lot, had a hunch where it was headed, then saw him get physical while I had the dispatcher on the line. I had to wait around for all that to be taken care of, that's all." "He hurt her?" Phil asked, frowning. "Gave her a bloody nose and whacked her head on the roof of the car." Phil winced and shook his head. "Scumbag." "She refused medical and left in his car. She'll probably beat him to the jail to try to spring him." He tilted his head toward their deck. "Take care of your girls out there. I'll hide in the office till it's all clear." "Really, you don't have to—" "I want to wait for you, Jerry. That okay?" "Yeah," she said. "That's absolutely okay." Then she headed for the deck. Her friends had a candle lit on the outside table, and they were completely silent until she sat down. "Everything is all right," she said. "The police arrived seconds after you left and took him away. I don't know how much you saw." "He hit her," Sonia said. "I didn't want to leave until I saw you throw yourself on him and beat him senseless with your purse." Jerry chuckled. He was a little on the huge side. "You okay?" "Me?" Sonia asked. "Peaceful as a river. BJ's pretty unstable right now, though. I offered her one of my pills, but she decided on wine." "You okay, BJ?" Jerry asked. "Sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to get all weird on you like that. I have one or two real mean bastards in my personal history. I think I might have had a flashback or something." "I wondered." "I wanted you to do what you did, but, Jerry—" She paused and swallowed. "You know how it'll end up, don't you?" "Unfortunately, I know the statistics. But I'm relentless. Know why? Every once in a while, I get a case that works out. We get the kids and the woman out of there, and they actually break loose. Like you obviously did." "Yeah, but the price can be—" "I know, kid. I know." Jerry ran her fingers through her short hair. "It just kills me when they're so young. I don't know how old he was, but she was 25. And so beautiful. They're not married. How about that? It's a boyfriend."
We didn't have a conversation, but if I know anything, he's not the first boyfriend who's treated her like an animal. Listen, here's how it is. If she doesn't leave him, he's gonna beat her again no matter what I do. If he's locked up, she has a window of opportunity to get away, though the odds are she won't take it. I'm pretty well educated on these issues, and I understand how it happens, especially if the woman was raised on abuse. But I still can't figure out how they never seem to get to a point when it's enough. I mean, she's stunning. There must be 100 good men who'd love to love her. It's baffling. Well, I could explain that, but if you don't mind— I'm sorry, BJ, Jerry said. You're obviously traumatized by that whole circus we witnessed. Maybe someday when you're feeling a little more in control and comfortable, we'll have that conversation. That kind of thing happened to you a lot? BJ asked, taking a sip of her wine. When I'm not working? Only once before. Almost an identical scenario. It was 10 or 12 years ago, if I remember. Another domestic in a parking lot, but I was alone. I'd stopped off for groceries on the way home, and it happened right in front of me. I didn't have a cell phone. I had to go back into the store. The manager and bag boy held them apart until the police could come. She leaned forward. I see things professionally. I used to get in a lot of tight spots when I was doing more home visits. But it's what I do. It's not something I can turn on and off, you know? Of course you can't, Andy said. So, they took him away? And one of the cops gave her a card with a phone number on it. If she's up to it, if she's had enough and isn't too terrified, she might call it. Did you get their names? BJ asked. As a matter of fact, I did. I thought I should know in case they need a witness. The police charged him. Do you ever, run them up? Check out the record? Check and see how things come out? I don't have access to police files, but I never have any trouble getting whatever information I need, Jerry said. We're pretty well connected at CPS. Maybe you'll check, BJ said. If you do, maybe you'll just tell us that he didn't kill her or anything. Listen, it wasn't nice, what happened tonight, but I don't think we have to worry that her life's in immediate danger. Long-term danger is more likely. She'll go to her mother's or sister's, he'll face battery charges, probably misdemeanor, make up with her, and this event will repeat itself several times before they either break up or something worse happens. It's true. It's a deadly game. But not every domestic ends that way, BJ. But you'll check, she asked. Would it make you feel better? It would. If I hadn't seen it, it wouldn't matter. But I saw it. And I tried to get you to walk away from it. So now— Okay. It'll be all right. But I'll check and let you know. Thanks. I'm sorry, Jerry said. It must have been so difficult. Tonight? BJ asked. All of it. Yeah, but it's okay now. She smiled her crooked smile. I got loose. Good for you, Jerry said. You all okay now? She asked, her gaze connecting with each of the women in turn. I want to be you when I grow up, Sonia said. I want to be strong like you. You're invincible. Jerry laughed. Remarkable. She'd been feeling so powerless about her personal situation, having completely forgotten that she'd been programmed to react in crises like the one she'd encountered. It was the crisis at home she wasn't trained to manage. Maybe I've just turned into a crusty old broad, she said. You? Andy said. Anything but. Andy pushed back her chair. You're just amazingly efficient. And Sonia's right. You are very strong. We're all stronger than we realize. You girls ready to give it up? I'm shot. Chairs scuffled back. Women stood.
BJ touched her arm. Listen, your husband, I tried like hell to hate him tonight, but it was hard. He seems like a pretty decent guy, first glance. He was real concerned about me. He could tell I was upset, and he tried to be nice, you know? Got me a drink, told me to relax, reassured me that you knew exactly what you were doing. He's a very decent guy, Jerry said. That puts a strain on me. Well, thanks for what you did, she said. Before that happened, it was one of the nicest nights I've had in a long time. Maybe ever. Hey, we'll do it again real soon. I mean, what are the odds of trouble again, huh? Just send Jessie home, will ya? And watch her out the front door till she gets here? When the door was closed on the women, Jerry went to the office she'd been sharing with Phil for 15 years. He was focused on the computer screen. She walked up behind him, put her hands on his shoulders. I need some information right away. I need you to get it for me. I could go through channels, but I don't want to wait, and it's important, she said. Tonight's event? He asked. Sort of. I want you to find out if Barbara Jean Smith of Fresno is in the system. He swiveled his chair around to face her. Your new friend? She overreacted tonight. It's obvious she's been the victim of abuse. Maybe there was a court case or something. I can wait till she lets it out, but if you don't mind. Sure, he said, turning back to the computer. Age? About 35. Give it a 3-year span. All he had to do was log into the prosecutor's office database. It would take quite a bit of searching, but Phil was accomplished at multitasking. While he got underway, she went to the chair at her end of the desk. You okay with what happened tonight? He asked. It was kind of routine, sad to say. The only things that got to me in a big way were BJ's and Sonia's reactions. Sonia do okay? Too okay, she said. She's had a complete personality change. It makes me wonder what's happening to her in private, when no one's around to see her react to this shift her life has taken. By the way, BJ confessed to me that she's having trouble hating you. He must have been very nice to her. He turned in his chair. Does everyone in the world know what I did? I think so, she said. I told my girlfriends. I haven't told them at work yet. They're too busy to care. They're oblivious. He turned back to the computer, reapplying his reading glasses, clicking away. He told my mother. She laughed. Has she been in touch? She's making my life miserable. Ah. There was a definite sound of satisfaction. She's threatening to visit. That would be nice, Jerry said, smiling to herself. We haven't had a common enemy in years. It would finish me off. You said you'd do anything, she reminded him. I did, he said, scrolling through documents. I was thinking public evisceration, castration, mutilation. Not my mother. She adores you. Not lately, he said. He turned back to her, plucking off his specs. She suggested I buy you some flashy jewelry, take you on a trip to the islands or something. Really? Why didn't you offer that? Because I knew your idea of amends would be much closer to the soul, like moving me out, telling my mother. She laughed at him, and he turned back to the keyboard, the screen. You're getting too much pleasure out of my comeuppance, he said. It has been interesting, I admit. Listen, I had to tell Muriel. One of the kids was going to slip. You understand that. I know better than to suggest constrictions, Jerry. You do what you do. I'll grovel. I think that's the recipe here. Oh, you make a fabulous victim, she said. I'm sick of laughing about this. I'm still pissed off. Yeah, I know. He stopped talking and studied the computer screen.
209 arrests of women named Barbara Jean something between the ages of 33 and 36. Note to self, our kids can't name any of our grandkids Barbara Jean. He scrolled through arrest documents slowly, reading the screen. Then he turned his chair away from the computer and pulled off his glasses. I don't think you're ready for this. What? Jerry asked, standing and moving away from her chair. She glanced over his shoulder and read the screen. Dear God, she whispered. There, on the screen, was BJ's picture, and a headline. Barbara Jean Smith Sprague stands trial for husband's murder. Chapter 10. If there was one gift in the news about BJ, it was that Phil's office hadn't prosecuted her. It happened in a different county. He logged off the prosecutor's database and left the rest to Jerry. Once he was gone, she got back on the computer, researching news articles about Barbara Jean Sprague. Smith was her maiden name, and she stayed at it until 2 a.m. There were undoubtedly many more details to the story, but the gist was that she'd been battered by her husband. Married at 18, a mother at 23, she was hospitalized several times. Her husband went to jail on occasion, though never for long. He was charged multiple times with battery as well as other offenses. By the time BJ's children were 4 and 6 years of age, he'd been hitting, shoving, and shaking them as well. And she tried just about everything, from orders of protection to shelters. And then on one dark and dangerous night, shortly after he'd hit them all again, he started to party with a few of his friends. And lots of alcohol, pot, and his favorite, cocaine. BJ put her children to bed, told them not to leave the room for any reason, and she served the drinks. She added small amounts of cocaine to her husband's drinks all night. Then, late that night, right about the time most of his friends had either moved on or passed out, she fixed his final cocktail. She scraped a large amount of coke into his drink. According to her own testimony, he was a big man, and she was afraid it hadn't been enough. When he passed out, she loaded her children into the car and drove to her mother's house, where she waited for her husband to find her and beat her senseless, or for the police to arrest her. BJ's attorney pled her charges down to manslaughter, and she'd served 3 years in a woman's state penitentiary, Chowchilla. The timeline suggested she'd moved to Mill Valley right out of prison. She was just reunited with her kids after 3 years of separation. No wonder she's so private, Jerry thought. She was skittish around people, no doubt afraid they'd find out. Jerry couldn't imagine what that might be like, constantly worrying the kids would pay again and again as neighbors, people around school, looked at them as the offspring of a murderer. And children could be so unbelievably cruel. If the news got out, it could be horrible. BJ had undoubtedly prepared herself to do a lot of moving around. In over 25 years with CPS, this was only the second time Jerry had been faced with a situation this dramatic. Phil had been involved prosecuting similar cases a number of times. Jerry had supported him when it tore him up, prosecuting a woman for a crime she had to commit to stay alive, to keep her kids alive. To his credit, when moral, if not legal innocence was implicit, he did whatever he could to keep the sentencing reasonable. But the law is the law. Killing isn't justified unless you're in immediate danger. They'd had their share of arguments about that, naturally. Jerry was convinced the perspective of the law and the prosecutor's office were based in testosterone. Of course, men didn't kill sleeping men. They'd have a gun or a knife handy for that next attack, and the self-defense would be indisputable. The thought of that couple in the parking lot came to her mind. What was a 5'3", 100-pound woman supposed to do to defend herself against a 6'3", 220-pound man? Unless she had some kind of special training, he'd take her weapon away from her and use it on her before she could even aim. Special training, ha! Jerry knew abused women couldn't sign up for marksman training or karate.
In most cases, they were barely allowed to use the phone. And yet it was the thing women and men alike always said they'd do if they couldn't escape the abuse. Kill the son of a bitch. Jerry had always said she would. She wouldn't live under that kind of oppression. She'd go to prison to keep her children safe. Phil said if his daughter was in such a situation and couldn't get out, was hopelessly locked in and ruthlessly battered, he'd kill the son of a bitch. Talk, talk, talk. When truly faced with it, how many people actually could? If Jerry was a betting woman, she'd lay odds that BJ had known exactly what was going to happen to her. She knew she'd be tried and convicted of something, if not murder one. She knew she'd go to prison. And yet it must have seemed the only option left to her. Better mommy in prison than everyone in the ground. Jerry knew there would come a time when she would ask her about that. She wouldn't tell even Andy what she'd learned, but she would eventually level with BJ. Jerry wanted to know how she could have been sure her children would be safe while she was locked up. How did she know she'd get them back? Who was on her side? Obviously, she had her brother's support. But what had happened to the husband's family? The abuser's kin were notorious for denial, for going after the killer until the end of time. And that house. Whose house was it really? Jerry could barely remember the original owners and didn't know if it had sold privately, without signs or open houses. Then Jerry realized the last renter had been a single mom who also kept to herself. A recovery house? Owned by some philanthropist? Too stirred up to sleep, she took a rather large brandy to bed. She turned on the TV, but it didn't drown out her thoughts, all jumbled up in a mess that included BJ then and now, the couple in the parking lot, her job. Inevitably, her thoughts moved to her own situation and her friends and their marriages, all in various states of flux. Andy and Bryce were over, and it seemed like Sonia and George were headed that way as well, for entirely different reasons. She thought maybe she and Phil might salvage something, but she had a secret and desperate fear that they'd get back together, sleep in the same bed, talk about the stock market while naked in the bathroom, attend the kids' college graduations and weddings as proud parents, and then, after they'd done all the work, done all they could, they'd give up in exhaustion, because getting it back wasn't possible, and starting over was just a romantic idea that couldn't be achieved. With the end of school, the early morning walks had been suspended for the neighborhood women. Andy had no reason to rise at the crack of dawn. Sonia was sleeping in these days, and occasionally Jerry got out there by herself. But she was slacking, taking great pleasure in the days she could languish in bed until 7 or 7:30. For Andy, the summer was shaping up differently than ever before. She usually planned a long visit with her father in San Luis Obispo. But this summer she'd hedged on such plans. She had such a nice routine with Bob. He'd cut back on his evening work most nights so he could be with her, and she loved that he would do that. Almost every weekend they toured model homes and open houses. Bob was always looking for new ideas, and Andy loved looking at houses, something she never indulged alone, since she wasn't in the market to buy. In her entire life, she'd never had a man interested in the same things until now. They went out to dinner at least once a week, sharing each other's favorite places, holding hands across the table. There were a couple of TV shows he liked, and sitting beside him to watch them, rubbing Beau's belly with her bare feet, was more pleasurable than a trip to the islands. Bob was a big reader, about an hour or two every night, and the book he was working through always stayed on the table that was on what had become his side of the bed. And he spent the night often, 3 or 4 nights a week. Noel had done as instructed. He came to dinner. He was still on the quiet side, maybe not entirely sure his mother was playing with a full deck, taken with this man who, even Andy could admit, was far different from the men she was usually attracted to. Maybe Noel wasn't as enchanted by Bob, although Andy thought Bob came off well, his usual affable and interesting self. Or maybe Noel was slightly embarrassed by his last encounter with Bob, which was simply rude. In any case, it wasn't a bad dinner. But it sure didn't reel Noel in. He left right after they ate. Andy was already feeling the impulse. She wanted Bob all to herself. She wanted his overalls hanging across from her clothes in the closet, his shoes by the door. She hadn't breathed a word to anyone because she'd always been accused of needing a man, of moving too fast. In her private thoughts, she knew there was a kernel of truth in that. But this was different. She was feeling a strong need for Bob. Her plan was to gut it out until a respectable period of time had passed before asking him if he and Beau would consider a change of residence. They returned from a Saturday evening at a local bistro, and the message light was blinking on her home phone. "What's this?" she asked herself. She put the phone on speaker and dialed in the code while Bob let Beau outside. Her ex-husband Rick's voice, panicked and angry, came blistering into the room.
"Andy, you're not answering your cell. Call me the second you get home. We have a problem. Hurry up."
And right after that, a second, a third, and a fourth similar command. She pulled her cell phone out of her purse and saw there were messages and texts, and her ringer had been off. "Oh, God," she muttered. Noel. It was simply the only thing she and Rick had in common. Bob looked at her from the back door. He had a look of concern on his face, a very rare expression for him.
"Call,"
he said. Feeling afraid, feeling vulnerable, she left the phone on speaker when she called Rick. He came on the line all worked up.
"Do you have any idea what's going on with your son?"
he demanded loudly, sounding enraged. "I talked to him twice today," she said. "I see him at least twice a week, if not more."
"What? He's gay, that's what. Your son is gay."
"What?" she said. "What did you say?"
"He's gay, I said."
"Did he tell you he was gay?" she asked, in a state of shock.
"Of course not. I went to that apartment where he likes to hang out, and it's full of faggots, fairies, and your son is right at home there."
"Rick, he works a lot in theater arts. He has a lot of gay friends."
"I confronted him," he blustered. "He admits it. Said he was afraid to tell me." He laughed meanly. "Smart kid. He should have been afraid."
"Wait," she said. "Wait a minute. You went there? Why?"
"I wanted to see what he was up to, what he was hiding. I'm not paying child support and college tuition if he's using drugs, and that's what I thought was going on. He sure wasn't coming around here much. I wish it had been drugs, but it's not. He's a fag." He coughed in disgust. "Obviously you had no idea where he was."
"Of course I knew where he was. I checked it out. Saw that it was in a good complex. Asked the apartment manager if she'd had any troubles there because my son liked to hang around there with friends. She said those boys were good boys. But Jesus, I didn't barge in. I wouldn't do that."
"I blame this on you," he stormed. "You and your weird boyfriends."
"Wait a minute," she replied angrily. "If it's true, it has nothing to do with my boyfriends. They were all incredibly straight."
"Yeah, right. I always thought that Bryce guy was a little light in his loafers."
"Oh, bite me, Rick. How about you? Leaving him with a mother and no father for at least a couple of years while you ran off with the school nurse." She put her hand up to her mouth. "Oh, God, what am I saying? If Noel is gay, it doesn't have anything to do with either of us. You can't make a person gay."
"Yeah? Well, he sure didn't get it from me."
"How do you know?" she asked. "If he is gay, he was born gay."
"Not possible. No way."
"Yeah, that would be a tough pill to swallow, wouldn't it? Because all I have are all these big, hetero Greeks in my ancestry."
"Yeah, Greeks. They started this, right?"
"Oh, for God's sake. Don't you have a couple of gay uncles you've crossed off your Christmas card list? Get a grip. He didn't do this to you.
Whatever is going on with Noel, it's not about you. I'm through with him, Rick said. He's all yours. I'll be damned if I'll have some queer around my kids.
Oh, you didn't do that, Andy said. Please, Rick, you didn't do that to him.
When he straightens out, he's welcome back. Till then, I'm not going to have his influence around the boys.
Rick, what have you done? If he's confused or scared, you could have done terrible damage. For God's sake, Rick, if you're angry with me, don't take it out on Noel. He's just trying to grow up.
Trying to grow up a fag? I'm not having him in my house. I'm not paying any more support while he's in college. I'm through with that. He disconnected. Andy just looked at the phone for a long time, numb, shocked. That was awful, Bob said. She looked at him.
What am I going to do?
She asked. You should call Noel. Tell him you heard from his father, and you're sorry his father's so angry and worked up. And he should come talk to you, because you're not going to act crazy like that. But you'd like to know what's going on with him, and you want to know he's all right. She stepped toward him.
Did you know?
No.
Did you know my son was gay? Did you get that vibe from him?
No, he said, shaking his head. Why would I? Because my wife was a lesbian? He seemed like just your average, regular kid to me. Listen, there aren't always a lot of signals. I'm proof of that, right?
I wasn't missing anything, was I?
Andy, what were you going to do if you were? Deprogram him? Come on. You know we don't control this part of life. I mean, mothers are incredibly influential, but really, you don't have that kind of power.
Do you have any gay kids in your family? She asked.
I don't know. I might have a gay nephew back in Connecticut, but if he is, he hasn't come out. Why? What does that have to do with anything?
Are you comfortable around gay men?
He shrugged. Gee, they're so good with color.
This isn't funny.
It's also not a catastrophe, Andy. You don't really think your son got to thinking, gee, let's see what I can do to make my life more difficult, more challenging. It's not an easy life, even around here. I mean, look what the boy just went through with his dad. Noel had to know that wasn't going to be easy. Cut the kid a break. We're all pretty much stuck with who we are. She shook her head.
Why aren't you a father? She asked softly.
I got to the real thing too late in life, he said with a smile. Call him. Tell him it's okay to come home. Tell him you're not upset. He'll be glad to get that message. Jerry answered her front door and found Andy standing there, clutching a coffee mug in one hand and her cell phone in the other. It was very clear from her reddened eyes that she'd been crying.
Is your house a little on the quiet side?
Andy asked. Oh, God, what is it? Is it Bob? Jerry asked, reaching out and pulling her inside.
No, it's Noel. Please, could we talk? Do you have a lot of people around?
Just the opposite. Phil didn't come by tonight. He has a big case. Jesse's babysitting. Matt and one of his friends are playing video games in his room, and Jed has a phone growing out of his ear. What's the matter?
Oh, you're not going to believe it. Or maybe you will. I don't know.
Come on, she said. Deck. Jerry lit a couple of patio candles, and through some tears, Andy explained the events of 2 nights earlier. The horrible phone conversation with Rick.
Now Noel won't return my calls or come over, Andy said. I know Rick must have really upset him, but I've left messages asking him to please talk to me. Let me see that he's okay, and I've promised I'm not going to react the way his father did. Oh, Jerry, he's scaring me to death. I'm going to have to go over there, to that apartment his friends have. I just don't want to make things worse.
You don't think he'd do anything desperate? Jerry asked.
I'm starting to wonder. I'm starting to fear it. The only thing that stopped me from chasing him down is that I assume he's where he wants to be, that he's getting some sympathy and support or something. But why in the world would he be afraid of me?
Maybe he's not afraid of you. Maybe he's just totally upset about Rick. What an asshole. What was he thinking? Was it just the shock? Is that what happened?
I doubt it. I mean, I'm sure Rick was stunned, but it's also the way he is. It never once crossed my mind that we'd face something like this with our son and unleash that monster inside Rick. Oh, God,
she said, tears spilling over.
I just can't imagine what Noel's going through.
The patio door opened noisily and Jed leaned outside. Mom, I'm headed over to... He stopped suddenly when he spied Andy wiping off her cheeks with a hand. Uh-oh, he said, retreating, pulling the door closed.
Jed?
Andy called. The door swung open slowly, and he stood there, his eyes wide and his posture tense. Now what? Was written all over his face.
Jed, Noel's in trouble,
Andy said, standing. He inhaled sharply, stiffened, and waited nervously.
Jed, I just found out Noel is gay,
Andy said, stepping tentatively toward him. He let out his breath in a whoosh of relief. Oh, that, he said, taking a stabilizing breath. I thought maybe he mouthed off to the judge or something. But I did tell him to keep his stupid mouth shut or he'd get like years of community service. You know, he doesn't always think.
Jed, I said he was gay,
Andy tried again. Yeah, I know.
You know?
Andy said, taking another small step. Well, he's like my best friend, you know. Even if we don't... Well, I think we might have different drummers. Then he grinned. I think his might be a majorette.
This isn't funny,
Andy said. Jed shrugged. Guess I've gotten used to it. Hey, don't blow a gasket. You'll get used to it.
You're not upset? Your best friend. Gay?
Yeah, well, I admit it kind of freaked me out at first. But I mean, come on. It's just Noel. Then he smiled and put his hands in his front pockets. I don't think he's attracted to me or anything. Andy backed up a step, sank into her chair, and wept into her hands. Hey, sorry, Jed said, coming out on the deck. I won't make jokes, okay? But just so you know, Noel doesn't get all pissed off about that. I think he secretly likes the jokes. Makes him feel like I'm playing on his team. Then he put up his hands, palms toward the women. But hey, I'm not playing on that team, all right? I mean, I'm totally straight, okay? So don't... Jerry was having trouble keeping a straight face. Good old Jed, she thought. So down to earth sometimes. If Andy hadn't been bawling her eyes out, she might have cracked a smile. But what she said was serious.
Jed, Noel's dad found out. After he humiliated him with every gay slur on the books, he told him never to show his face around him or his family again. At least not until he's straight.
Man, Jed said, making a fist and striking the air with it. He was afraid of that. Hey, no offense, Andy, but Rick thinks he's so fucking cool, and man, he's just retro. A real ass clown. Totally out of the loop. I don't know what his deal is. Andy looked up from her hands.
No offense taken,
she sniffed.
Those are the kindest things you could say about that jackass.
Then the tears came again.
Poor Noel.
Don't worry too much. He totally expected it, Jed said. Andy picked up her phone, displaying it to Jed.
He won't talk to me. Won't return my calls. I left messages saying I wasn't angry or upset or anything, but he won't even... I'm so worried. I don't know what to do.
He's probably just stoned, Jed said with a shrug.
By the way, I think he does too much of that.
I don't care. I just want to hear his voice. It's been 2 days.
Jed shook his head and rolled his eyes. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and punched in a few numbers, backing away from the women a couple of steps. Then he said, "Hey, dickwad, you stoned again? Well, call your mother. She's over at my house crying because you won't call her. You got 10 minutes, then I come over there and haul your scrawny ass home, you copy?" He listened for a moment. "Yeah, so? You're bummed. You're not surprised, right? And you got it over with. So call your mother. You have 9 minutes. Geez, what are you thinking? You can't drop a bomb like that and then disappear. These women, they think you hung yourself in the shower or something. Call her." Then he clicked off without saying goodbye. "He'll call," Jed said. "Or I'll go get him. Stupid shit. He should know better than to freak everyone out."
"Oh, Jed,"
Andy said, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Yeah, no big deal. You don't need to tell him what I said about the weed. It's not like I haven't done a little of that." He glanced warily at his mother and said, "But I swore off it. I mean, things are goofy enough around here, you know?"
"Sure,"
Andy said, sniffing back tears. "I'm going to Tracy's, Mom. If Noel doesn't call in," he glanced at his watch, "7 minutes, call me. I'll go get him. But he better call. I have plans with Tracy." Andy just nodded and sniffed, so Jed left the deck. As he was about to make his getaway, Jerry stopped him. "What?" he asked. "I just wanted to say that was a nice thing you did. I told you, no big deal. You were fantastic." "Well, there's something I don't hear every day." "You're not fantastic every day," she said with a grin. "That's the Geraldine I know and love," Jed said. "It was a big deal," Jerry said. "And not getting all worked up about it, too. I think that helps more than you realize." "Well, get this. I'm not worked up about it. I mean, whatever blows his skirt up, you know?" Then he grinned his best bad boy grin. "Jed," she laughed. "I did like it better when you women were in charge, though," he said. "Ciao." Sonia hated group therapy. She thought of the people in her group as total nutjobs or victims, or they were so depressed they could barely lift their heads. Then there were a couple who fancied themselves cured and felt that gave them the right to be confrontational. She hated confrontation, and not just when directed at her, when aimed at anyone in her presence. Their moderator rarely stepped in to direct the dialogue. It was like he got great satisfaction out of watching them disturb each other. And he took copious notes, which also bothered her. Whenever she prepared to attend, she felt her anxiety rise. Her palms would get sweaty on the way to group, and she'd be so exhausted coming home she'd struggle to stay awake behind the wheel. And she had to do it every Tuesday and Thursday evening for 2 whole hours. Sonia made it a point to arrive a little early. She never wanted to be the last one to arrive. She hated walking into that room with 8 chairs positioned in a circle, all filled but one. Hers. This evening she was the first to get there. The second to arrive was Martin, their barely post-pubescent zit-faced leader. He was a brand-new college graduate, but from looking at him, it appeared he'd started college at 12. "Well, Sonia, hello," Martin said brightly. "Hello," she said quietly. "How's your week going?" "Fine," she answered. It wasn't required that she be friendly, merely that she be present. Soon everyone else filed in. Janelle, 60, an unhappy housewife, very overweight and domineering. Carl, 40s, skinny and nervous. Blythe, 20, a tattooed biker chick coming down off cocaine and a little on the pissed-off side. Terrence, 30s, a bit chubby with a sallow complexion and dull eyes. Medication just wasn't working for him, and he missed a lot of sessions. Susan, who didn't seem to belong. She was cheerful and attractive and appeared balanced. and Paul. 50s. Businesslike, efficient, direct, and impatient. Sonia wanted to knock Paul's block off. They all said hello to each other as though they liked one another, a phenomenon that surprised Sonia completely because they weren't easy on each other. They took to their chairs. She was happy to have Blythe beside her, unhappy to have Paul directly across from her. The person beside you didn't seem to direct too many questions at you. The person across usually fired away.
"Who wants to begin?"
Martin asked as always. Carl was having trouble at work. He was a shipping clerk for a large department store. He couldn't focus, dreaded work, made too many mistakes, hated the truck drivers who made him feel stupid and small and inadequate. Terrence still wasn't working, but his mother was okay with that and was carrying him financially. People were on him at once. Had he been to the employment office at all? Did it make him feel right to live off his mother? Was he exercising or altering his diet to combat depression? Had he changed any of his patterns?
"Jesus, I wish you'd cut him some slack," Sonia said in a sudden outburst. "He's doing this without any slick drugs like the rest of us have."
"Well," Janelle said, smirking,
"look who came to the party. Make you uncomfortable when Terrence gets asked questions like that?" "You bet your big ass it does," Sonia shot back. "I didn't stand a chance without drugs. I was so far gone, I didn't know what planet I was on. I can't imagine what it must feel like to be Terrence." Then she gave Terrence a weak half-smile. "Sorry, Terrence. Didn't mean to get in your business."
"I'd like to hear more about that," Martin said. "If you're ready, of course."
"Well, I'm not," she said stubbornly.
"Come on, Sonia," Paul said. "Everyone else spills their guts. It's not going anywhere. We have a pact. It's not like we're going to call George." She drew her hair up in a ponytail and let it fall.
"Shit. I never should have mentioned his name."
The idea is to talk," Blythe reminded her, gently, not in her usual caustic, biting tone.
"Look, I'm not trying to be uncooperative," Sonia said with the far-fetched hope that maybe their teenage leader would report to Dr. Calais that she was responding as instructed. "I can't remember much of it, honestly. It seemed like I was down in the dumps for a couple of days, when in fact it was a couple of weeks and I was completely out of it. A total nutcase. I slept or sat on the couch and watched the shopping channel, something I didn't know existed before. My neighbor is a psychologist and she noticed something was wrong, took me to the doctor and—" "But what do you know about it? What did you piece together?" Janelle asked. "That I lost track of time, that I slept or watched the shopping channel."
"And that's all?" Martin asked. He rarely stepped in. He was the man with the chart, the pen. He was the one she had to please to put an end to this.
"I learned some things after," she said quietly, "but I don't exactly remember."
"What did you learn? How did you react?" Martin again. Oh, she shouldn't have defended Terrence. It had Martin all turned on. He was after her now. No escape. She knew how this worked. She wasn't stupid. She had to participate to get her free pass. She couldn't let him tell the doctor she was withholding. It would look bad on her report card. She took a deep breath.
"I learned that I packed up all the stuff that had once given me peace of mind. I must have realized it was all a big joke. The stuff that balanced my life, little fountains and aromatic candles and books on—" She paused. She felt her eyes begin to tear, and she'd be goddamned if she snivel in front of this batch of sick vipers. She took another deep breath. "Books on feng shui, meditation, auras, serenity, nutrition, herbs, natural, holistic, medicinal curatives. I had relaxing CDs,
All that shit, she said in a derisive tone. Blythe turned in her chair, looking directly at Sonia. Sounds like healthy shit, she said. I know I could do with a little herb. Not that kind, Sonia snapped. I never did that. And I was conservative, careful. I'm not an idiot. Lots of things in nature are dangerous. She narrowed her eyes. Cocaine being one. Whoa, Blythe laughed. Got me, girlfriend. I am not your girlfriend. But you do have friends here, Sonia, Susan said. Did that piss you off a little, what Blythe said? No, but I wasn't radical. I was probably more consumed than the average person because I found it all fascinating. And I did lead meditation groups, teach yoga, but I wasn't radical. I was just trying to cover all the bases. What bases? Paul asked, sitting forward, an earnest wrinkle to his brow. Body, soul, mind, she answered automatically. My health, my environment, my relationships, my spirit. I was really just trying my best. Someone started to say something, and she lifted a small hand. I know. I already got this in the booby hatch. I was seeking control. So I didn't get it. I understand that now. Still, it seems like you were trying to do it with healthy stuff, Carl said gently. Non-toxic, non-invasive, healthy stuff. What went wrong? How'd that turn out bad for you? I don't get it. I was trying to do all the right things, she said, sniffing suddenly. Nothing to hurt the body or the mind or the spirit. What can be harmful about the soothing sound of trickling water, or a healthy meal, or regular exercise and a pleasant aroma in the home? I was so careful. Moderation. I wasn't opposed to George having a chicken breast or the occasional scotch, but his cholesterol was up. His blood pressure was climbing. His job is so high stress. She gasped in frustration. She didn't want to be doing this, but somehow they'd manipulated her. They were pulling it out of her. Oh, God, she said. She collected herself. Non-toxic, non-invasive, healthy stuff, she said, echoing Carl. So, Martin said, what went wrong? Why did you pack it all up? He left me because of that. He'd had it with the meals he said were bland. The stuff around the house meant to soothe him, relax him, bring him comfort and peace of mind. There was quiet for a moment. Then Blythe said, Whoa, he cut you deep. Sonia turned her watering eyes to Blythe, and pursing her lips together so tightly they turned white, she nodded. What happened, Sonia? Paul asked. What did he do? Say. What are you fighting now? What did George do? She wanted to say, please, could you not confront me like that? It's not your business. But knowing how the group therapy game was played, she answered, he said he couldn't take living in a loony bin anymore, that he felt like a chia pet. What? 3 people said at once. We couldn't hear you, Sonia, Martin said. Your voice was too soft. He said he felt like a fucking chia pet, that he didn't want me in charge of his fucking cholesterol. He takes pills for that he didn't want me watching his sleep patterns or his blood pressure, that he'd like to come home, turn on football, eat bloody red meat, spill on his clothes, drink too much scotch sometimes, fall asleep on the couch, and wake up hungover once in a while, and... She crumbled. She rested her elbows on her knees, covered her face with her hands, and sobbed in loud, angry cries. Certainly they could hear her now. Whoa, Blythe said. Breakthrough. Big time, someone else said. Sonia sobbed for a moment, and they let her. They watched her. When she couldn't stand their silence any longer, she lifted her head. Tears ran down her face, and she had snot running into her mouth. "I hate you," she said breathlessly, gasping. "I hate you so much. Why would you do that to a person?" She choked out. There was quiet for a moment. Terrence couldn't answer. Carl looked afraid to answer. Blythe had said enough.
"Well, we care about you, in spite of the fact that you're very private and untrusting," Paul said. "And we do that to get it out where you can look at it, because that's how you get well. It actually works."
One at a time she heard their voices saying, "We care." She cried harder. She didn't want their caring. The assholes. Someone pressed a box of tissues on her. She mopped up the mess on her face, but it was minutes before she came under any semblance of control. When she finally lifted her head, they were all watching her, but their faces were a blur.
"What happened, Sonia?" Martin asked.
"I told you. He left. He made total fun of me like I was crazy and took his suitcase to the car and left."
After that, Martin pushed. "When you kind of lost touch with reality, what happened to you?" It took a couple of moments. She knew where this was going. She was tired of hearing about the episode from her doctor, and hearing it from her own lips only made it harder. Worse. But everyone in the group just waited, not giving up. Probably so happy it was her falling apart and not them. She blinked, looked at each one of them individually, and spoke. "At first, I slept. I couldn't get food down. Couldn't swallow. I pulled out my hair in big clumps or bit my nails until they bled. Then I couldn't sleep because I saw monsters. I wanted to kill myself, but I couldn't figure out how. I don't like messes. I used to be very neat. I didn't have stuff in the house that could kill you, and I knew overdoses of some things just landed you on dialysis for life." She laughed hollowly. "I didn't know how to rig the car for carbon monoxide, and I was afraid I wouldn't make it, and George would keep me alive on a respirator even if I were brain dead. So I struggled. It was horrible, but it didn't feel like as long as it was. Or maybe it felt longer than it was. I don't know. It was like suspended animation." There was a moment of silence. Then Terrence, the sickest one in the group, spoke up.
"Wait a minute. You thought George would keep you alive?" She shrugged and wiped her nose.
"He's very responsible."
"That the only reason you think that?" Paul asked.
"What else?"
Sonia asked, blowing into a tissue.
"Well, is it possible he cares about you, but he wants red meat and too many scotches?"
"Ugh," she said with disgust. "How can he imagine that's good for his body?"
Someone laughed softly.
"Well, it's his body," someone said.
"Yeah, but—"
"All buts aside, it stays his body."
She looked up. It was fat Janelle. Sonia had a sudden attack of remorse.
"Oh, God. What I said to you? I'm sorry. I'm not a mean person," Sonia said.
"I'm not sorry," Janelle said with a rare grin that appeared wholly genuine. "I thought you were a double agent, here to see if we were playing the game. Shit, honey, you finally came out. Gonna tell us the rest of it?"
"Huh?"
Sonia asked.
"What rest of it?"
That's when I went nuts. What more could you possibly want?
Well, Paul said, you were faced with some choices. You could have concentrated on taking his money or his kids or finding yourself a better man. I mean, you're young and beautiful. Or you could have shot him or poisoned him or something, but you turned all that rage on yourself. So what else went down?
Nothing else. And he doesn't have kids, she said. I mean, there were little things. George said he was peeing so much he thought he had prostatitis. It turned out to be all the little fountains in the house. All that trickling water made him want to pee all the time. When I'd ask him what he had for lunch, he'd always say he had a plate of grass. He said he wanted less candlelight, more flavor, loud, annoying, aggressive sports on TV instead of all that relaxing and serenity. She hiccuped. I don't like to admit that I wasn't listening to those things. I thought I knew what was best.
For you, Paul said.
No.
For you, he repeated. You were clear on what worked for you, but it made him think he had prostatitis. Did you ever think he might be okay eating and drinking what he wants to?
But everyone knows that's unhealthy. Sonia turned to Blythe pleadingly. Doesn't everyone know that's unhealthy? She asked.
She didn't allow herself to say what she really thought.
Even you?
Well, sometimes it's just as unhealthy to live rigidly, in denial, in deprivation. I mean, I don't make any argument for cocaine, so don't work me over here. But really, if I'd stuck to red meat and scotch, I wouldn't be here in group. Sonia, is there anything you can tell us about before you were married that might factor in? Martin asked. What about your parents? Your home life?
It was just average, she said with a shrug. I mean, they weren't ever into this health regimen of mine, but they were just ordinary people.
You have brothers and sisters?
I had an older brother, she said, tearing up again. He died in a car crash when he was 17. My parents never got over it. It was so hard on them. I was 4 years younger. They kind of locked down the house for a few years.
And you stayed there until you were 30? Did you talk about his death much? Martin asked.
That has nothing to do with—
Could we just look at that a minute? Martin interrupted. Did you talk about his death much? She was too exhausted to fight it, so it came out. Todd was killed in a freak accident when he was 17 and she was 13. Her parents tightened the leash on her to keep her alive through her high school years, removing her from the mainstream of a typical adolescent social life. But they never talked about their pain, their grief. She didn't go to college. Never. Unremarkably. Had a normal social life. By the time she was 24, undereducated for a young woman in her age group or economic status, her father was starting to treat her as if she were some kind of weirdo living in her strange world of spiritual balance and inner peace. When she met and married George, her parents were relieved someone responsible and capable was taking her off their hands. When did the dependence on these tools appear? Martin asked. How old were you when you started meditating, or whatever came first? Sonia shrugged. I stopped eating meat at 14 or so. I'm not sure I was meditating, but I taught myself how to rest my body and get in a trance-like place, thinking nice thoughts. It kind of started there and grew. There were just things that felt better than what was happening in my life. And did your parents get any kind of help for their pain? Paul asked. She shook her head and explained. The minister suggested a grief group, but instead they stopped going to church. They were like a couple of zombies for at least 4 years, growing old fast, so worn out and tired all the time, so silent.
They didn't talk to her or each other. They looked like they were dying. She didn't want to be like that. She knew her brother wouldn't have wanted that. She missed him horribly, but found a way to feel at peace. If there was anything as difficult as watching her parents wither in their pain, it was feeling fine in the midst of it. Or, at least insisting to herself that she had to be fine and not crazy like them. By the time she got to the end of the brief synopsis of her life, she was sobbing again. Snot was running again. It was as if she had never spent any emotion on her brother before.
"He shouldn't have died, you know,"
she whimpered. "Sonia," Susan said, "if your parents hadn't fallen apart like that, would it have given you permission to be less stoic? Less strong in the face of the greatest loss of your young life? You were only 13. All Sonia could do was nod wearily. She didn't even look up. "Whoa," Blythe said. "More breakthrough." "Kind of sounds like the conflict for you goes back further than a couple of months ago with George," someone said. "Maybe," Sonia said. She felt weak, worn down to a nub. "But back then, way back then, I never hurt myself. I wasn't crazy. I didn't tear my hair out or bite my nails." "Or want to kill yourself?" Paul asked. She shook her head. "Sonia," someone said. "Sonia, way back then, were you hanging on for dear life? Holding back the pain?" "Maybe," she said in a voice so soft she could hardly be heard. "But if I was, I never knew it." "Right below the surface," Paul said in a voice that was uncharacteristically gentle for him. "All those years, right below the surface." It was quiet for a moment. Sonia could barely lift her head. Then Martin spoke. "Well, folks, this has been an emotional session. I think we'll call it a night. We can't do all our work in one session. How about an early out?" Several people voiced their agreement. Blythe put her hand over Sonia's. "You okay, girlfriend?" "Okay," Sonia said weakly. She felt as if she should lie down right away and sleep for a year or so. Everyone rose to file out, but several of them brushed by her to give her a pat on the shoulder or a word of encouragement or praise before leaving. Paul paused while she was collecting herself. "Let me give you a lift home," he said. "No, I'm fine." "Actually, I think you might be emotionally exhausted. You worked very hard tonight. I'd be happy to drive you." "No," she said again, rising. But then she wavered on her feet and he caught her elbow. "Listen, if you're worried about leaving your car here, I could pick you up in the morning to ferry it home again. Unless you can arrange that easily, but it's no trouble for me. I don't go to work all that early. By morning you'll feel rested." He cracked a smile. "You're going to sleep pretty well tonight." "I don't know. I don't trust you so much." He surprised her with a laugh. "I know. It's perfectly safe, though. They check us nut jobs out pretty thoroughly before letting us in a group like this. Even Blythe. Besides, we'll let Martin know I'm driving you tonight." "I really am kind of worn out." "Yeah, of course. I went through a similar thing in this group. I thought I'd been filleted. It was like there were no bones left in my body, like my brain had been sucked out through my ear." "Really? When was that? What was that about?" "Sorry," he said, smiling kindly. "No inside stuff outside of group. You want to ask me about that, it happens when everyone is around. Right now it's just a ride, that's all. No ulterior motives." Sonia was a little shocked. "That's very nice of you." "We usually look out for each other when we can," he said with a shrug. "Helping gets you helped sometimes." "You weren't all that helpful," she said with a scowl. I wanted you to leave me alone. You especially. He chuckled. I know. It's a dirty job. Chapter 11. Bob didn't want to get in the way of mother-son business, so he made himself pretty scarce in case Noel showed up at Andy's. He checked in by phone to be sure she was holding up all right, to see if Noel had come out of hiding, if they'd talked, if there was anything he could do. Then, thanks to her neighbor's son, they finally made phone contact and met at her house later the same night. According to Andy, Noel was pretty upset by his dad's reaction, but had known all along it would be like that. At least mother and son had talked it out. We're back in touch. And then Andy did something that thrilled Bob. She called him and said, Are you available tonight? Because I really need to be with you. I've missed you so much. Nothing in the world could have given Bob more pleasure, more deep-down joy. So he took her out to her favorite Mexican restaurant, bought her a very large margarita, held her hand on the patio under the starlight for a long time while she talked about it, and then they went back to Andy's house, to the bedroom. She was feeling a lot of distress, worried about what Noel was going through, how difficult it would be coming out, facing people like Rick who could judge him so harshly with such blistering rage. Bob had known from his sisters, it doesn't matter how old your kids are. When they hurt, you hurt. And this had to be so rough on the kid, to be disowned like that, separated from not only his dad but from his younger brothers, as though he'd given them some kind of disease. So Bob held Andy until she fell asleep. He cradled her against him as gently as he could. That same night, late, after they'd fallen asleep, the phone rang. It was Noel asking if it would be all right if he slept there that night. He heard Andy say, Of course, honey. Bob is here. Will you have a problem with that? And then she said, Good, because I want him to be here. I don't want to send him home. When the keys slipped in the lock at 11:30, Andy rose, put on her robe, and left the bedroom. It was only about 10 minutes before she was back, crawling in bed, curling up next to Bob. He looks all right, she whispered. Maybe we'll get through this. Sure you will, he said, pulling her to him, giving her the comfort of his arms. In the morning, Bob rose quietly at dawn. Some habits were hard to break. He dressed, let Bo out, and set up the coffee maker. He fed Bo while it perked. Andy had purchased a couple of bowls and a bag of dog food for Bo, something that made Bob feel so welcome in her home. He took Bo and a cup of coffee onto the patio and watched the sun rising. He wondered if Andy fully appreciated the value of her lifestyle, the solid, pretty little house in a nice neighborhood, so quiet all the time. His sister and brother-in-law lived in a much grander house with a guard at the gate in their neighborhood. But he preferred this. He'd been out there about 15 minutes when Noel appeared at the back door. He looked scruffy, his curly black hair all crazy. He was wearing last night's clothes, hadn't showered or shaved. The kid had a rugged beard, all that black Greek hair from Andy's side. Morning, he said. I'm going to shove off. Don't be in such a rush, Bob said. I've never known a 19-year-old with plans this early. Grab a cup. Come outside and take a look at this morning. Nah, I don't bite, Noel. Give yourself a break. At least stay till your mom gets up. He shook his curly mop of hair, but in a minute he was back with coffee and he grabbed a chair. Bo lumbered up and put his head in Noel's lap, and Noel stroked it, almost unconsciously. So you want to ask me questions or something? Bob shot him a surprised look. Questions? Me? I don't have any questions, son. Maybe you want to ask a few. Well, how about, how'd you get hooked up with my mom? Well, I was here working when she split up with her husband. I think she was upset, maybe lonely, maybe worried about things.
I gather it had been rough for them for a while. I think because of that, we did a lot of talking while I worked, and she ate her dinner. For about a month we talked, got into some real serious and personal issues, as well as some just plain old ordinary stuff. I guess you could say we became good friends. Then the kitchen was done, he said with a shrug. But we weren't done with the friendship. We'd gotten pretty close by then. Noel leaned back in his chair, holding his coffee cup in both hands. Don't you think it's a little strange? You and my mom? Oh, yeah, he said with a laugh, shaking his head. Pretty strange. Sure nothing I thought would ever come my way. But I have to say, I'm grateful. Your mom's awful special. What a great person. What a beautiful lady. Little too young for you, wouldn't you say? Noel asked. A little too much of everything for me, son. She's too beautiful, too smart, too compassionate and honest and funny. Just the best of everything. Too young? Probably. She keeps claiming to be 47. But doesn't she just look more like 27 to you? I don't know about that, Noel said, scoffing. He snapped his fingers to bring the dog back, and Bo obliged, laying his head in Noel's lap. So, this serious? You might have to be more specific, Bob said. You have serious intentions? Bob laughed. It was kind of a kick being asked questions like this by a 19-year-old. Well, Noel, to tell the truth, I'm trying my hardest not to have any intentions at all. Intentions or expectations. I figure your mom is way more than I deserve. I'm not going to take that for granted, believe me. But it sure is nice spending time with her. As long as it makes her happy, I'm more than willing to go along with that. Sounds like you don't expect it to last long, huh? Bob thought for a second, then sat forward, placing his coffee cup on the ground beside his chair. There's that word again. Expect. The thing is, Andy's young and beautiful. There's no telling how long she might be happy with someone like me. That's why I want to be real flexible with her, you know? If it turns out this isn't exactly right for her, I'd never make her feel bad about that. You understand, Noel? Noel was quiet a moment. I'm not sure I do, he said. Okay, let me put it another way. I love Andy. There's no question about that. Oh, damn, he laughed. I'm afraid I just told you before I told her. I should have been more careful about that. But I can understand if you have concerns about her feelings, so you need to know mine. I love her. Really, this is kind of new for me. I loved a woman before. I was married about 10 years ago, and I still love that girl. Real special woman. But it was nothing like this. I love Andy in a way I never thought I'd get to experience. I want to give Andy everything I have. I want to be the best partner she could imagine. Just thinking that way, I realize the most important thing I can give her is my complete love and commitment for as long as she wants it. But I'll never make your mom feel boxed in by anything, by anyone. All I want is for her to be happy every day of her life. No strings, is that it? Not exactly, Bob said, shaking his head. That would sound like I don't care all that much, but I don't want to be tied down. I couldn't care more, that's the truth. But I want the way I love her to be unconditional. I accept her, admire her, exactly the way she is. Not like she belongs to me. She'll never be property. Not like I have some claim on her. Although, he chuckled, she sure has a solid claim on me. No, son, I love her too much to make demands on her, to tie her up. With me, without me, it doesn't matter. I'll love her just the same. Then he smiled broadly. If it's with me, that's twice as good, of course, because I haven't been this happy in my life. You're saying it wouldn't bother you if she, dumped you? Noel asked. Bob shook his head. I'm not a hero, boy. Just an ordinary guy. It would bother me, you bet. I'd miss her so much. But But Annie deserves to have everything she wants, everything that makes her happy. When you really love someone, Noel, you don't concentrate on whether or not they're perfect or meet your expectations or behave in exactly the way you'd like. You just think about how lucky you are to have them in your life and want them to have whatever is good for them. You hold them in an open hand, Noel. It's kind of like the way your mom feels about you, but more romantic. Feels about me? You know. You're clear on that. There's nothing you could do to make her not love you, not stick by you. Nothing in the world. I know a fellow like you going through a rough patch right now. You can appreciate that kind of commitment, that kind of love. It's deep and real. Noel sat up straight. Shock registered on his face. I guess you haven't been thinking that way too much, Bob said. I'm not surprised. When someone feels that way about you, one of the first things you do is get used to it. Expect it to always be there because it always was. You can depend on it. But every so often, something will come up to make you just a little afraid that person might stop loving you that way, accepting you that way. And it's a reminder about how good it is. You know what I mean? You mean my dad, he said. It's not an easy thing, Noel. To love someone without any selfishness, without a personal agenda. It takes thought and heart, sacrifice and courage sometimes. People can get mixed up about what's the most important thing, their own personal needs or the needs of the person they love. I think that must be what happened to your dad. He's mixed up. We're not perfect, you know. Human beings, so fallible. Yeah, right. Noel snorted. Mixed up my ass. Well, maybe I give the man too much credit, Bob admitted. I don't know him after all, and I never had kids, so I could be talking out of turn, but my grandmother used to say, your kids don't belong to you. They're only on loan for you to raise. They have their own lives, their own destinies, so you better get out of the way. She was a real hot chick, my grandma. You shocked? He asked. About my rough patch, as you call it? Noel asked, a note of challenge in his voice. When I said rough patch, I didn't mean you being gay. I meant having a standoff with your dad, who I'm sure you love a lot. That's tough. I'm real sorry you're going through that. And I can't think what you can do about it. You can't change him any more than he can change you. But me being gay, that doesn't bother you? Bob shrugged. It's no different than if you showed up blonde or black or Chinese. Listen, you're not like everyone else, all right? Me either. And so the fuck what? Noel's eyes grew large at the curse. Life, it's a kaleidoscope. Your mom might have contributed the green, your dad the red, but you've got colors in there that come from just anywhere, even from old second cousins twice removed. You're not sick. You're gay. With black curly hair. Every turn of the wheel is its own creation. And you get along with gay guys? Noel asked. Just fine, Bob said. You bi or something? He laughed. No. Whenever I felt an attraction, it was always to a female. I didn't have a choice. You're not going to change that about me, and I'm not going to change that about you. Noel laughed and shook his head. Most guys your age aren't like that, he said. Most guys your age hate anything that doesn't fit into their idea of what's okay. Yeah? I learned a little patience. Sad truth is, you get to learn that by the hard times. It's too bad. If I was in charge, we'd get insight from the fun stuff. Noel took a sip from his cup. My coffee went cold. Go pitch it and pour some fresh. There's plenty of coffee in the house. So, you learned a little patience. Got any advice? I might, Bob said. Doesn't usually appeal to men under 40, though. Try me. Well, Bob said, leaning forward. I'd say you stay as true to yourself as you can. Try to be a good man, and go easy on the people who just can't seem to make it in the world without being mad about something. I figure they have it a lot tougher. Being angry, that's hard work. Hard on the heart. Noel relaxed in his chair. He scratched Bo's ears. It made Bob smile. A good old dog who appreciated a little stroking was so good for a mood, a perspective. My mom's worried about me being gay, Noel said. Nah, Bob said. Yeah, she is. She told me some of her worries. I shouldn't speak for Andy, but if I heard her right, she's worried about it being hard on you to be just who you are. And she's worried about people filled with hate, hoping that doesn't get turned on you in any way. Anyone would worry about that. I have a sister with a son in the army. He went to Afghanistan. Her worries are pretty much the same. Of course, it won't help to worry, but sometimes when it's your boy, your pride and joy, you just can't help it. You want only good things for him. You hate to think he'd ever have to suffer in any way. Noel looked at Bob and grinned. So, he said, you love my mother, huh? Oh, kid, Bob laughed. I do. I think she's the most wonderful person I've ever met. I love listening to her talk, laugh. She tells great stories, brings great stories out of me. And you know what? I look in the mirror or get down on my knees to do tile or heft up some big heavy shelf. I know I'm getting old, full of creaks, all gray and bald, a little more flesh than I need. But when I'm with Andy, just out to dinner or sitting right here in this beautiful weather, talking, laughing, I swear to God I feel 21. Noel laughed. Well, you're not. But isn't it terrific when you're with someone who can bring out your best self? I think that's the sign of a true friend, when they make you feel better when you're with them than you ever had a chance of feeling without them. Think she loves you back? Noel asked, grinning. We haven't said those words yet. You got it first. I might get in trouble for that. I'm not good at this stuff. I'm very inexperienced. But the way she is with me, if it isn't love, it's damn sure close enough for me. Your mom, she's one of the best people in the world. But you already know that. Noel dropped his chin. She always put me first, he said, without looking up. Even when it meant she was alone, stuck with some little kid. She really always put me first. It wasn't a sacrifice for her, Noel, Bob said earnestly. I'm sure it came naturally. I think that's how it is with most mothers, at least my sisters say so. Once you have that child, those children, it would be very hard to do anything else. You don't have anything to pay back for that. Kinda lets me off the hook. I didn't say you couldn't tell her you appreciate it. Also, you could let her know that except for this bad spot you have going on with your dad, you're okay, happy. You are happy, aren't you? Most of the time, he said. I have some good friends. No one special, but that doesn't mean there won't be. I'd hate to wait as long as you. You won't, Bob laughed. Hardly anyone is as introverted as me. You know, I was planning to be a teacher once, professor. That was my goal. Then I started building things, and it suited me. I think because I wasn't intimidated by the wood, the cement, and I was confident there. But you're not like that. You have all that personality and guts. Son, it takes guts to face up to things the way you have. Lift your chin and be yourself. People will like you for who you are. You sure don't seem like an introvert. You're kind of, I don't know, up front. With you, Bob said. I'm better one-on-one. And you're Andy's boy. You're good stock. It's pretty easy for me to feel comfortable with you. Safe. Noel was quiet for a second. I think I'll pitch this coffee. Get some hot. Good idea, Bob said. I could use a fresher too. And I think Bo looks like he's in the mood for a biscuit. You know where Andy keeps him? No. And I better show you. I think he might start counting on you for a treat. That'd be okay. Bob draped an arm around Noel's shoulders and walked with him into the house. Bo's a real good judge of character, you know. Dogs are like that. It doesn't matter what people say, how they act or look, dogs can see into a person's soul. They growl at a perfectly civil-looking person, and it should serve as a warning. Dogs know. But Bo, he took to you immediately. I guess that stands for something. You're full of so much shit, Bob, Noel said. Bob laughed. But don't I talk a good game? I just hope you're telling the truth about how you feel about my mom, because I can't stand to think of her with some loser. One thing about me, I have a hard time making up lies. You'll get that after you know me a while. I've always been like that. I just spit it out, the truth about anything. I got arrested that way once, when I was about your age in college. A cop asked me, "Is that marijuana you got there, boy?" And I answered, "Yes, sir. I'm sure sorry, sir." No shit. You? Unfortunately, that's no shit. He laughed. But I really believe that stuff about dogs. Don't you? Noel laughed and headed for the coffee pot. Whatever you say, Bob. There was one nice thing about summer. Jerry didn't have to race around, getting kids out of bed, prodding them into the car for school, breaking up fights, trying to block snipes and arguments in the car. She enjoyed having the house quiet first thing in the morning. And that was where the nice thing about summer ended as far as she was concerned. Jerry had the kids programmed to check in before leaving the house, reporting their activities and locations. And they had additional reasons to talk to their mother. Questions like how much detergent goes in the washer, why isn't there any lunch meat, where are the extra rolls of toilet paper, can you stop on the way home and get any number of unnecessary items? Her phone rang all day long or bleeped at incoming texts. It was all she could do to keep from losing her temper and demand they stop calling. But when they stopped, it signaled worse trouble. She left them lists of chores every morning. With kids around the house all day, the place was crumbling in no time. Jed had a summer job at a local restaurant, working evenings, so he slept late and did little or nothing all day long, then ate almost everything in sight before heading off to work. The phone rang and she glanced at her watch, hoping it was some charity or political tape she could hang up on. When she answered, she heard her mother-in-law's chipper voice. "Darling, I caught you before work." "Minutes before, but for you, I'd even be late. How are you, Muriel?" "Torn, that's how I am. We're all packed up in San Miguel, heading for 2 months in Maui, but I just don't feel right about it. I think I should come there, help out for the summer." Jerry laughed. "That's very tempting. A live-in drill master sounds like just the thing. But settled. I'll send Stan to Maui and get on the next flight." "You can't, Muriel," Jerry said. "It wouldn't work. Please don't take this personally. If my own mother was still alive, I wouldn't let her come now either. Really, Phil and I need the time. We're just starting to really talk about things. I have to know where it's going." She took a breath. "Although I admit it would be fun to watch you glare at him for a couple of months." "I don't have to harangue him, darling. I could manage to be civil, at least when the children are present." "If I didn't know better, I'd think you were enjoying this. Jerry, dearest, are you and my wayward son making any progress?" "What has Phil told you?" She laughed. "You're kidding. He won't give me a thing. The last time I asked him why he wouldn't talk about it, he said he didn't want me to screw up his lame attempts to get his wife back." "As if I would." Jerry laughed. The idea of Phil's mother torturing him with her disapproval was not hurting her mood. "Did you and Stan ever have marital problems?" she asked. "Of course not." Then she cackled at her own joke. "Geraldine, everyone has marital problems, of one stripe or another. Did either of you ever have—" She couldn't go on.
An affair? Muriel asked. Jerry, we never went through a situation like yours. Interpret that any way you like. We limped along like every married couple. Some of our troubles seemed insurmountable, some stupid and piddling. But I think in the end, I'd have to call it a very satisfactory marriage. Jerry, is there hope? It will be difficult to put him up for adoption at his age. There is, she said. But until I know what kind, Phil's staying right where he is, and I'm staying right here. And we're not having any friends or relatives in this mix. I hope you understand. Muriel sighed. My other daughters-in-law don't take as firm a hand with me, you know. Though that doesn't mean I actually like them better, but that's irrelevant. Jerry, if you needed my help, would you call? Of course. Muriel, I can't stop thinking about something my mother always used to say. If the rope gets cut, you can tie it back together, but there will always be a knot in it. Muriel didn't respond immediately. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Darling, when I look at the rope that belongs to Stan and me, so imperfect, so often broken and reconnected, I just assumed all those knots were there to give us something to hang on to. The June sun shone brightly, burning off the morning fog that tended to roll in from the coast and settle in the valley. Sonia had been digging in her yard for hours. The June sun on the fertile California land was like magic. Stick something in the ground and it would grow and grow and grow. The air was moist and warm, nurturing the flowers. She'd already lined the border of her backyard with colorful blooms. Though she'd gotten them in the ground a little late, they flourished. She'd made a habit of returning to the nursery almost every afternoon so she'd have fresh plants ready to go in the ground first thing each morning. When she started the project, she'd worn gardening gloves, but that hadn't lasted long. She'd come to love the feel of the rich, dark soil on her hands, caught in the crevices, stuck under her nails. As her flower beds grew deeper, she began placing patio stones and little pathways through the garden so she could get around without trampling her new babies. While she gardened, she could think. Much of her time was spent remembering Todd, sometimes talking to him just under her breath. It would have been so sweet to grow into adulthood with her brother, see where their lives intertwined, merged. She would likely be Aunt Sonia now if he'd lived. After the group session that everyone referred to as her breakthrough, Sonia cried for almost 2 full days. Panicked that she was retreating into madness again, she'd called Dr. Carr, who asked if anything new or significant had happened right before the crying began. Sonia told her about the upsetting group session. Ah, more grieving. Long overdue, it would seem. Will you be all right? Or do you need some extra help getting through this? Dr. Carr asked. Will I be all right? Tear my hair out of my head? Is anything like that happening, Sonia? She asked gently. No, I'm digging in the garden, planting, crying on the flowers. The psychiatrist laughed softly, tenderly. I can't think of a better place for your tears to fall. Please, call me in 2 days and tell me how you're feeling. 2 days later, there was less crying. 2 more days, she was much better. After another 2 group sessions, she could talk about her family, her brother's death, and her failed marriage without succumbing to wrenching sobs. The tears still popped into her eyes sometimes, unexpectedly, when a particularly sentimental memory came to mind. Good tears, the people in group called them. The kind of tears that got you well. She left the back patio doors open while she worked, and it was just before noon when she heard the doorbell. Since school was out, Andy sometimes popped over in the middle of the day, just for something to do. Sonia sat back on her heels, then got to her feet, brushing the dirt off her knees. She kicked off her shoes by the back door. It was a good time to take a break anyway. When she opened the door, it wasn't Andy, but George. He was dressed in an impeccable blue-gray pinstripe suit, his steel-gray hair perfectly combed for a day of business. She was thunderstruck for a second. Then she slammed the door in his face. He knocked. Then he knocked again. "Go away, George," she yelled at the door. And then she turned her back on the door and under her breath muttered, "Asshole." She hadn't even made it out of the foyer when she heard a key in the lock. She whirled to face the door as it opened. "What are you doing?" she demanded, aghast.
"Letting myself into my house," he said. "I am still part owner, you know."
"What the hell do you want?"
"I want to see you, to ask how you are," he said simply. "You won't talk to me or return my calls. I hear from your doctor that you're making great progress and are feeling much better. I'd like to hear from you how much better you're feeling."
"She shouldn't be telling you anything," Sonia said angrily. "Doctor-patient privilege."
She crossed her arms over her chest. "She has to respond to me, Sonia. I'm the insurer and the one who's paying the bills. Now why don't we just make things simple? Can you tell me how you're doing without all the profanity?" She ground her teeth for a moment.
"I'm crazy. Now you can go."
"You're not crazy," he said. "But you are muddy. What's going on?" She took a deep breath.
"I've been planting flowers. Really, I'm not ready to talk to you, especially about how I am."
"It doesn't have to be a long conversation,"
he said, walking past her into the kitchen. He sat down at the nook table and waited patiently. She followed him. "Aren't you just a little afraid you'll put me right back over the edge?" He shook his head.
"I checked with the doctor. She assures me you've become very resilient. You look a lot better than you did the last time I saw you," he said.
"Duh," she said. She yanked out the chair opposite George and plopped down. "I was on another planet the last time you saw me. Now I only visit. Much too nuts for you to have to deal with." He smiled at her.
"You know what today is?"
he asked. "Friday," she said in a snotty tone.
"It's our 10th anniversary,
he said.
"It's okay. I didn't expect you to remember it." For a second, the shock registered on her face. She really hadn't spent a lot of mental energy on George and the marriage or its destruction in the past couple of weeks. She'd gone a lot further back in time. She realized her mouth was open and closed it. Then she pursed her lips.
"I can't remember things like that. I'm nuts." He laughed at her.
"You don't have to play the nuts game with me, Sonia. I thought I'd stop by, force my presence on you to see how you're doing, invite you out to lunch."
"Lunch?"
she shrieked, insulted to her core.
"You want me to go to lunch?"
"I guess that's a no," he said pleasantly.
"You're damn right it's a no. You've got some nerve, you know that? You drive me insane, and then you pop over to check on my health and ask me out to lunch? Fuck you, George!"
He merely smiled. "Sonia, give me a little credit. Don't you think it was important to me to understand whether I did this to you? Come on now. I talked to some professionals. I'm pretty clear on what happened. You can blame me all you want, but we both know this whole episode is no one's fault, and you're gonna be fine."
"No thanks to you. I was fine before."
"Actually, no," he said, drumming his fingers on the table. "You had a little grenade inside you that was ready to blow. God, I wish someone else had pulled the pin. But you couldn't have moved on until that was taken care of. I had no idea, of course, but then neither did you." She clenched her teeth while she stared at him. She hated that he spoke the truth, because she hated him. She would die before she ever thanked him for being the catalyst that set her free.
"So," she said, lifting her chin, "you bring papers for me to sign or something? Get your prenup in under the wire?"
He looked surprised, but just shook his head. "You still have a copy of that? I tore mine up years ago when I was cleaning out files." By the time a couple spends a few years together, either it's no longer relevant or the relationship's in serious trouble. Don't you think?
Then why have it in the first place? She asked, uncrossing her arms. She was astonished and most curious.
I had a lot of investments when we got married, he said with a shrug. But I knew in 2 or 3 years you had no interest in taking my money. You're a lot of things, but you're no gold digger.
Well, I want it now, she said meanly.
Now it's a done deal, he laughed.
You're taking it pretty well, she said quietly, wondering what nasty trick he had up his sleeve. You've always been awfully proud of your balance sheet.
Yes, we all have our shortcomings, I guess.
He clasped his hands together on the tabletop and leaned toward her.
Listen, when we got married, there were a lot of good reasons. Neither of us wanted children. We were almost always compatible, even if we weren't real exciting. You wanted nothing so much as to keep everything spotless and get the stains out of my shirts, and all I wanted was someone as nice and beautiful as you beside me, supporting me while I worked to keep building retirement money for my clients, and my own portfolio at the same time. I didn't want a lot. Maybe I was wrong, but it seemed like you didn't want that much. I'm not an exciting guy, Sonia. I know that. I don't have family. Your parents are old and kind of feeble now. We were 2 people who really didn't have other people, and I thought all your candles and fountains and stuff were kind of cute and harmless.
He shrugged and smiled. She narrowed her eyes as he spoke. I loved you, you sorry son of a bitch.
Oh, Sonia,
he said sadly.
I loved you, too. I love you. Still. It's just that the kind of love you get from a guy like me doesn't have much sparkle to it. I'm dull and serious. They make jokes around the office about how I actually have a personality when I come out of my shell a little at those company functions. And I'm sorry. I never knew the whole health spa atmosphere would get to me like it did. I kind of went over the edge, too. She braced her hands on the seat of her chair and looked at him suspiciously.
You don't have some secret plan or something, do you? Some fancy lawyer behind the scenes ready to cream me the second I let down my guard?
No, nothing like that. I haven't even talked to anyone about divorce. It seemed pretty inappropriate while you were trying to recover. This whole business just scared the crap out of me. Jesus, if something really horrible had happened. If we can both get through this with our sanity, I won't ask for more than that.
You want a divorce as soon as possible?
I don't care about that. It really doesn't matter,
he said, shaking his head.
If you do.
But you're paying the bills, and they've been huge considering Glendale.
You never spent any money during our marriage,
he said.
Growing herbs doesn't cost anything. You never put actual meat in my food. If I added up the cost of all those fountains, chimes, and candles, it wouldn't be $2,000 over 10 years, and I'm sure you earned way more than that with your classes and clients. Sonia.
He laughed.
Honey, you're a real cheap date. She couldn't remember the last time he'd called her honey. She wasn't sure what to think about the cheap date comment.
Always so fiduciarily responsible, she said,
crossing her arms over her chest again. Well, now you've traded all that for the nursery, it seems. Want to show me what you've been doing?
No, she said stubbornly.
Okay, he said, pushing his chair back. He walked to the patio doors while she remained seated. He looked out into the backyard. Wow, he said. She chewed her lip.
It's possible I have a little OCD, obsessive-compulsive disorder, she said. Kind of goes along with all the other stuff. When I get into something, I go all the way.
George looked over his shoulder at her. Really? He asked. You might not want to cure that until you finish the yard. It's stunning. Amazing.
You really like it?
It's beautiful. I wouldn't want to eat and sleep in a house that looked like a funeral parlor, but what you've done so far looks fantastic. You really do have a lot of talents. Seems like you just need to learn when to stop.
Except I'm no good at making money, she muttered.
Don't sweat it, Sonia. That's my talent. Fortunately, I'm so good at it, you shouldn't have to worry. Unless your OCD extends to shopping, in which case we'll be tapped out pretty quick. He turned away from the patio doors and headed for the foyer. I don't want to keep you, and I didn't come here to pressure you. I just wanted to see for myself that you're getting better. Happy anniversary. Sorry it wasn't a good one for you. 10 should be something special, though I have no idea what kind of special.
It was kind of special, she found herself thinking. It was actually the first time she felt George had accepted her as she was. Exactly as she was. And she had to be crazy for that to happen. "George," she said when he got to the door. He turned.
Yes?
"If you call, I'll talk to you. For 5 minutes. And not too often." He grinned at her.
Okay, Sonia. Glad you're feeling better.
And then he was gone. Chapter 12. Jerry did a little further local research on BJ and found a guy with the last name of Smith who had a small but lucrative electronics repair firm in Mill Valley. On her lunch hour, she dropped by. BJ was behind a counter, staring at a computer screen when Jerry walked in. When BJ looked up, she looked stunned. "Hey," Jerry said. "I was in the area. I thought maybe I could take you to lunch." "How did you find me?" BJ asked, standing from behind her desk. "It wasn't hard," Jerry said with a shrug. "I looked it up on the computer. So can you take lunch? If not, we can do it some other time." It was almost as if BJ knew. She said she'd find someone from the shop to cover her desk, but she was tense, on guard, as she did so. When they were walking out of the office, she said, "I only have a little time. Half hour, 45 minutes tops." "I'm sure you know some places nearby," Jerry replied. "I usually bring something," she said. "When I don't, we hit Taco Bell or Wendy's for a salad." "Either of those works for me. Or I saw this sushi place down the road. You eat sushi?" "I haven't," BJ said. "We could get some non-fish rolls, break you in slowly," Jerry said with a smile. "Okay," BJ said cautiously. "Come on, you're not leaving the kids alone or anything. Relax. Try to enjoy a little break." "Yeah," she said, clearly not enjoying it a bit. "By the way, where are the kids over summer?" Jerry asked. "At my brother's house. They've been really great about helping me out while I'm working." "They must like it there. With their aunt?" "Yeah," she said. "Her kids are grown, but she's good to my kids. My brother's done pretty well here. The business is doing okay. I lucked out." "Nah, you didn't luck out. You must have a good family, BJ. That's how we get through the hard times." "Yeah," she said, glum. She got in Jerry's car. Jerry made a little small talk, telling her about Matt's obsession with baseball and video games, Andy's ongoing thing with Bob, Sonia's new hobby of planting up the entire yard. When they were settled in a very sparsely populated restaurant and each had an iced tea, Jerry explained why she was there. "Let's not drag this out. You're clearly on to me. I just want you to know I know." "I guessed," BJ said. "How?" Jerry asked. "You said you could find things out, and I freaked out that night with the thing in the parking lot. I wish you wouldn't freak out now. I'm on your side." "How can you be?" "I read the newspapers, got my hands on a couple of reports," Jerry said. Look, I'm not going to say anything to anyone, not even Andy. The only other person who knows is Phil, who looked it up for me. And by the way, that's not really allowed. But right now, Phil would kill Caesar for me, you know? We don't make a habit of doing background checks on neighbors. She sipped her tea. Besides, hardly anyone has more shit going on than us. I do, BJ said solemnly. Yeah, you do win the prize, my girl. I have a million questions, but I'm not going to overwhelm you. Right now, all I want is to be straight with you. I want you to know I know, and that I'm not going to run scared or gossip about you or judge you. Your husband prosecutes people like me, BJ said. I look things up too. I don't have a computer, but I can get on the internet at my brother's shop. Jerry smiled. He does, she admitted. He doesn't like it. He sees the flaws. He goes with the patriarchal laws. We fight about it. He tries to plead down the sentence when he understands the defendant was helpless. And when he's prosecuting a case like yours, he suffers. Plus, I kick him every time I turn over in bed, every night. She reached across the table and squeezed BJ's hand. Really, he hates it. And he understands. He won't fight the system, but he gets it. You were right about him. He's decent. BJ looked down. You could have played it a lot closer to your chest, she said. I sure wouldn't have pressed you. Jerry shook her head. That wouldn't have worked, she said. Besides, it would have kept you back. You would have distanced yourself. I would have, she admitted. Also, I'm not great at that, pretending I know nothing. I bet you are at work. Work is different, Jerry said. The people I'm there to serve are, well, most of them will plod along through completely dysfunctional lives forever, through generations, in fact. Those are easy to spot, and I have to keep them at arm's length or it'll eat me alive. Then there are cases where if I don't play it coy, someone might get hurt. And of course, we help a lot at CPS. It doesn't look like it on paper all the time, but if you're right there in the middle of it, if you can see the eyes of a child you're working with, you can just tell. I'm not really good at that kind of thing where my intimates are concerned. You saw that with Sonia. With Phil. With Phil? She shrugged. I never sensed it. The affair. I was too close to him. When I found out, it occurred to me to use some of my skills to get to the bottom of the whole thing before confronting him. But honesty has always been a priority in our house. I guess not with him, though, huh? With him as well, which is why he made that stupid pact with himself to admit the truth if I ever found out. She lifted the tea to her lips. I wish he'd used all that time to think of a good lie. It might have been better for us. It might have been better for me if I never knew you knew, BJ said. No, it wouldn't. Jerry smiled. Oh, if my knowing was going to hurt you or your kids, you'd be right. But it won't. BJ, you've been through a lot. There isn't any reason for you not to have friends. I understand, you have to be careful, but... The waiter brought them sushi rolls and plates. Jerry set about the task of putting out the little dishes. Watch, this is what you do. She demonstrated. Some soy, some wasabi, then showed BJ how to hold the chopsticks. Jerry plucked a spicy tuna roll off the plate in the middle, dipped it, ate it. Spicy tuna, shrimp and crab, she said, pointing. This is a California roll, no raw fish. But take a chance. Try the tuna roll. It's delicious. BJ struggled with her chopsticks for a moment, then, clumsily, picked up a tuna roll, gently placed it in her soy and wasabi, lifted it, and, plunk, it splashed back into the soy. Jerry laughed. It doesn't get much easier, either. No wonder they never gain weight, BJ muttered, attempting it again. She maneuvered the bite-sized piece into her mouth and chewed it thoughtfully. Not too bad. See? Trust me, Jerry said. I never thought I'd see this day, BJ said, going after another piece. A shishi lunch in Mill Valley. Please, Jerry laughed. Aim higher than this. So tell me something, BJ said. How do you think the others would take the news? Andy and Sonia. Andy, no question. I'm an advocate for children, but she's their champion. It's her life's work. Sonia, hard to tell. I haven't been able to read her for a while. She's between worlds right now. The old Sonia might have freaked out. But this new person is almost the opposite. Don't do anything until you're sure you're comfortable. And it's okay to never tell, you know. No one would blame you. I'm sure no one suspects anything. Jerry plucked another piece of sushi off the plate. What are your plans? She asked. I've been able to save some money, BJ said. I think I'm good in that house until the end of summer, maybe through the fall. I'll get plenty of notice and time. The house is designed for women like me. In fact, it's pretty hard to be considered. I'm gonna have to free it up and give someone else a chance. It's only right. Of course, Jerry said, but with disappointment. I'm really glad it was you for a year, BJ. I like you. Thanks, BJ said. I like you too. If you could do anything, absolutely anything. School, she said. I didn't finish high school. Got my GED in prison. And then a couple of college courses, but whether the credits transfer is questionable. I once thought I'd like to be a teacher, but I couldn't pass the background check. That doesn't matter. I'm interested in a million things. I'd love to do what you do. I can smell a family in crisis 100 miles away. But for right now, if I can just keep a roof over my head and take care of the kids, I'll be grateful. We're safe now. That's what matters. Do they need counseling? Jerry asked. They're getting it. There's a very strong network for battered women, even the ones who cross the line like me. I had amazing support through the whole thing. They even helped me keep my kids, in a way. In a way? They helped me find a good lawyer. His parents wanted the kids, and they're as crazy and mean as he was. Most of the people in the family had criminal records. But just to be sure, I traded the insurance money, which would have gone to the kids, for their signed promise never to seek custody of my children. She studied her chopsticks, maneuvering them. $30,000. His parents didn't even have to think about it. They wanted the money more than they wanted their grandchildren. And the kids were with your brother? No, she said, shaking her head. My mom and dad. But I can't go back to Fresno to live. Not ever. He had a big family, a lot of buddies as nasty as he was. A quick visit, in and out, that's all I dare, and I don't dare often. They're all big and mean, but they're not that smart. They won't try to find me, but if any of them stumbles into my path, they might want revenge. But they don't want the kids. Jeez, you've really been through it. So the kids are getting counseling. Are you getting any support? Some, BJ said. There are groups available, and I've dropped in a few times, but the best thing for me right now is to feel I'm taking care of my kids on my own. That really works for me. I got a lot of support in prison. In fact, I was kind of an orange jumpsuit celebrity. There are a lot of women in there who fantasized about doing what I did, whether they were justified or not. She smiled contritely. I'm sorry, Jerry said. I wasn't going to ask a lot of questions. We have so much time to talk about both our lives, because no matter where you go next, I'm not giving you up. It's not going to be Mill Valley, Jerry. This place is too expensive. I'm thinking of leaving the state, going someplace with a lower cost of living, but I want to be close to family if I can. I haven't figured anything out yet, but I should. If you have any suggestions, I'm open. I'll work on that. Selfishly, I'd like you to stay close. I'll use my connections, look into options. BJ tilted her head and her eyes glistened. One more, she said, her voice a little raspy. One more question. Then we eat this sushi and I have to go back to work. How do you have the courage? BJ had to purse her lips tight, and her nose turned a little pink. She glanced away for a second to gather her composure. Then she looked back at Jerry. It wasn't courage, she said in a whisper. All I had was fear and desperation. It was him or us. We were absolutely and truly down to that, I swear. Jerry was quiet for a second. Then she said, God bless you, sister. BJ knocked on Sonia's door that same afternoon after work. Hi, she said when Sonia answered. Still digging? Can't stop myself, she said, but she smiled when she said it. Want to see? I'd love to. She stepped inside. BJ didn't drop in on the women in her neighborhood. She mainly saw them in passing, outside. She rarely saw Sonia at all these days. How about a glass of wine? Sonia offered. Gee, you can't drink wine, can you? She asked. I mean, with all you have going on? You mean medication, lunacy, depression, and marital disharmony? She asked with a laugh. I'm not exactly cleared for alcohol yet, and besides, being the health nut of the neighborhood, I've always been a spare sipper. But I keep a bottle of chilled white in the fridge for Andy and Jerry, and I admit, I'm really looking forward to when I can join them. I might chug it. When do you suppose that's going to happen? BJ asked, watching somewhat distractedly while Sonia breezed into her cheerful kitchen and poured a small glass of wine. I'm thinking about a year, she said. Dr. Calle says the antidepressant and anti-anxiety drugs are probably temporary for me. We'll see. I like having a full head of hair, so I'm not going to argue about it. She handed BJ the glass. Thanks. I hadn't had a drop of alcohol in years till I met you girls. I wonder if you're all a bad influence. I figure if Jesus could turn water into wine at a wedding, it's probably not the worst thing. Come out back, Sonia invited, leading the way. BJ stepped out onto the patio and felt almost assaulted by the depth and color that surrounded the yard. On all four sides, against the house and 3 surrounding fences, were beautiful plants and flowers. She saw plants 6 feet deep, roses, lilies, gladiolas, daisies, bougainvillea, ferns, snapdragons, and a multitude of unidentifiable blooms and stalks in every color. Good God, BJ said, shocked. Sonia laughed and went to sit down in a patio chair. She had a couple of chairs turned toward the yard, a small redwood table separating them. BJ noticed there was a water glass there. Sonia had been enjoying the view of her hard work in the early evening sun. BJ sat down next to her. You did this all by yourself? She asked. When I get going, I can't seem to stop, Sonia said. It's probably going to require another pill of some kind. Sonia, landscaping companies can't pull this off in a couple of months, BJ said. And there's no mess, like it was all just dropped down from heaven. Oh, there's a mess on the side of the house. I have a routine. First thing in the morning, I throw away the empty containers, rocks, weeds, sod, junk, and start digging, planting, and cultivating. Then, at the end of the day, I rinse off my tools and wheelbarrow and go to the nursery to get plants and supplies for the next day so I can start again. I finally had to buy patio stones to weave through the gardens because it all got so thick. But I never get rid of plants unless they're doomed and dying. I just relocate them very carefully. They're kind of like babies. How can you do this? BJ asked. It's just amazing. Sonia shrugged. No family, no husband, no job, no children. BJ was quiet. She finally asked, Sonia, are you ever lonely? Hardly ever anymore. I just found out something so bizarre. I was lonelier before, when I had all those things and people in my life. The classes, the co-op, the little consulting business I did, George, not to mention all the meditating and endless work at keeping things perfectly balanced and serene. Like a cocoon. I could hear each twinge in my body and knew exactly what herb or vitamin would soothe or strengthen it. It was like I was insulating myself against feeling things, because if you let the feelings in, you risk one that hurts sneaking up on you. And now? BJ asked. Well, now I'm forced to take a look at all the scary feelings I worked so hard to keep out. Blech. She grinned at BJ. They're every bit as bad as I thought they might be. BJ smiled back. Then why are you smiling? Because it had to happen. Keeping it all in makes you sick and nuts. It turns out to be correct. The truth sets you free. Just let it out, huh? Is that the prescription? BJ asked, sipping her wine. Sonia laughed at her. It's not that simple. First you have to have a major meltdown, then lockdown, then the drugs they give you loosen up all the dams you'd worked for over 20 years to put in place, and under the right god-awful confrontational circumstances, you're a sitting duck. First it's a trickle, then it's a stream, then it's a goddamn flood pouring out of you, and there's just no stopping it. And then you have to suffer. Because once the secrets are out, you have to live with them. Probably the place most of the depression started was almost 30 years ago, when my 17-year-old brother, Todd, was killed, and my parents shut down. They were lost in such a horrible black hole, I couldn't express my own grief. It was like I lost my entire family on one rainy night. I was 13. So, when I got to that little gem of knowledge, revisiting that time of my life, I sobbed for days. Cried and dug in the yard and cried some more. My shrink said, I can't think of a better place for your tears to fall than on the flowers. And then she turned slightly glistening eyes toward BJ. BJ was speechless, entranced. This was the most intimate conversation she'd had with another woman since leaving Chowchilla. She swallowed, trying to keep back her own tears. You've really gotten good at it, she said, her voice catching. You got this from therapy? Group therapy, the bastards. They're relentless. And now, as revenge, they're programming me to do it to other people. We have a new woman in our group, a real nutball from the state hospital who probably needs to unload. Damn, I hate to do it to her. I know what's coming. Sounds kind of like you're in all the way now, BJ said, taking a sip of her wine. Yeah, how about that? Well, the upside is you get some of the good feelings back too. I guess what happens when you block out the bad feelings is your subconscious can't tell the difference. It just blocks all feelings automatically. You turn into a living corpse. It occurred to BJ that there wasn't a human being on Earth who didn't have deeply complex and emotional issues just under the skin. You always seemed so prissy and high-strung, kind of like a thoroughbred. Physically perfect, with a whole bunch of reined-in energy. Sonia held out her hands toward BJ, palms down. Her nails were broken, split, with dirt stuck under them and ground into the cuticles. I guess that's changing. That's not all that's changed. You're so relaxed. Sonia shrugged. Could be the drugs, she said. Could be I had a lot of tension keeping stuff buried. I used to be afraid if I opened that closet door, unbelievable shit would fall on me and kill me. I never realized how much energy it took to keep the door closed. And out of it comes this, BJ said, sweeping her hand in the direction of the flowers. I'm going to have to figure out how to take control without being too controlling, Sonia said. I can't let it overrun me like all the other stuff did. When George saw it, he said I just need to learn how to stop. I hate to admit it, but it kind of put me on notice. He was right. That's what I did with the fountains, candles, chimes, music, bland food. Shit. He didn't stand a chance. George saw the garden? Uh-huh. He stopped by a few days ago. He wanted to wish me happy anniversary. Number 10. You're kidding me. You saw George. I've talked to him a couple of times, too. Sonia? You're talking to George? Uh-huh. Amazing, huh? We're not getting back together or anything. We're not getting divorced right now either. At least not until all this other stuff is taken care of. It's pointless, he says. We might stay friends, though. We always liked each other a lot, but we got married for reasons that seemed to make sense at the time, but were probably all wrong. A couple of lonely people with no attachments who could be alone together and feel a little bit less alone. It was supposed to be a simple marriage that didn't require too much and could meet a few mutual needs. But then I tried to take care of George so I'd never have to lose another person. And I lost him. What about the prenup? BJ asked. He said he got rid of it years ago. He knew I didn't really care about his money. George is good at what he does. If you ever need a financial planner, I'll keep him in mind, BJ said with good humor. Sonia, I have to say, you took me completely by surprise. I didn't expect this from you. All this honesty, all these flowers. You're so different from the person I thought you were. And I'm really flattered that you trusted me enough to talk about all that personal stuff. Why wouldn't I trust you, BJ? Sonia asked. You saved my life. No one else could tell anything was wrong. And you, the one who knows me least, saw the most. Nah, it wasn't like that, she said. Just dumb luck, that's all. Not the way Jerry tells it. It was you who insisted on breaking into the house and taking me to the hospital. And you who noticed the house was starting to smell bad. It's like we were sisters of the heart before we knew anything about each other. I owe you, BJ. I'll never be able to repay you, but I know I owe you. You don't owe me, she said, smiling, shaking her head. But I did come over for a reason. You don't seem to be walking anymore in the mornings. I've been slacking on that, Sonia admitted. What are you doing for exercise? BJ asked. Besides gardening 8 hours a day? She laughed. Are you stiff? Sore? If I stay on my knees too long, I can stiffen up. Not too bad. But I know it's exercise. I use every muscle in my body. I'll bet. How'd you like to try something different? Like what? Run with me, BJ said. I don't run, Sonia said, shaking her head. I'd never keep up with you, for one thing. BJ turned in her chair to face Sonia. I'll go easy on you while you give it a chance. See if you can do it. A few years ago, I was in a spot where I really needed some exercise bad or I was going to go all limp. But I had no real resources and very little time, so I started running. I got hooked. It changed my mood and helped me think more clearly. You can't imagine. Now I have to run, just to keep my thoughts and emotions from going berserk. I think it's the endorphins. And if you're worried about the flowers taking over, you could try a couple of other things along with the gardening. Not everything about balance is cursed. Wouldn't that be like going back to the candles and fountains? Sonia asked. Not while you're still in your group, I don't think, she said, shaking her head. Try it. I get tired of running alone all the time. It might work for you like it worked for me. She shrugged. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But what do you have to lose? When? Sonia asked warily. Tomorrow morning, 6. Oh, I don't know. I haven't been getting up that early lately. I'm drugged, BJ grinned. You're not that drugged. In fact, I think the drugs make you kind of even, if you get my drift. Besides, you owe me. Sonia made a face. Pretty smart of me to give you a weapon to use on me. Come on, BJ said, standing. I have to get back to the kids. They're supposed to be cleaning up their rooms. I'll see you at 6 a.m. She handed Sonia her wine glass. Thanks. That was great. Try to keep me from getting in the habit, will ya? 6, Sonia said weakly, furrowing her brows. With a smile on your face, BJ said. At 6 the next morning, BJ had to knock on Sonia's door. She wondered if she was going to do it, get up and run. When the door opened, BJ had to keep from laughing out loud. Sonia stood in the frame holding a steaming cup, her hair all ratty from bed, mud stains on the knees of her sweats, narrowed eyes and a scowl on her face. Sonia, is that coffee? Tea, she grumbled. Man, you look a lot like Jerry used to look when you rousted her out to walk, BJ said, laughing. I'm going to buy her something nice, Sonia muttered. I should make amends for that. Come on, BJ coaxed. Let's stretch. Sonia put her cup down on the foyer table and pulled the door closed behind her. Let's get this over with, she said, not realizing how much she sounded like Jerry as well. They stretched out legs, joints, backs, arms, loosening everything up. Then BJ suggested they start with a brisk walk. After a block, Sonia was moving along pretty well. How do you feel about a nice, gentle trot? BJ asked. I'm not sure, Sonia said. I'll let you know. Come on, BJ said, setting an easy pace. Once they were moving along, BJ started explaining how things would work. I've plotted my entire course 100 times. I know all the exact measurements and distances. If you can jog a half mile, we'll walk again and see how you feel. I might not make a half mile, Sonia said, panting. You're doing great. How's it feel? Like I need a hip replacement. Anything hurt? Everything hurts. I'm weak and sick and crazy. BJ laughed at her. They cantered along for a couple of blocks, and BJ said, Let's pick it up just a little bit. How you doing? Really sorry I made friends with you. Here we go, Sonia. Nice and easy. Even out your breathing. Don't come down too hard. Just roll off your feet, heel to toe. Swing your arms gently to give yourself a little help. You're doing great. They ran a few blocks, then BJ said, Okay, we're going to pick it up just a little more. Not too fast. Nice and easy. That's a girl? Hey, you're in very good shape. Ugh, Sonia said. Tell me when you run out of steam, but try to push yourself a little bit. It's always hard work at first, but then the endorphins kick in and it feels like you could go forever. Why aren't you breathing hard? Sonia asked. Because I do this every day, that's why. I'm panting by the last couple of miles. Just go with it. Try to breathe evenly, nice and deep. They ran on, and every few blocks BJ increased their pace just slightly. They went around another bend, down a long block. Sonia was panting beside her, but she was running. They didn't talk, just moved slick and easy down the road. BJ could have gone faster, but she was happy with Sonia beside her. She thought about the first time she saw her with Jerry and Andy, so prim in her pastel sweat combinations, her shoes so white and new-looking every day. At the end of their walk, when the women converged again, Sonia would have a glistening of perspiration on her face and neck, but otherwise looked as pristine as ever. Now she had great rivers of sweat running down her neck, soaking her shirt from the collar to the middle of her back, sweat stains under each arm, her hair stringy and damp from exertion. She thought about seeing Sonia sitting against her bedroom wall between her bed and bureau, her eyes wide and spaced out with the fear of not knowing what was happening to her, her face as white as bleached marble. Gonzo. She glanced over at her. This was so much better. Running was a thing that required a certain amount of control and yielded a tremendous feeling of freedom. "Have we gone our half-mile?" Sonia said, gasping for air. "Mile and a half," BJ said. Sonia stopped dead in her tracks and turned wide eyes on BJ. "Mile and a half? Yup. Keep moving. How do you feel?" "Holy shit," Sonia said, stunned. Then she took off jogging almost effortlessly. "Holy shit," she said again. Laughing almost too hard to run, BJ caught up. "Feels pretty good, doesn't it?" "Not sure," she rasped. "But holy shit! Didn't know you had it in you, did you, girlfriend? I think maybe you're a runner and never knew it." "Wow," was all she could say. Yeah, BJ thought. This is better. Flowers, running, cursing like a sailor, letting down the barriers so the sun could shine where the darkness had lived. BJ knew all about that. She felt her eyes fill with tears. This is better. Andy was very much looking forward to meeting Bob's family. He confessed to her that Connie and Frank were so excited to meet Bob's new girlfriend, they wanted all 4 grown children, their spouses, and 9 grandkids to come over for a big family gathering. But Bob slammed the lid on that. At his insistence, it would be a cozy little backyard barbecue that would give the 2 couples a chance to get to know each other. There was plenty of time to bring in the entire supporting cast. He explained that Frank and Connie were rich, and their house was probably more of a small mansion. He didn't want Andy to think that had anything to do with him. He was just a poor relative. "Bob, I figured if it had a guest house, it was pretty substantial, and that Connie and Frank weren't simple folks if they had all that," she said. "But they are," he said earnestly. "Maybe I just kid myself about that, but they seem just ordinary to me. My other sisters and their families live in regular little houses, always worked hard and had to worry about things like paying for college and weddings. I know Connie and Frank are kind of different in that way, though they're hard workers too. I can't explain it." "Well," Andy said, "maybe you just did. You're saying Connie and Frank are very wealthy but down to earth." "Frank started with nothing, just like anyone else. He had aspirations to be a developer. He was a contractor who got small jobs. He had his own little company that Connie managed and kept the books for while she was having the kids. They moved into that house to renovate it and sell it at a profit to fund larger investments that could be used to develop condos, apartment complexes, small housing tracts. But he got his break before the big house was finished, so they never sold it. Frank was my first boss out of college when I started custom carpentry." He whistled. "Tell you what, if Frank touches it, it turns straight to gold." "Bob," she said, laughing, "are you nervous?" "I think I need you to like them," he said weakly. She put a hand along his cheek. "I'm sure I'll like them. But try to remember, it really doesn't matter. What matters is that I like you." He put his arms around her and held her tight. Andy wasn't overwhelmed by the house, which was indeed huge and beautiful, nearly 10,000 square feet of it. Given her work, she'd been to many a fundraiser and political rally in ostentatious settings, and was well acquainted with the wealth of Marin County. The house sat within a small, exclusive neighborhood with a guard at the gate. It was set back on a beautiful manicured lawn with a circular brick drive. Although Bob pulled his truck around back, he insisted they go to the front door. They were drawn into a large marble foyer by Connie, a woman in her 60s who wore a wide grin and pulled Andy immediately into her welcoming arms for a big hug. "I am so glad to finally meet you," she said to Andy. "I thought Bob made you up." "Completely real," Andy laughed. "I never worried that he made you up. I know every detail of your childhood and the childhoods of each of your kids." "Doesn't he just talk too much?" Connie asked. Come in, come in. I'm not used to this at all, Bob coming to the front door like this. He usually just lets himself in the kitchen door." She bent to say hello to Beau, giving him an affectionate rub on the head. "That would have suited me just fine," Andy said. "Come on back. Frank's on the patio. You can relax and have something to drink." "I'd be happy to help you," Andy offered. "Even better," Connie said. "I could use a hand." Andy glanced at Bob and saw that he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief that the preliminaries were going well. She tried giving him a smile of reassurance, but he appeared to be too tense to notice. Connie had already turned away from the front door and was leading them through the house toward the back. Andy chuckled, turned, and followed. When she arrived in the kitchen, a kitchen clearly designed to play host to very large parties, she found Connie at the central workstation with food spread all over the place. Tons of food. "Bob, please get Andy whatever she'd like and grab yourself a cold beer so you can relax a little bit." "We like each other just fine." While Bob busied himself fixing drinks, Andy and Connie exchanged amused glances. Bob handed Andy a glass of wine. "Would you like to meet Frank before you get involved in this mess?" he asked. "I think maybe I'd better," she said with a laugh. When they arrived on the patio, Andy barely noticed the man sleeping, open-mouthed, his glasses slipping off his generous nose, a newspaper sliding off his lap. She was taken by her surroundings. A backyard showplace. The grounds were massive. The landscaping surrounding the patio and pool was lush, green, and flowering. The patio and pool deck was large enough to hold at least 200 people. There were tables and chairs placed strategically around the yard and 2 gazebos. Right beside the French doors that led back into the kitchen was a small table and chairs, a couple of matching chaise lounges, and a large grill built into a brick console with what looked like a warming oven and small refrigerator. And there, across the yard with a driveway that led to the door, was the guest house. And it was not a tiny guest house. It looked big enough for a couple or small family, with a second-floor dormer window indicating a loft or upstairs bedroom. Frank?" Bob said. Frank roused slowly, adjusting his glasses, and looked at Bob. "Oh," he said, sitting up as though shocked he'd fallen asleep. Then he stood. "Frank, I'd like you to meet Andy Jameson. Andy, meet my brother-in-law, Frank Seppelman." "Well, it's about time," Frank chortled. "I wondered if he was ever going to share you." He took one of her hands in both of his. "I'm so happy you came today, so happy. Good to meet you, Andy. Short for Andrea?" "Anastasia," Bob said. "She'll rise again. That's what it means." "Nice to meet you too, Frank," Andy said. "If it's okay with you, I'll just let you men catch up while I help Connie in the kitchen. Then we can all visit together."
"Super," Frank said. "She probably needs some help. Did you see how much food she's got spread around?"
"I did," Andy laughed. "So, you're having the 49ers to dinner tonight?" Frank grinned.
"If there's anything you're allergic to, any special dietary quirks, like you're a vegetarian or whatever, Connie's got you covered."
"I eat absolutely everything, and lots more of it since I've been seeing Bob," who likes food as much as I do.
Well, that's a relief. Don't worry, we don't force people to clean their plates.
I'm glad to hear that, she said. Relax, you guys. I'll visit with Connie and see if I can give her a hand.
Andy was smiling when she entered the huge kitchen. She stood at the opposite side of the workstation from Connie.
I've never seen Bob so nervous, she said.
I'm flattered, Connie said. I thought he took me for granted. She pushed ears of corn toward Andy. Shuck these, will you, dear? Into the trash there.
Connie, you're going to make me eat corn on the cob at my debut?
Bob will probably shear it off the cob for you, Connie said with a laugh. If you act pitiful, he might even feed it to you. Do you imagine there's anything we don't already know about each other?
Doubtful, Andy said, tearing the green husks away from the cob.
Well, I've heard Bob's version of how you two got together. I'd love to hear yours, Connie said.
Very simple, and yet the most amazing experience of my life, Andy said. I was going through my second divorce while Bob was working on remodeling my kitchen. It's pretty embarrassing, going through 2 divorces in less than 10 years. You start to feel like the biggest dope on earth. But Bob was there almost every day, and we'd talk for at least an hour, sometimes longer. He had this way of making me feel like I hadn't made 2 giant mistakes. He's just so kind, so supportive. I mean, no reason he should have to prop up my sagging ego in addition to all that hard renovating work. But it seemed to come from him naturally. It didn't take long, Connie. He won me over in no time. He's the most beautiful man I know. When the kitchen was done, I couldn't let him get away.
Connie stopped working and looked at Andy with that same precious, somewhat melancholy expression her brother wore so well. In fact, she was a lot like her brother, thick-set and unfussy. She didn't color her hair. She had a short-cropped salt-and-pepper coiffure and tan skin, as though she spent lots of time in the sun. Plenty of wrinkles, too. She didn't seem at all the facelift type. When she smiled, the lines around her mouth and eyes crinkled. If she was wearing makeup, it was lightly applied. All that was obvious was a bit of pink lip gloss. And she had that wonderful twinkle in her eye. He tells it almost exactly the same way, except he didn't mention you until his truck started going missing from the driveway and I asked him about it. I'll admit something to you, she said. I warned him to be careful, that you might be lonely because you were suddenly without a partner, maybe needing someone as giving as Bob, someone to lean on, but not ready for a replacement. You might have been right at the very beginning, Andy said. But not now. I adore Bob. I can't imagine not having him in my life. He's so remarkable. I don't know how he hasn't been married for 30 years. Too solitary, I guess, Connie said. He's terribly shy, except around family. With us, he's loud, hysterically funny, and always full of mischief. He's everyone's favorite Uncle Bob. Connie, I know how close you are. He's safe with me, I promise. I've never been so happy, never felt so secure. And you have a son, Bob tells me. From there, the conversation went to Noel, then to Connie's kids, then to other family members. Eventually, some things came out that Bob hadn't mentioned. For one thing, Connie and Frank were extremely busy people and were seldom around that great big house. Frank continued to run his company, and Connie sat on several boards all over Marin County and San Francisco, from charity to political to community service work. It was very important to them to give back to their community. In addition, now that she and Frank were in their 60s and had raised their family, they liked to do some traveling together, finally catching up on the trips there had never been the time or money to indulge in when they were younger. Between their many trips, committee and board meetings and obligations, they averaged a couple of dinner hours a week at home and counted on Bob to look after things for them when they were away, which was more and more often.
When Bob moved into the guest house, it was one room with a large bathroom and a few kitchen items. Bar-size refrigerator, microwave, hot plate, more for convenience than actual cooking. He had access to the house whenever it suited him. He could live here if he wanted to, but he preferred that little place, his own place, even when we're out of town. So he enlarged it, added a bedroom, put in a proper living room, dining area, and small but more than adequate kitchen with full-size appliances so he could cook himself a real meal. He finished off the attic for good measure, making it an L-shaped loft up there. It's 1,400 square feet of living space now. Bob had mentioned to Andy that he helped out when he could, but he hadn't said he looked after things for Connie and Frank. "Has it been a problem that Bob's been spending so much time at my house?" Andy asked. "Of course not," Connie laughed. "There are things to do around here every day, but not huge things. Check the place over, make sure the plants aren't dying, food isn't rotting, bring in the mail, be on call if something malfunctions, from the pool pump to the alarm system. There's a cleaning crew that comes in to clean this monster. It's so damn big they have to come twice a week just to keep it decent. We have outside maintenance regularly. But if Bob ever leaves us, I have kids that can help with some things. Lord knows we've helped them enough." Andy loved Connie and Frank immediately, and if she was any judge, they liked her just fine. Once Bob settled down, dinner with his family was just what she imagined it would be. Full of poking fun, wisecracks, laughing, telling tales. Andy got a tour of the house while the men cleaned up. But the thing that intrigued her more was the guest house, which was charming and spacious. All work Bob had done himself. Finally, it was time to go back to Andy's. She rode alongside Bob in his work truck, feeling the light-hearted joy that comes from enchantment, from everything being, for the very first time, exactly how it should be. When they got home and she opened the door for them, she turned to Bob. "Are you calmed down now?"
"Uh-huh. Sorry. I guess I froze up a little, like I was around a bunch of strangers. Because so many things," he said, putting his arms around her.
"Give me one reason," she said.
"It was a challenge for me, Andy, putting the two women who are most important to me together and hoping they'd like each other. I didn't know what I'd do if it didn't work out."
"But that's so paranoid, and so not like you."
"I know, but I was never in that spot before, and I was afraid they'd take one look at you and figure you couldn't possibly have real, honest feelings for me."
"Bob," she said, running a finger over his lips. "You have to stop this. I can't prove my love to you every second of every day. You'll wear me out. Sooner or later, it would be nice if you trusted me as much as I trust you." He held her in silence for a moment, and then said,
"Love?"
"Of course, love. I love you as much as you love me. Maybe even more."
"You do?"
She nodded. "I heard you, you know. That morning with Noel. I heard you tell him you loved me, then apologize because you hadn't told me first. In fact, I heard everything you said to him. There's a little window in the bathroom that was cracked open. I listened. I was so touched. I cried for an hour. But you didn't even notice."
"I'm sorry, honey. I was busy with Noel. He needed someone on his side real bad. I mean, a man. He needed a man on his side. I promise I'll never not notice again." She laughed.
"I loved you even more for giving all that to Noel because, you're right, he needed you a lot more than I did. But I was so in love with you right then, when you took my troubled son into your great big arms."
"I never did."
"I meant figuratively." She laughed. "You've had a very rough day. You're usually much quicker than that."
"I love you, Andy,"
he said.
I know. You love me in a way you thought you'd never experience.
That's right, he smiled.
I like that very much. So could we get down to our skivvies now, and maybe do that thing where you concentrate on baseball stats?
He laughed at her.
That's so much fun, she said.
Chapter 13. After 2 weeks, Sonia was jogging 4 miles at a 10-minute mile pace, itching to take it to the 9-minute mile, then 8. She could talk to BJ for the first mile and a half, then the conversation had to stop so the breathing and running could be smooth. She loved it. BJ would come for her at 6, and she was raring to go. After 40 minutes on the route BJ had carefully plotted, they'd end up at the park.
This might be one of the best things I've ever done, Sonia said a little breathlessly. And it never once occurred to me. Never once.
BJ walked around in circles, cooling down from the run, her hands on her hips, her head down. You're still gardening, aren't you?
Yep. Just 3 to 4 hours a day, though. This was a great idea. I have to remember, not all things about my need for balance were stupid. I'm not enlarging my gardens anymore. I don't think the whole yard will be used for flowers. However, I am considering putting in a reflecting pool, maybe a little waterfall, and goldfish, right in the northeast corner so it will be warmed by the afternoon sun. There's not a lot of morning sun there because of the fog, but the afternoon sun can be very nice for little fish.
BJ smiled. She sat on the ground, raised her knees, and circled them with her arms.
That sounds very pretty. George thinks so, too.
You're getting more involved with George? BJ asked.
No. I see him about once a week for just a little while. He appreciates that I keep the house so nice, that the landscaping is getting better. You have to understand George. He still thinks of it as an asset.
What are the chances you'll let him move back in?
0, Sonia said. I should probably never say never. The absolutes have always been my fatal flaw. But I've been encouraging him to buy himself something long-term instead of that apartment he's renting. Something a bachelor can manage. A townhouse or condo. But I do like finding George not to be the cocksucker I thought he was.
She furrowed her brow.
Don't expect me to thank him for pulling the pin out of my grenade, however. That might be asking too much.
Okay, BJ laughed. Sonia knelt on the ground.
Thanks, she said, for everything. You might be the first real friend I've ever had, at least since I was about 12.
BJ was stunned speechless for a second. That can't be right, she said. You were tight with Jerry and Andy long before I moved in.
I know, and I love them. But it's different with them. They're a little older, they have families, they have each other, and it's not a real big secret they always thought I was close to a nutcase before I was an official nutcase. Plus, they've been best friends for a long, long time. But I don't mean to diminish the quality of their friendships, she said, putting up a hand as if to ward off the very idea. Really, they've been awfully nice to me, including me all the time, even when they thought I was an eccentric whack job. And I do love them. I do.
Well, I hope so, BJ said, because they'd do anything for you.
Yeah, she said, smiling. All of a sudden, I have a lot of good people around. But really, BJ, you've been there for me so much. I already thanked you for all that stuff, finding me bottomed out twice. But the running, thinking of something that could be good for me, then doing it with me every morning, I just love you for that.
Sonia, don't get melodramatic, she said.
I run every day. You know that. I think we could run a 10K. In fact, I think in time we could actually run a marathon.
BJ frowned. Is your OCD kicking in? Because I'd feel terrible if I brought out a new avenue for your OCD.
Dr. Kale said she thinks running is a wonderful idea. She wishes more of her patients took to exercise.
She also said if I find myself running through injuries or weakening and painful joints, I'm not running for exercise anymore, and that's a signal I had to promise to tell her about. Well, that makes sense. So what do you think? In a year or so, could we actually run in some kind of race? I mean, not to win or anything, but to do it? Sonia, I don't think I'll be living in the neighborhood that much longer. I think the owners of my house have other plans for it. I'll probably be moving in the next few months. You won't be moving to New Zealand, will you? Because we both have cars and phones. There are a million places to meet and have a run. But with work and the kids, I know you're on a much tighter schedule and budget than I am. We can work with that. If you do have to move, I hope it's not too far. But I'm very flexible. She shrugged and smiled. I doubt I'll find another running mate with as much patience as you have. BJ was touched, but she didn't smile. Listen, can I ask you something personal and very specific? You can ask me anything. There are only a few things I can't tell you, and believe me, you wouldn't want to know. BJ frowned. What kinds of things? Just out of curiosity. I have a very serious pact with my therapy group, she said. Their business is no one's business, and mine only during group. We don't tell each other stories. We just can't run the risk of having someone who's very vulnerable recognized or identified outside the group. You know, we never say names, we never give descriptions, we never repeat confidences. And you guys don't ever slip up? Not even accidentally? Because there are drugs involved, you know. I mean, face it, Sonia, you've gotten a lot freer. Loose, if you don't mind me saying so. She laughed. I don't mind. I've loosened up a lot, but I haven't lost my ability to be rational or logical. I know what's going on. Uh-huh, BJ said. Well, listen, before you start planning our marathon, I should probably tell you some things about my past. But because I don't ever want my kids hurt by the things I've done, it would have to be confidential. I mean, even if you completely hate me after I tell you, it would still have to be confidential. Like the pact you have with your group. Nothing said. Ever. Are you up to that? Or would you rather just not know? What's the matter? Sonia asked, concerned. Is everything all right? That depends on your point of view. But you have to make a promise, a pact of silence. And then the hard part. I have to trust you. Trust doesn't come easy for me. We're not going to draw blood or anything, are we? No. Pact of silence? Pact, Sonia promised. Okay, BJ said, drawing a deep breath. God, I hope you can do it. Keep your mouth shut. She took another deep breath. I'm an ex-con. I did time in prison. I killed my husband. I got out almost a year ago, and I'm on parole, working for my brother. Sonia went a little pale. She sat back on her heels, her mouth slightly open. Prison is where I picked up running. We had very little time for exercise, and I needed it fast and hard. At first, I did it to burn off tension and fear, but I figured out almost right away that it changed everything. My thinking, my ability to manage my emotions, my sleep, my energy. There was a small track we could use, a quarter-mile track, and we had an hour if the guards were patient and felt generous. I'd hit that track running and go as fast as I could for as long as I could, rain or shine. The others spent their hour gossiping or smoking or maybe lifting weights. I tried weightlifting, but it didn't give me the same high running did. So I stuck to running. I'm addicted to it, really. I need that daily run. You really shouldn't run 6 or 7 days a week. It's not that good for the joints, the back. But I need it. It brings my crazy world back into place. Sonia was quiet, her mouth still hanging open slightly. She closed her mouth, swallowed. You killed your husband? She asked quietly.
I did. Let's start way back before that happened. I was a bad kid in junior high and high school. I was in trouble a lot. It made no sense because no one else in my family was like that. But I started smoking pot and drinking at 13 with my friends, who were also bad kids. I got myself messed up with all the wrong people over and over, got in trouble with the police, had a juvie record, and dropped out of school. And then I got hooked up with the worst one of all, my husband. He was a few years older, and I was a wild child. We ran off and got married when I was 18, probably because my parents were constantly on me about working or going to school. In no time at all, he was knocking me around, beating me senseless, even in front of his family and friends, who seemed to enjoy it as much as he did.
Oh, Sonia said weakly. BJ swallowed hard.
Okay, here's what happened. He got worse. He drank and used more drugs, though he seemed to always manage some kind of job. I know he did crimes, but I never got the details. I know he sold dope when he had the chance. But there were other schemes and cons and burglaries that he and his friends pulled off. A lot of the time we lived with his parents and siblings. On and off we'd have a cheap, nasty place of our own, but the money would dry up or he'd be in jail for a while and we'd be back with his family. And they were all like that. They never questioned him beating his wife because they all beat on each other. My mom and dad were heartbroken, but they couldn't have him in their house, so they couldn't offer the two of us a place. Only me if I'd come home alone.
You wouldn't leave him? Sonia asked.
I couldn't. He threatened to kill me, my parents, my brothers, their wives, their kids. I don't know if he ever actually killed anyone, but his threats were real to me. I wasn't going to have kids, but I ran out of pills and got pregnant. Then I got pregnant again. He put me in the hospital 3 times. I was in the emergency room a bunch of times. He actually did time for felony battery twice. His father did time for felony battery. My kids were so little when he started whacking them around, and I knew it was coming to a head. I had these precious little kids. They were 2 and 4 years old, and he'd actually hit them. It was impossible to imagine. They were adorable little tow-headed, freckle-faced kids. And when he'd let me see my folks, we'd show up with bruises where he'd knock someone in the head or grabbed our arms so hard there were thumb and fingerprints.
She looked down.
I have 3 brothers. 3 brothers who always acted like they'd like to beat the crap out of me themselves. But I heard them one night at my mom and dad's before I was picked up by my husband. Heard them talking about how they could take him out, get us home where we'd be safe. They were trying to figure out how they could do it without being caught. But if anyone got caught, it would be worth it if I could get free with the kids. They were going to draw straws to see who'd take a chance on prison to get me out of there. And God, they were all good men, all married with kids.
BJ sniffed, wiped at her eyes, and shook off the emotion.
You know, I didn't deserve that from them. I wasn't ever that nice to them, my brothers. Growing up, they were ruthless to me. I hated them. But they never hit me, and they tried to keep me safe, warn me, get me to behave, and I just blew them off like the idiots I thought they were. Then I heard them talking about killing my husband to save my life, to get my kids out of that hellhole.
You must have been scared to death. BJ cracked a half smile.
I was beyond scared. I tried everything. I went to counselors, went to shelters, called the police, ran home to my parents. I always ended up back in the same place. And then I began to worry about what would happen to my kids when he finally did kill me. Would his parents get them even if he went to prison? I was pretty desperate.
I can't even imagine this, Sonia said, shaking her head.
Yeah, I know. You ready for me to stop talking now? I mean, you don't have to hear the rest of this. You already know how the story ends.
Are you kidding? Keep going. Finish it, Sonia said. You still up to the pact? Because if you're not, believe me, I'm not just a boring mental case. I actually heard things in the nut house that would burn your little ears. Finish it.
Well, there's not much more. He beat me mostly, but he hurt the kids, scared them to death. We were in our own place for a little while. He liked his own place so he could have his friends over without family around. And I decided that I wasn't going to let my family get in trouble for doing something to him, not when he was my problem. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the laws. I'd have to finish him off when he was defenseless, or I wouldn't be able to win against him, and that is not self-defense, not legally. I knew I'd end up going to jail. But that wasn't the most important thing. So one night, when all his friends were over, I helped serve the shots. I kept adding some of his precious cocaine into his. Most of his buddies left. A couple of them passed out.
What about your kids? Weren't you afraid of what would happen to the kids?
Only a little bit. My family was squeaky clean, and his was full of priors, including prison time for battery domestic. I was betting on the system that had failed to help me. I couldn't imagine the courts giving the kids to his family. And I was careful. I never told anyone in my family I had a plan. That way they weren't a part of it.
What happened? Sonia asked.
I put the kids to bed and told them to stay there. I added what I thought would be a fatal dose of coke to his last drink. I never did drugs. I even gave up alcohol after seeing firsthand what it had turned him into. I watched him throw back that shot full of cocaine. Tequila. And he crashed. I knew he might survive it even though I'd been poisoning him all night, and I was scared to death. I woke the kids, put them in the car, drove them to my parents' house, and waited. I didn't have the stomach to stab him or anything that awful. That's why he had to be stoned or drunk. That's why I OD'd him. And when the police came to find me and said someone killed him, I was so afraid they might blame the wrong person, I admitted it was me.
Wow, Sonia said.
I murdered him, BJ said. I didn't know what else to do.
Sonia was quiet for a long moment. BJ could see her trying to think it through, process it. Finally, their eyes met. Well, damn. Good for you, Sonia said. Jerry forced herself out of bed at 7 on Sunday morning and headed for the kitchen. She had to make her own coffee, get her own paper. Not for the first time, she missed her partner and their routine. She decided that later she'd hit the grocery store, maybe make a nice dinner if everyone was going to be around, including Phil. She poured herself a cup of coffee and began leafing through the paper, beginning with the front page. On to local news. A quick run through the life section, and finally the editorial pages where most of the political banter took place, especially with the op-ed columns. Suddenly, she was looking at the face of her husband beside that of a well-known criminal defense attorney. The headline leaped out at her. Gilbert to run in district attorney race against arch-rival. She stopped breathing. It was difficult to concentrate long enough to read the article, to get past the headline. She had to remember to breathe again. Apparently the chief contenders for the position being vacated by Clay Sturgis were Phil and a criminal defense attorney he'd been up against in court many times, Byron Carter. Carter's campaign would revolve around his ability to put away criminals because of his vast experience in defending them. There was no comment from Phil. He's running? Now? How could he do this to us? Jerry left the kitchen. In her bedroom, she exchanged her robe and nightgown for jeans and a sweatshirt, slipped on some flip-flops. She went back to the kitchen, scribbled a note for the kids, who probably wouldn't be up for another 3 hours. She grabbed her purse in the editorial section of the paper. Jerry got in her car. She caught a glimpse of herself in the rearview mirror, then took a closer look. She hadn't even glanced at herself before leaving the house. Her hair was spiking every which way, and she had a crease down the side of her face from her pillow. What the hell? She thought. This was hardly a social call. She parked right behind Phil's car and went straight to his door. She tried just opening it, but found it locked, so she pounded. It was not yet 7:30, but she knew he wouldn't be asleep. When the door opened, she was met with his frown. He was freshly showered and shaved, his pants barely pulled on, zipped but not buttoned. His chest and feet were bare. A towel was draped around his neck. This was not his usual Sunday morning routine or attire, to shower right off and wear decent pants, Jerry thought. In fact, he could usually manage to look like a vagrant till late afternoon. She said nothing, holding the newspaper toward him, her expression dark, her voice unreliable. He didn't take the paper. He stepped aside so she could enter, then pushed the door closed. The coverlet was pulled over the sheets on his lumpy bed, and the newspaper was scattered there. "It's a leak," he said as she came toward him. "I haven't announced anything. I'm as surprised by the editorial as you are. I was on my way over to the house to explain." "Someone thinks you're running," she said angrily, "without even mentioning it, much less talking to me about it. Because I made it clear that until you and I get our issues resolved, I can't make a firm commitment." "So you've been talking to someone," she said hotly. "I was approached, of course. Who else are they going to approach when Sturgis moves on? I didn't think it would be this soon, but I wasn't exactly shocked. He has bigger fish to fry." "Who approached you?" "First it was Sturgis. Then it was his election committee. They're trying to be patient, but if you read the article, you can see they need a candidate right now. A strong one. They can't let that yahoo gather votes while they shop around." "Why in God's name didn't you tell me you'd been approached?" she railed. "I didn't even know Sturgis was leaving." "Because I didn't want it to get in the way of the stuff we're trying to sort out," he said, raising his voice to match hers. "This isn't a reason to work things out. This is a possibility that comes after we've worked things out." "But you want it. Admit it. You want it." "Of course I want it. It's what I've worked toward for more than 25 years. There was a time we both wanted it. I want it almost as bad as I want you, but I'm not going to make that kind of choice. Not now. Not yet." "Have you told them we're separated? That you had an affair?" "What do you think? I had to tell them. You don't let people put in their time and go looking for money if you're hiding things." "And they still want you? With this shit going on in your life?" "A consensual relationship years ago, brief separation and counseling, not even interesting these days. Certainly not front-page news. That bastard Carter is going to go after my prosecutorial record and try to make me look like a wimp who won't be able to put away bad guys. And we're going to make him look like a defender of bad guys for over 20 years and therefore unable to make the transition. That's what the real fight's going to be about. Not about our marriage. Besides, Carter has way more dirty linen than I do. If he draws first blood, he'll be up to his eyeballs in mistresses." "God," Jerry said, tossing her paper on his bed. "You already talk like a candidate. You can't reel this back in, can you?" He stepped toward her. "This isn't how I wanted to do this. I wanted to get us back together, healthy and on track, then make a final official decision together. If this hadn't been something you'd always wanted to do with me, I wouldn't even have listened to the proposal. But you wanted it too. You're doing it again. Keeping secrets. No, it's not a secret. I didn't agree to anything. Aren't you listening? Have you thought about what it will be like if it comes up? The other woman? Humiliating your family publicly? I haven't told anyone but Kelly the reason for our separation," he stormed. "You're not humiliated, goddammit. You're self-righteous." She took another step toward him. "What makes you so sure she isn't going to come out of the woodwork and claim some kind of abuse or harassment, making your situation interesting? Because I may be an idiot, but I'm still an idiot who's a pretty goddamn good judge of character. She won't do that.
Did you give them a name? No. I told them if I become a candidate and they have to investigate all the angles, they'll get a name. Then I'll get a name, she shouted. Don't you think you'd look a lot better if you didn't know? Then it's about us, no one else. What's the difference, Jerry? You want to go beat her up? You bastard. You're gonna do this. You're going to run. And I'm gonna look like the bad guy again. He ran a hand through his damp hair. I don't see how the hell this makes you look like anything. What more can I do to show you my family comes first? If this isn't good for us, we don't do it. Period. She took a deep breath and lowered her voice. And give up something you've wanted your entire career? It wasn't easy staying in the prosecutor's office, doing the people's work, when private practice would have gotten you that stupid sailboat you've always wanted. Don't you think that's been clear for decades? Tears gathered in her eyes. I can't ask you to give up the most important career move of your life. The kids would hate me. Your mother would never forgive me. It's not about them, he said. They were nose to nose. He put a hand on her waist. It's about us. You and me. I want us back. Broad-sided, she said, a tear spilling over. This was the last thing I expected. Jesus, I've wanted it too. It's been almost as important to me as to you. You deserve to be the DA. You should probably be the governor, but they're not smart enough to run you. She leaned toward him, crying. God damn you! You should have told me, prepared me. You shouldn't have handled it like this, risking shocking me like this. He slipped his hand under her shirt and gently stroked her bare back. Yeah, guilty, he said. He put his lips against her forehead. I couldn't do it. I couldn't tell you, not yet. I was afraid you'd think it was an excuse to get you back. And I don't want you back that way. But it's working out that way anyway, she cried. Because if you don't step up now, whoever they put on the ballot is going to win against Carter and hold that DA spot for another 10 or 12 years. And by then, whatever is best for us, Jerry, he said. If one of your conditions was that I leave the prosecutor's office, I'd do it. Don't you get it? My marriage is more important than anything else. It's so unfair. I can't say go for it. I can't say don't. Then don't do anything, he whispered. Can't you give yourself time to think? The kids aren't going to read the paper. They'll hear, she said. Their friends' parents pay attention to these things. He kissed her temple, her cheek. We'll tell the kids we're still working on us. We haven't made a decision. That's when the pressure will start, she said. She cried and he soothed her. He pressed his lips to hers. And before long the crying stopped and the kissing intensified. There had been kisses goodnight as he left the house lately. Kisses that had grown long, deep, hot and tempting. So this wasn't new. He let his lips linger, touching hers carefully. Then he pressed his mouth against hers, tasting tears, her morning coffee, her sweet flesh. He pressed harder, forcing her lips open with his, breathing shallowly. His hands slipped around from her back to her bare breast, and he heard her groan low in her throat. She put her arms around him to hold him closer. Don't you dare, she whispered. I want you back, Phil murmured. How dare you try to get me turned on in the middle of one of the best fights we've had in years? Sorry, he muttered, going after her mouth again. He thumbed her nipple into prominence.
tasted the inside of her mouth, and pulled her very willing tongue into his mouth, crushing her against him hard enough to leave her breathing labored. His lips slipped from her mouth to her neck. "I'm not sorry," he whispered. "God, Jerry, I miss you." "I hate you," she said. "Fine," he said, going back to her mouth, his hands slipping from her breast to her butt to pull her hard against him. He was erect and ready, and for a split second, knowing he was out of his mind, he hoped it wasn't just another erection that would prove meaningless. "Go ahead and hate me," he said, still kissing her. She bit his lip. "Ah!" he shouted, pulling back, 2 fingers going straight to his lip. He stared down into her eyes, now tearless but bright. They were glittering with rage, or maybe something else. He felt her hands at his waistband, and she gave a powerful tear, ripping the zipper open, possibly breaking it. "Okay then," he said, going after her mouth again, covering it in a passionate kiss that left little doubt where they were headed. He felt her hands snake down the waist of his shorts and grab hold of him. "Be very careful, Jerry," he whispered in warning, and for a breathless moment, he was afraid of what she might do with that special member in her hand. There had been a constant subtext to all her bitching that she'd like to see it yanked off. But she stroked him firmly, lovingly, and he couldn't suppress a deep groan of pleasure. Her other hand slipped up his chest, running over his pecs, finding a nipple and stimulating it into a hard little pebble. "You make me furious," she said against his open mouth. He couldn't make any fast moves. She had him at a disadvantage. She was in control of his favorite organ. With great care, he pulled her hand out of his pants, and once he was free, he whirled her around and pressed her up against the door. "You're really full of the devil this morning, aren't you?" he asked. Holding her against the door with the full length of his body, he slipped his hands under her shirt and captured her breasts, one in each hand. He kissed her again, feeling her hands run up and down his back, her breathing fast. Response, sweet response in her kiss. He locked his hands onto the hem of her shirt and pulled it up in one fast motion, bringing it over her head and off her arms, leaving her bare. He bent his head to her breast. "Don't hurt me," she whispered. He lifted his head and looked down into her eyes. "I've never hurt you," he said. "You've never once been afraid of me." Then he continued, bending to her breast, teasing a nipple with his tongue, sucking gently. He heard the sound of her head dropping back against the guest house door, then the sound of her desire, a low, delicious moan. Her fingers were running through his hair, holding his head against her breast. He found the snap on her jeans with his hands and opened them, quickly but much more gently than her performance on his pants. He put his hands on her hips under the jeans and began to slide them down, but she had her legs locked together tight, and the jeans wouldn't move. He pushed down again. Nothing. He rose to her lips, kissed her lightly once, twice, then said, "Give 'em up, Jerry." "This is a bad idea," she said. "I'm mad at you. Very, very mad." "So what? I'm a little pissed off myself. Give 'em up. Come on." The tension came out of her thighs, and she relaxed her legs just enough so he could push her jeans down. When they were around her ankles, she kicked them off and her hands went to his hips. She pushed his trousers down and he stepped out of them easily. They were both naked, pressed up against the door. The first time anything like this had happened in months, maybe years. "This isn't going to change anything," she said. "It could change 2 things," he said, his voice husky and low.
One for you, one for me."
"I don't feel like it," she said sullenly, and he laughed.
"Cooperate and you just might."
"You're about the last person I feel like cooperating with," she said, but she held him close just the same.
"Maybe, but I'm the only one standing here naked with you, jabbing you with the best of intentions."
He tongued her lips. She nibbled at his.
"I think rage is an aphrodisiac for you, Jerry. Oh, God, you feel so good."
His hand crept lower, slipped down over her pubis, probing. She tensed, but he pushed gently onward until she relaxed. He covered her lips hungrily while slipping his hand into that dark, secret place. No secret to him. He'd been here before, but it had been a long time. He met with slick folds. She could fool herself, but not him. This woman was his woman, and although the past 10 years had been too void of this intimacy, it wasn't as though he'd forgotten the passion they were capable of sharing. He stroked, gently at first, then harder. His mouth on her mouth, her groans of pleasure echoing inside him, her knees buckling from time to time. He ran a hand down over her hip, down the back of her thigh to the back of her knee, and brought it up again.
"God, oh God,"
she whispered hoarsely. She'd never been quiet, not in general or during sex. It made him smile.
"God,"
she said again, her pelvis rocking toward him.
"You gonna let me in?"
he asked in a whisper.
"I don't know,"
she said. But she did know. She devoured his mouth wildly, hanging on to him as if she feared losing him. With both hands on her butt, he lifted her just enough to make entry, slowly, carefully. They might as well have been back 15 years in time. She guided him in easily, and he pulled her other leg up. And then he rocked his hips against her, pushing her against the door, making her moan and grab him even more desperately. She held on around his neck while he held her clear off the floor, and with each thrust she moaned and clung to him. Phil thought the beauty of a long marriage was knowing what your woman likes. He held her against him, legs around his hips, and back toward the bed, falling with her onto the rumpled coverlet and scattered newspapers, leaving her on top. She liked being on top. She liked the control. Jerry immediately pushed him back onto the mess of papers and leaned down to his mouth, which he took hungrily, his hands all over her.
"I love you,"
he whispered.
"I love you so much."
"Sometimes you make me so mad," she whispered back, kissing him deeply, passionately. He laughed low in his throat, not giving up her lips. His hands ran down to her butt, grabbing her, hanging on while she moved on him.
"Do your worst. You hate me as hard as you want," he said.
She moaned, grabbed his lower lip between hers, and rocked on him with a vengeance. She held his head in both hands, holding his mouth against hers, and then it happened fast. She felt as if she'd burst into flames, exploded from within, drowning him with wet spasms so hot and powerful he gasped and just held on for dear life. She put her hands on his shoulders and arched her back, making a noise that was at once sheer pleasure and profound relief. Phil seized the moment, pumped his hips a few times, and joined her, pulsing into physical exhaustion. And when she crumpled against him, he put his arms around her and held her close, tenderly, gratefully, waiting for their rapid breathing to slow, their heart rates to return to normal. Her head rested against his shoulder. His hands gently stroked her back. He had only one thought.
"That was so sweet. Please, God, no more fighting." Please.
Jerry was spent. It was as though her bones had turned fluid. She was limp, satisfied, completely subdued. After a few moments of recovery, she gently rolled away from him, lying atop the collection of newspapers. She put the back of her hand against her forehead. Phew! I wasn't prepared for that. That was bizarre. That's not the word I would have used, Phil said, his voice reflecting the weakness of post-coital bliss. She laughed. Just out of curiosity, give me a word.
How about awesome? Can we go with awesome?
She turned onto her side, propped herself up on an elbow, and looked at him. Did you have that kind of sex with her?
Jerry, I haven't had that kind of sex with anyone, including you. You bit me. You used me. You screwed my brains out. I was terrified of what you were going to do when you had your hand around me. You went completely wild, out of your mind.
Aw, she said, smiling at him. I'm so sorry. I won't let that happen again. He stroked her arm.
It's okay, baby. You want to hate me some more? I can live with that.
You really screwed up, Phil. Even your mother thinks so. He shook his head.
My mother. Why did you have to tell her? I've never before wished for a fatal heart attack.
Do you really love me?
Baby, I love you so much. I've missed you so much. It's been torture, having you hate me. Except, of course, today.
He grinned at her. Then he became serious.
Jerry, I want to come home. I'll do whatever you want. I won't run for DA. I'll tell everyone it's my decision and has nothing to do with you.
Of course you'll run, she said. I've been working toward this for as long as you have. I've listened to 1,000,000 closing arguments. We've worked for this together. We'll run together.
I don't want you to feel pushed into this.
Just how expensive is this guest house? She asked.
Too expensive. Why?
She shrugged. Maybe we should keep it. Then she grinned. Nice little hideaway for Sunday mornings. And other times.
We could get a sailboat for about the same price.
Can you do other things on a sailboat besides sail?
Oh, yeah. Are you letting me come home?
I need time to think clearly. I think I should see my gynecologist. I think she might have given me an overdose.
The hormones? Could your health be compromised?
He asked. I think I should at least ask. I haven't acted like that since I was 35. God, how awful. She flopped on her back.
Not awful,
he said.
If there's no danger to your health, don't be hasty. We can work with this, he said with a grin.
Here I am, barely out of bed, looking like the wrath of God, and...
You're beautiful.
He turned on his side and raised himself up, looking down at her.
You've never known that about yourself. You're beautiful. And you weren't wearing underwear.
I was in a hurry. I read that op-ed piece and just saw red. It took me completely by surprise. How the heck did this happen?
Who cares?
Phil said. Then he sobered.
But I'm not having any more affairs. I hope to God that didn't light a fire under you, because I'm not.
Okay, give it a rest. I believe you. I'm going to watch you, though.
Fine, watch.
He ran a finger around her hairline.
Your hair is all goofy.
That's very complimentary, Phil.
I love it goofy.
His hand dropped and fell to her naked breast.
Let me come home. Please.
Jerry took a deep breath. It's Sunday. How about Friday night? Then we'll have the weekend to talk to the kids, give them a chance to absorb another change, let them ask questions, you know. We're going to have to explain the election. Tell your committee that we'll announce in a week once your family is on board.
Are we back together? Are we okay now?
He asked. Almost, Phil, she said, getting off the bed. We're gonna have to make some adjustments, but I think we can work on things under the same roof. At least I believe we can make it now. And I started thinking that before this morning. But she stopped talking and started to laugh. She picked up a section of newspaper and showed it to him. Oh dear, look at this. I left a little mess on Carter's face. Do you think that's an omen? Chapter 14. Jerry took a sick day from work, something she did as rarely as possible. It was more than just her work ethic, though no one worked harder. It was about her clients, those she was charged to serve. If she was using a workday for her own personal needs, it could mean someone wasn't getting all she had to give. But today she had no choice. She couldn't allow Phil to come back home until she took care of a few things. She knew she wouldn't be able to look him in the eye and lie. She had to keep a secret from him, and she was achingly aware of the hypocrisy, since she'd been so angry that he'd withheld something important from her. But this was about saving her marriage and protecting her family. Elections were brutal. If her marriage was going to survive it, if her children were going to be safe through it, she had some behind-the-scenes work to do. Work that Phil wouldn't approve of. The first task involved Kelly, Phil's administrative assistant, and the woman who delivered the news that had separated them for over 3 months. When she entered Phil's office building in San Francisco for the first time since that fateful day, she suddenly felt her chest swell with pride. She hadn't expected that, but there it was. Her husband was going to be the new DA, and she'd helped him all along the way. Oh, she was hardly the woman behind the man. She was the woman beside the man. She'd listened to almost every opening and closing argument he'd ever prepared. She critiqued him ruthlessly, and he listened raptly, taking her advice. She counseled him on dealing with juvenile victims and defendants, and he'd have been lost without her. She was as much his professional partner as his marital partner. She rode the elevator up to the 11th floor to Phil's office, but she glanced at the button for the 16th. She knew it had a view of the bay, Alcatraz, and the Golden Gate Bridge. It would be Phil's office soon. She was certain. When she got off the elevator, there was the usual bustle of people scurrying around. A young associate glanced up and recognized her.
"Morning, Mrs. Gilbert,"
he said very quickly before moving down the hall. When she approached Phil's office, the receptionist perked up. "Morning, Mrs. Gilbert. Mr. Gilbert is in court this morning." "I know, Kathy. I thought I'd say hello to Kelly since I'm in the building," Jerry said with a smile. "Oh, sure," Kathy said. Jerry pushed open the door and entered an austere but elegant outer office. Kelly was facing her computer screen and glanced up at Jerry. She actually jumped in surprise. Then she quickly collected herself. "Jerry," she said cheerfully. "What a surprise! Phil's in court this morning." "I know," Jerry said. "I thought maybe you and I could have a minute. Or 10, she amended. Then she shrugged, smiled. "Maybe 15? "Sure," Kelly said a little nervously. "Of course. How have you been?" "Separated," Jerry said. "And angry. Oh, you have no idea how angry I was with Phil. But I think I've moved past most of that now." "Jerry, You and I, we might have 1 or 2 little shit piles to clean up. But let me start by saying you didn't do anything wrong, so I won't accept your guilt or remorse. Are we clear on that?" "Yes, ma'am," Kelly nearly whimpered, dropping her gaze. "Ma'am? Oh, Jesus. This might take longer than 15 minutes if you're going to play the subordinate here," Jerry said. Kelly looked up and saw that Jerry had a smile on her face and looked at her with kind eyes. "So," Kelly said, "you've been angry, huh?" "It's been a rocky ride, Kelly, but we're getting back together." Jerry watched as Kelly let out her breath in obvious relief. "I wanted to call you," Kelly said.
I wanted to call you so badly to apologize. I feel like I did this to you. But Phil said it would be a mistake."
"It would have been a mistake," Jerry agreed with a nod. "There was a lot of information to process, and before you get all paranoid, it wasn't information about your role. In fact, your part in all of it was minor and not even relevant in the big picture."
"Still, I'm so sorry. I got all the wrong signals."
"I can see how that could happen. I'm so flip sometimes. I make smart-ass comments, shoot for humor and miss, try to seem like one of the girls, a regular person with all the typical marital stuff going on, because I am. But you had no way to know what I really meant. You weren't in a good spot to understand."
"That's really generous of you to say."
"Kelly, are you and John okay? Did you get anything resolved?"
"Yes,
She stopped herself.
Yes. He thought he was going to get laid off, but didn't want to tell me. He was busy putting out feelers for jobs, thus the dressing up for work. When I pushed him to go to counseling, he told me everything. The layoff didn't come. It was an unfortunate number of other people."
"Phew," Jerry said. "I'm sorry about the other people. Glad John's okay. Things are better now?"
"Well, it's been stressful during the downsizing, but he's talking to me again and relying on me like he used to. I'm not worried anymore. Just sorry for him that he has to go through it. But we have my job, my benefits. We sat down and figured out how things would be all right even in the worst case. And we don't have to deal with the worst case scenario right now, so we're better than we were."
"I'm glad to hear it."
"So, you and Phil?" she asked.
"It's been a revelation," Jerry said. "Things have been coming out that we put on the back burner for years, thinking they were unimportant concerns or we'd figure them out later. We both had our issues. But there's one thing that seems to supersede all the crap. We're a very good team, in all ways. That's very nice to know. Comforting." Kelly smiled.
"You are a great team."
"He's going to move home this weekend. Has he said anything to you?" She shook her head.
"He's very private. I didn't know you were separated for about a month."
"That doesn't surprise me," Jerry laughed. "Well, are we okay, you and me? Because I don't want you worrying about it. And for God's sake, I can't have you calling me ma'am. I feel old enough."
"You're not old," Kelly said. "You're perfect. I think everyone wants to be like you."
"Please," Jerry said. "No sucking up. You're completely free and clear."
"I'm not sucking up. I'm telling the truth. You're one of the most admired women I know."
"Okay," Jerry said, waving it off. "Thanks for that. But there's one thing I need your help with. The future of my marriage depends on it. I'm counting on you, Kelly. As my friend, as a woman, as my husband's closest confidant." Kelly leaned toward her.
"What?"
she asked with a posture and expression that said she'd do anything. "I need to know who she is and where she is." Kelly sat back looking paralyzed with terror. It took her a long time to find her voice. Then she shook her head.
"You realize that he never told anyone. That people suspected because they got along so well, but no one knew for sure. Even I didn't know. I guessed."
"Yes, you did know," Jerry said with a smile. "Maybe you didn't know because of Phil, but you knew because of her."
"How can you say that?"
"Because I'm a genius," Jerry laughed. "Because I read Cosmopolitan in the bathroom. She would need an ally. Who else would she choose? You take care of his professional life, and she was a professional acquaintance." "Oh, God," Jerry said, feigning shock. "She wasn't a hooker, was she?"
"No,"
Kelly shot back, coming out of her chair a little. Jerry sat back and smiled. "Kelly, help me. I'm not going to do anything bad. I won't be visiting my wrath on her. It's Phil who pissed me off, not her. I just can't move on until I know the woman my husband would choose over me. But are you so sure he did that? I mean, maybe it wasn't a choice at all, but just some stupid man thing. Because it was there. I have to see her. You know her name, I know you do. You know where she is, I bet. You take care of things Phil wouldn't even think to ask you to take care of because you're the best thing that ever happened to him. After me, of course. She added, grinning. Then the grin faded. Tell me what you know, please. Woman to woman. I swear to God he will never know. This isn't about Phil. Not really. It's about protecting my family. I can't, she said, shaking her head miserably. It would be such a breach. Well, weigh this in your decision. The election committee is going to get the names so they can interview her and check her out to make sure she isn't going to disrupt his campaign. Now, does that seem fair? I just want to know who I was up against before something like that goes public. Kelly's eyes flashed for a second. I really can't see what good. Oh, yes, you can, Jerry said. I'm going to campaign with Phil, for him. I'm going to be standing in front of political support groups, probably women, and someone is going to ask me about her. You wouldn't want me to explain his affair is in the past when the Madam X being referred to is his dry cleaner. Or maybe when I say I don't know who they're talking about, they'll tell me, publicly, and then the newspaper will get it. No, Kelly said, shaking her head. No one knows anything. There was conjecture, but no one... What do you think campaigns work on besides conjecture? Besides, someone knows Kelly. I'll tell you why. She loved him, that's why. And he didn't love her back enough to make a life with her. It was 2 years. Did you know that? It was on and off for 2 years. An eternity in a single woman's life. She cried to someone, an old college girlfriend, a sister, a neighbor. She cried about how much he meant to her, about the times they were together. I can't imagine that Phil would mislead anyone, Jerry. You're right, she agreed. He wouldn't. He's honest, and he's decent, and because of that he needs to be the new DA. But he's also kind and tender, and even if he didn't make promises, I'm sure he would have treated her with care, dignity, and chivalry, so that she felt she just couldn't live without him. It's the way he is, Kelly. He's a gentleman, and a thinking woman would risk almost anything to have a man like him. A funny, irreverent, brilliant gentleman, Jerry thought. A powerful lover, even at 53. What woman wouldn't want him? She shook her head and laughed to herself. And that's why he won't tell me who she is. In a way, he's still taking care of her in the only way he can. Listen, Kelly said pleadingly. I never knew anything, all right? I liked her. She's a nice person, but I don't think I was an ally. She was friendly to me, but they all are. I have the boss's ear. Only a fool would be distant or rude. But with her, they got along. They worked well together. I heard some gossip, and I blew it off as ridiculous because of the way you two are, the way he was about his marriage, his family. It wasn't until about 6 months before she left the prosecutor's office that I began to wonder because... She took a breath. Because he seemed to suddenly not notice she was around. He avoided her, as though they'd had a falling out of some kind, and you can't have a falling out unless you were lovers. Jerry finished for her. She never confided in me. Never. And of course, Phil wouldn't say anything. But she left, and then... Then what, Kelly? Jerry pushed. She tried to reach him. Okay, you have to believe this because it's true. I have to clean up after Phil a lot. He's too busy to keep track of every detail. Important papers get overlooked. Emails get deleted by accident. Stuff goes out that isn't ready. I screen his mail. I proof, I shred, I file and sort. Just lay it on me, Jerry thought. Hurry up and give it to me. She sent him cards. They were thrown away unopened. I was looking through deleted emails, and there were several from her, deleted, unread. I finally braved asking him if that was a mistake, and he barked at me that if he put it in the trash or deleted it, it was something he didn't want. So I never asked again. A few years ago, she got in touch with me and said she wanted the office to know her current address and phone number. The office, she said, not Phil. I passed that along to Phil, just as an aside to regular business, and he very pleasantly said he had a detective unit assigned to this office, and if there was ever anyone he wanted to find, he couldn't foresee a problem. Kelly's expression was pleading. She sent a few emails to me, asking about the office and staff, never mentioning Phil, but I suspected it was meant to keep a connection alive, at least for a while. I responded that everyone was well, also without mentioning Phil. He couldn't let a woman get that close and then dismiss her cruelly. Jerry knew her husband too well. She'd seen him in action. When he was pestered or pursued, he made polite excuses, avoided with finesse. It took a lot for him to lose patience, to harden up, to say, "Stop bothering me." The cards and emails suggested he'd had to say, "It's over," more than once. Finally, he simply stopped responding. "I'll need that last updated address and phone number," Jerry said firmly. "I don't know if I can let myself do it, Jerry," Kelly said, shaking her head. It won't be better for her to have her first confrontation with the election committee. They're brutal. Half the time I suspect they so anger and terrorize the subject she's pushed into making a stir. No, it would be better to come from me. "What are you planning to tell her?" she asked nervously. Jerry shrugged. "That I know about her, that he's running for office. Beyond that, I'm not really sure. But I'm not angry with her, Kelly." "I don't think she's the enemy," Kelly said. "And I'm pretty sure Phil is going to fire me for this." Jerry shook her head. "I'm certainly not going to tell anyone how I found her. And if he's not opening mail from her or taking her calls, he'll never know even if she wants to tell him. I can get what I want, Kelly. I can hold the election committee's feet to the fire. One little threat, and they'll tell me anything. But we shouldn't do it that way. The fewer people brought into this, the better. I just want the facts, not for the election, for my relationship with Phil, which is more important. And before the mystery woman is revealed publicly and my children are hurt, I have to protect Phil, my marriage, and my family. Honey, I have to get this fixed. Trust me. Please." Kelly sat stone still for a long moment. Then she turned to her computer, pulled up a file, scrolled through it until she highlighted a name. She pressed print and a page came out of the printer. She handed it to Jerry. It held the name of a law firm with address, phone number, and a woman's name. Elizabeth Hensley. Jerry didn't recognize the name, but that didn't surprise her. "What does she do?" Jerry asked. "I'm done talking about her," Kelly said. "Please don't do anything that will—" Her sentence trailed off, unfinished. "That will hurt her? Hurt Phil?" Jerry asked. "Hurt anyone," Kelly said. "It was too bad that anything happened. Nothing more should happen." Jerry nodded. "Nothing more will. If you feel some kind of bond with her, you can warn her. I really don't care." "I feel the bond with you and Phil," Kelly said. "If I'd treated it more carefully, we'd still have it." "We still have it, Kelly. It's all over now. You can consider this matter closed." Jerry stood in the foyer of the government building, staring at the piece of paper that bore the woman's name and a San Francisco business address. Right here in the city. The very first thing she wondered was whether they ever ran into each other. This woman would know where employees from the prosecutor's office like to take lunch, meet for a drink after work. All connected groups in big cities had their favorite haunts. She took the trolley to the other side of the city, and once she was in the general vicinity, hailed a cab to find the exact address. She ended up in front of a rather run-down office building, and her immediate thought was, that brute. It was easy for Jerry to identify with the psyche of a woman wronged. A mistress, run out of the prosecutor's office, left to find a job anywhere she could. But she knew Phil would never, under any circumstances, run off an innocent woman. He'd liked her. He became involved. Jerry asked the cab driver to wait. If Elizabeth Hensley wasn't there, she'd leave the area and contact her by phone. Try to persuade her to meet. Jerry went into the building and studied a wall-mounted marquee, finding the name of the law firm. She walked up the stairs to the second floor, let herself into a crowded waiting room, and the recognition was instant. A woman in her 40s stood behind the glass-enclosed receptionist's area, reading from a large sheaf of papers. Jerry looked at her just as she lifted her head and looked at Jerry. Jerry remembered her, though vaguely. She'd seen her around the prosecutor's office, but couldn't remember ever being introduced, and she had no idea in what capacity the woman had worked. The expression on Elizabeth's face was one of pure shock. Jerry watched as she slowly closed her mouth. Jerry tried out a smile she wasn't quite feeling, then stepped toward the reception window just as Elizabeth came forward to meet her there. Elizabeth slid the glass open. "I hope you can take a break," Jerry said. "I really want to talk to you." "I have a full schedule," she said somewhat nervously. "Can I ask what this is about?" "It's about Phil, and it's very important. I can see you're busy. Cancel for an emergency? This one time only." After only a brief consideration, Elizabeth gave a nod and slid the window closed. While she turned and spoke to some people, passing off paperwork, Jerry stepped out of the waiting room into the hall outside the office. Jerry had been completely unprepared for this. Where was the fluffy, big-breasted blonde she'd envisioned? Elizabeth Hensley was attractive in an unremarkable way. Tall, slender, somewhere around Jerry's age. Her short, dark hair was threaded with some very flattering silver. She was dressed conservatively, wearing stylish glasses that gave her arched brows and dark eyes prominence. Jerry's first impression was that she looked smart and poised. Jerry realized she wasn't quite prepared to deal with a real human being. She'd expected a much younger woman, no more than 35. In her original rage, she'd assumed she was 25 and an idiot. Perhaps a lawyer, but still an airhead. Someone who had the total effect of setting Phil's hormones on fire, leaving him helpless because of testosterone poisoning. After all, men were only men, and everyone knew where their brains were stored. The office door opened and Elizabeth stepped into the hall. "Is Phil all right?" she asked. "He's fine," Jerry said. Then she stuck out her hand. "Jerry Gilbert." Elizabeth shook her hand. "Actually, we met quite a long time ago. I wondered. I recognized you, but not the name." "Listen, you have nothing to worry about. I'm not some crazy woman. Well, I am crazy most of the time, but today I'm feeling very stable and in control. There's a lot going on with Phil's career right now, and you're eventually going to become a part of it all. Let's you and I sit down and talk. Please?" "I saw the paper. It says he's running." "So it says. I have a cab waiting. Let me buy you lunch." Elizabeth laughed nervously. "Under the circumstances, shouldn't I pay for lunch in the cab?" Jerry smiled. "This isn't going to be easy," she thought. "I already like her." "It's my pleasure," Jerry said. "I think I'm going to regret we'll only do this once." Elizabeth laughed again, cutting the tension. "I would have expected something like that from you," she said. You've already outclassed me. Let's take the stairs, Jerry said, moving in that direction. You have me at a disadvantage, I see. I know nothing about you. Absolutely nothing. Yet you found me. I can play hardball when I have to, but I didn't find you through Phil. In fact, I have no plans to tell him about this. When they reached the cab, Jerry said, Recommend the closest place that's fairly quiet and has good wine. Consider this a special occasion. The cost doesn't matter. Elizabeth directed the cab driver to a small Italian bistro. It was only a matter of 6 or 7 blocks, and while it didn't take them out of that poor section of town, it was charming and comfortable. There were quite a few people already dining who were far better dressed than the clientele in Elizabeth's office, but it was quiet enough that they could talk freely without being overheard. The waiter was at their table when they were barely settled, and Jerry quickly ordered wine, hoping she wouldn't guzzle it desperately. So, Jerry opened. Did you have any warning I was coming? Elizabeth shook her head. I wouldn't have looked so shocked had I known. You took me by surprise. Well, it's finally happening. He's running? He is. And I'm afraid the election committee has some nerves about you and your relationship. They'll probably be in touch. They might be invasive and rude. I'm sorry. I can't do anything about that. I know. I always knew, she said. It was an issue. It was? Of course. Your husband has a public life. It comes with the territory. Right, Jerry said. I thought it best, the warning coming from me. At some point I'm going to be asked about you. She shook her head. There shouldn't be any panic there. I can honestly say he was my boss for a while, and we eventually became friends, but I haven't spoken to him in years. He told me everything, Jerry said. The wine arrived as if it had been an emergency order. Jerry quickly and perfunctorily ordered an Italian salad without even glancing at a menu, and Elizabeth did the same. This meeting wasn't about food. And then, cautiously, Elizabeth said, I think you'd better be more specific. Jerry took a calming breath. I'm not trying to trick you into telling me secret things. I heard about it accidentally. I confronted him, and he told me he'd had an affair, on and off for 2 years, that it had been over for 5. Does that mesh with your memory? Elizabeth sipped her wine. Perfectly, she said. He said he'd do that if it got out, he wouldn't lie to you. He's a terrible liar. Oh, he can evade and hedge and redirect. He's brilliant at it in court, but when confronted with an absolute, he just can't lie. He's been pursuing the truth for too long. I guess it's his destiny. She put the glass down. How'd it get out? I never told anyone, and I can't believe he did. Someone in the office made an assumption, not based on actual knowledge, Jerry said. Really, if he'd exerted the slightest effort, he could have talked his way out of it. She took a big gulp of wine. Listen, she said. I was unprepared for you. I was looking for a young, sexy, big-breasted nymphomaniac who held the delusion that prosecutors actually made money. This time, the laugh that escaped through Elizabeth's bright smile was spontaneous. Are you saying I'm a disappointment? Jerry thought this might be a 2-glass lunch. Yes, actually. You're much too real. Much too competitive. There was never any competition, Elizabeth said, shaking her head. I had an affair with a tortured man. He hated himself the whole time. That's not exactly flattering. Are you making excuses? Lying to make me feel better? She picked up her glass and looked into it. I wish, she said without lifting her gaze. You must have been drawn to him for a reason. Wait a minute, Elizabeth said. I was drawn to him for many reasons, but I don't care what he might have said. I didn't make a move. I swear to you. I probably sent out signals because I couldn't help it, but I never Relax, Jerry said. He said that too. He made the pass.
And I apologize, Elizabeth said. I was so enamored of him. I admired him. And it doesn't hurt that he's handsome and very, very smart. He has that power aura, yet he's kind and humble. It was lethal for me. But I never thought I would get in another woman's territory.
Then why? Jerry asked, leaning forward.
Put simply, I hadn't had a man in my life for years. Literally, years. I married young, had children young, got a divorce young, and my degree came late. My kids are now 24 and 26. I was alone. The kids were with their dad or in college while I was finishing school. I'd been completely uninvolved for a long time. And Phil's a wonderful guy. Surely you know that. You're still together.
We're barely back together, both still trying to understand what happened.
There's not much to understand, Elizabeth said. He loved you so much. I couldn't even put a dent in the armor around your marriage. I'm not proud of it, but I tried, believe me. I'd have taken him with all the baggage in a heartbeat. But he was committed, which put curious doubt on what was happening with us.
No, it doesn't, Jerry thought. And then she strangely found herself wearing this woman's shoes for a moment. She felt terrible, knowing he'd have sex with her and talk about Jerry and how devoted he was. How'd you know all that? About his commitment? About me?
We did more talking than anything else, Elizabeth said with a shrug. She took a sip of her wine. I asked him questions about you. You aren't the only one trying to understand. He'd answer superficially, giving very little information. But the real stuff came out when he was explaining numerous times why we could only be casual friends or not at all because he'd never leave you. He couldn't make it without you. He was in awe of you, your strength, how you managed your clientele, your family, your kids, him. He said that you could do your job without him, but he could never keep up his position in the office without your support, without your input. He said you were the most amazing woman he'd ever known. I kept trying to get him to level with me. You couldn't be that perfect and have him fooling around with me. Couldn't. I kept searching for a crack in the porcelain. Instead, I had a man in my life, the first man in years, who loved someone else. It was a very lonely, hopeless time for me. She took another sip of wine. I met you once in the office. I think one of the young ADAs introduced us, and you were nice, but
just a regular person?
She sighed. I hated you, but I was sorry I'd never get a chance to find out just how incredible you are.
It's all bullshit, Jerry said. The only thing incredible about me is that I hung in there with a man who worked horrible hours under ever worse pressure for miserable pay, and I was interested enough in his work to be his best audience. There was no discipline involved. I was really interested. His caseload mirrored mine in many ways. With precision timing, their salads arrived. Jerry took one small bite. Where are you in your life now? With work, with men? She asked. Elizabeth smiled. I'm seeing someone. I don't know where it's going, but he's a good man and I admire him. I'm happy with him. And as for work, I do what I love to do. And what do you do?
You don't know?
I know nothing but your phone number and business address. Trust me.
I'm an attorney. I was doing an internship at the prosecutor's office while waiting to take the bar exam. Then, briefly after passing the bar, I specialize in guardian ad litem for children without representation. There's not much money in it, but it's my calling.
Children at risk, Jerry thought. Then she took another look at Elizabeth and thought, Oh my God, she's me. Phil had an affair with a woman enough like Jerry to be her sister. Same height, approximate weight, age, short hair, career field. We have a lot in common, Jerry said. She tried to sound casual. You're just getting that? I'm just getting that, Jerry said a little weakly. God. She concentrated on her salad for a moment, thinking. She looked up. Do people call you Elizabeth? No, Liz. My dad still calls me Lizzie. Only Phil called me Elizabeth. Jerry smiled, took another bite of salad. You're under no obligation to answer this, she said with great trepidation. But if I'd come here to tell you we were divorcing, would you get back in touch with him? No, Elizabeth said easily. He made it pretty clear he doesn't want to hear from me. And if he did want to reach me, he could find a way. I think I finally passed that place in my life. I realized I'd never be what he wanted, but was as close as he could get. And to my utter embarrassment, that was good enough for me. Listen, she said. You're asking all the personal questions here. Do you have any idea why your husband had an affair? I'm starting to, yes, Jerry said. She felt her eyes begin to mist and willed herself not to get emotional. Neither of us is quite sure what changed or exactly when, but there are certain events, some markers that... She took another sip of wine before continuing. Well, 9 years ago, both my parents died in the same year. Long, slow, painful deaths ending with hospice care. I'm sure I was depressed for at least a year after that. It took a toll on our lives. Suddenly, Jerry could see how their drifting apart started. Phil was exhausted from carrying almost the whole load for a couple of years. Jerry was whipped by personal tragedy, weak and dysfunctional. Oh, God, I'm so sorry, Elizabeth said. I'd be lost without my mom and dad. Well, I think I came out of the depression, but I might not have come all the way back, Jerry said. Life held less joy, less spontaneity, less sexual hunger, she thought to herself. I had no idea, of course, she said, smiling at Elizabeth, who seemed oddly like a friend. As Phil puts it, everything about us became keeping the boat afloat. We've always been a functional team. We could really get the job done. That's the beauty and the problem. So much about us has always worked. I had no idea there were gaping holes. I thought we were doing so well under the circumstances. Better than most couples. If I had no idea things were missing, I guess it's reasonable that he didn't understand it either. I think you can rest easy on that, Elizabeth said. She reached across the table and covered Jerry's hand with hers. I don't think Phil had the first idea why he was involved with me, and his involvement wasn't as physical as you might think. But he was like a man who couldn't help himself, a man confused by his own actions. I loved him, but he loved you, and only you, the whole time. And yet, he was searching for something. Jerry could have explained it to her, but she demurred. Phil was looking for intimacy with someone to whom he'd been deeply bonded, his best friend for over 20 years. He wanted to reconnect, to be as one with his mate. It wasn't just the sex, she thought with some relief, some sadness. Jerry had been emotionally unavailable, not just sexually unavailable. She couldn't have gotten through those 2 years without him, and she was unsure how much longer she'd been numbed by loneliness. She was an only child who missed her parents so much. Phil had been completely there for her. But the truth was, she hadn't been there for him at all. She couldn't because she was worn out and empty inside. He might have wanted the sex at that time in his life, but what he needed was his partner back. All of her. He wanted to give her all of himself, but she just hadn't been present. She wouldn't ask, but she was sure he couldn't stand in the bathroom naked with Elizabeth and talk about the stock market, or the carpool schedule, or the op-ed columns. You have to be best friends and lovers. He couldn't give up the friendship any more than she could. He thought he could fill the gap, but it didn't work for him. God, I'm almost sorry for you, Jerry said. Shouldn't I hate you for taking advantage of our problems? You should probably hate me for hoping he'd find what he was searching for with me. But I guess we were all subject to circumstances we didn't understand. In my defense, I knew so much about you, yet he never mentioned your parents' deaths. I don't think either you or Phil put all those things together. So how could I? She was becoming a little emotional. Oh, how I wished I could have what you had. A man that committed. I know, she said with a wave of her hand. You could argue he wasn't that committed, given the events. But he was, which is why I moved on, and you're trying to put things together. But was he at least good to you? Jerry asked. He's a remarkable man. I considered him good to me, and then he tried very hard to let me down easy. She smiled warmly. In case you're concerned, he never bought me gifts, or I'm not worried, Jerry said, suddenly feeling irrationally sorry that Phil hadn't done anything special for Elizabeth. And you're not going to tell him we met? Elizabeth asked. I'm going to do exactly as Phil has done, Jerry said. I'm going to be honest with him. If he asks me, I'll tell him the truth. But if I know Phil, he won't ask. She shook her head and laughed lightly. This is very bad, she said. I think you're a good person. I think we could be good friends. Of course, it can't happen. We have to move on, but in my life, Elizabeth said, smiling almost shyly, I've never been paid a higher compliment. Jerry Gilbert always thought the worst thing that could happen to her marriage was an affair, because she and Phil were different from other couples. Their bond went so deep that when friends and acquaintances went through marital rifts, they couldn't relate, and they'd seen some ugly ones. One of the first was Andy and Rick. Their split had been both difficult and mystifying. Suddenly, Rick was unhappy. The testy arguments escalated, grew vicious. Jerry and Phil got right in there, got their hands dirty, tried to mediate from positions of professional skills and a solid marriage of their own. It seemed to come down to Rick being unhappy as a married man. He cited Andy as controlling and demanding, which certainly hadn't been the case until Rick became absent, distant, irritable, uninterested in sex. Jerry and Phil counseled, argued, begged them to get professional help, but it was clearly over. Rick moved out. He filed for divorce. He got engaged to the school nurse. The stunning clarity of what had really happened hit Jerry almost as hard as it hit Andy. Rick had been unhappy in his marriage because he'd found someone new, someone he liked better. He stopped making love to his wife because another woman had already become his partner. The fights were a ruse. The dissatisfactions and shortcomings were all a spin on the facts. At the end of the day, it had all come down to infidelity. In Rick's case, the other woman won. That gutless wonder, Phil had stormed when he learned the truth. If he'd been honest for one goddamn second, Andy would have known what she was fighting for. You know, I always knew that whole thing about freedom and space was a crock of shit. Men don't want space. They want to get laid. Was that when Phil decided that if it ever happened to him, he'd tell the truth? Give his marriage a fighting chance? Now that the facts were in, years later, Rick had no regrets, and Andy was shed of a cheating husband and father who would abandon his own son. The years after Rick had been hard for Andy, but in the end she was finally with a man who loved her unselfishly and embraced with genuine acceptance and affection the boy who was suddenly fatherless. What would Andy say now about regrets? There had been quite a few other nasty splits. People did unconscionable things to each other. One of Jerry's coworkers had come home from a business trip to find her house bare and her bank accounts empty, spouse missing. There was a couple in the neighborhood who had thundering fights and frequent separations, having actually been divorced and remarried to each other twice. Phil worked with a couple of men who'd cheated. One had a child with another woman. Sonia came to Jerry's mind. Her meltdown brought out an entirely new human being, stronger and healthier than the one before. But it was BJ who tipped the scales to the side of the truly catastrophic. She was the poster child for the worst-case scenario. The best that small family could hope for was survival, coping in the face of tragedy. Relationships floundered. It was the rule rather than the exception. Some kicked and squirmed and fought right up to the death. Some recovered. It was all in what you did, whether you created a break in the rope or a knot to hang on to. Jerry actually enjoyed her long and revealing lunch with Elizabeth. It was a pity they couldn't do it again, but they both knew they couldn't. It would be their one and only meeting. Though she couldn't think of anything else she wanted to know from Elizabeth, certainly something would come to mind later, and she'd have to let it go. That part of their lives was now complete. Jerry was certain that even if she dropped dead that very evening, Phil wasn't ever going back to Elizabeth. He tried to fill the festering hole inside him, but it hadn't worked. It hadn't made him happy. No, if Jerry suddenly fell off the planet, Phil would carry on. But the next woman in his life would not be Elizabeth. Jerry had suffered pretty dramatically for a few months, but she now knew Phil had been torn up about what he'd done for a few years. The meeting with Elizabeth verified it. It wasn't exactly flattering. On her way home, Jerry stopped off to see Joyce Arnold in her clinic. "What are you doing here?" Joyce asked. "I'm not sure about the hormones," Jerry whispered. "Can we talk somewhere private?" "Sure," Joyce said, leaving her scheduled patients for a quick consult, leading the way to her office. "What's up?" she asked, sitting behind her cluttered desk. "I wonder, is it possible I'm getting too much?" "Any symptoms? Are you feeling all right? Why are you so concerned?" "I feel fine, actually. But last weekend, I went to Phil's little rented guest house to have a big fight with him, and I almost killed him with the wildest sex I've had in 20 years. "Oh, really?" Joyce said, smiling mischievously. "And you think I did that to you?" Jerry scooted forward. "Just how powerful is all that cream?" she asked. Joyce laughed and shook her head. "It can kickstart a dead battery, but after that you have to do all the driving." She grinned. "Things going better at your house, or were you just slumming?" "Cute," Jerry said. "It's only partly the hormones, Jerry. I told you, if you don't use it, you lose it. That seems to be the rule of thumb for most body systems, from muscles to brains. Most women, once they get reacquainted with their sex drive, don't use the testosterone cream anymore. If you think Phil's life is in danger, you could use a small amount every other night. But chances are it'll be something you keep in the back of the drawer for emergencies." "How is the vagina? Scratchy? Sore?" "Like old times," Jerry said with a shrug. "Ah, nice." Joyce stood up. "Stick with the estrogen and progesterone. It's a low dose and no reason you should flash and whimper and wail. Medically speaking, we're dealing with menopause much more intelligently these days." She shook her head and laughed. "What did I tell you about women in their 50s? They can really get a second wind. I'm not 50 yet." "Well then, Phil better look out. I take it he's still functioning?" Oh, yes. He's always been good at that.
Well, that's a relief. But when and if he hits that predictable slump, we can deal with that too. Every other ad on TV is about helping men get it up. Why aren't there ads for women? I can't answer that, she said. A lot of women don't want help. They just want to be set free. But you're right. We should educate each other a little better than we do. She smiled. Welcome back. Enjoy yourself. Now, if you have no other concerns besides wild sex, I have patience waiting. Sure. Thanks for squeezing me in. You know, you actually look better. I think it's a draw between vitamin B12 and orgasms. Which one puts more color in your cheeks? On her way home from the doctor's office, Jerry went to the mall and bought all new underwear. All new. Some of it on the provocative side. Jerry had gone to her bedroom at about 8, leaving Matt in the family room, hooked on his favorite television show. She took a long soak in the tub, relaxing in a way she felt she hadn't in years. She thought about the honest conversation she'd had with Joyce. At her doctor's appointments for the past 10 or more years, Joyce had asked questions about everything, including, "Sex still okay?" And Jerry's response had always been the same. Fine. Because she was fine with it. But she'd never added the rest of the information. We hardly ever have sex anymore. That would have sent up a flag. I guess I was one of the women who just wanted to be set free, she thought. It was after 9 when Jerry came out of her room wearing nice slacks and a crisply pressed blouse. Jed wasn't home from work yet. Jessie had a girlfriend over, and they were giggling in the bedroom behind closed doors. Jerry knocked on the door, and when she opened it, the two girls were a little wild-eyed and stirred up, looking guilty of something. "Are you doing bad things?" "No," both girls exclaimed. I don't think I believe you, but I have to go out on a work call," she said. "I could be back in 15 minutes or 4 hours, so don't try anything. You are not to go out, understand?" "Sure, Mom," Jessie said. "I have my cell phone." Matt was in the family room devouring a bag of Cheetos. "I have a call. Business. You okay here by yourself?" she asked. "Isn't Jessica upstairs?" he asked without looking away from the TV. "She is, but you're too old for a babysitter, so that leaves you on your own. You going to behave?" "Yeah," he said. "Don't wipe your orange fingers on the couch. I have my phone. I'll leave a note for Jed." "Why bother?" Matt asked. "He has nookie with Tracy till 2 in the morning. "Gross," she said, mimicking his typical response to suggestions of romance. 5 minutes later, she pulled up to the guest house. When Phil opened the door, she walked into his arms, planting her lips on his. A moment of shock passed before his arms went around her and he fell into her kiss like a man who wanted to be drowned. Consumed. Without letting her go, without breaking their kiss, he pulled her inside and slammed the door, immediately pinning her against it, pressing her so solidly against the hard wood he could feel every curve of her body. And then his lips slid to her neck, his hands to her hips, rocking her against him. "How'd you get free of the kids?" he asked hoarsely. "I said I had a work call. It kind of feels like an emergency." "I'm good with emergencies," he said. "You were taking a big chance, you know," she whispered. He lifted his head. "Telling me you didn't want us to be how it was, but how it should be." He ran fingers through the hair at her temple, his hand cradling the back of her head, bringing her mouth against his again for a deeper taste. "This isn't like you," he said. "I want it to be," she answered. "This isn't because—" His question trailed off, and when he couldn't finish, he just kissed her again. "Because what?" she asked, tugging his shirt out of his jeans. "Because I asked for more of you?" She laughed. "No,
I've never been a good fake." He started to unbutton her blouse while she ran her hands up under his shirt, and they kissed again, hard and hot, pressed together so tightly she could feel his excitement against her. She could almost feel the thundering climax building inside her. He opened her blouse and put his lips against the top of her breast above the line of her bra. Then, with a finger, he pulled down the bra. He said. "New bra." "New panties, too," she said, nibbling his ear. "You're not afraid I'll have a heart attack and drop like a stone?" "No," she laughed, sucking on his ear, using her fingers to deftly open his pants. He had the bra unhooked and his mouth against an erect nipple. "We definitely have to keep the guest house," she whispered, easing his zipper down. She slipped a hand past the waist of his boxers. Or at least the door. Chapter 15. Bob wanted to make Andy a nice dinner in his home, something special. He made sure she knew that his sister and brother-in-law were out of town for a long weekend, so there was no pressure to go visiting. He told her they wouldn't be disturbed. In fact, if they wanted to go for a late-night swim, they'd have the pool to themselves. When Andy arrived, he fixed her a glass of wine and put out a little plate of cheese. There were wonderful smells coming from his compact kitchen. "You've gone to a lot of trouble," she said. "I have," he smiled. "Except it's only a casserole. The famous Uncle Bob casserole. A little of everything. A combination of chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and burritos." "Whoa," she said, laughing. "It actually sounds disgusting." "Doesn't it? The kids love it. And the kids' love it." "Can I stay the night?" she asked. "Yes, you can." He smiled. "Or, if you miss your bed, that's okay. Or if you want both of us to miss your bed, that works too." "You are so sweet." "I have something for you. I was going to wait till after dinner, but I can't. Now, I want you to know that I don't presume anything. This isn't about pushing you, Andy. This is just about peace of mind." "What is it?" "Sit tight." He went to his bedroom and came back with a fat envelope. He handed it to her. Andy looked at him while she opened it. She pulled out a thick sheaf of papers. She read the bold print on the top line. "Dissolution of marriage." "Bob?" she asked. "You got a divorce?" "I called Wendy and told her we needed to finalize things. I promised her we'd always be good friends." "But why?" "I just wanted to make sure you understand. I don't have any unfinished business. It doesn't mean I expect anything from you. But the way I feel about you, I didn't want any legal connection to another woman, even if it's just been friendship for years. This had to be taken care of." "Bob." She gripped the documents and tears came to her eyes. "Oh, Bob." "Oh, Andy, I didn't want to get you upset. Honest." He got down on one of his bad knees and pulled the pages from her so he could hold her hands. "It doesn't mean anything, honey. It's not like I expect anything. It's just—" "My divorce isn't final yet." "But it will be," Bob said. "At least you're getting it done. I don't mean for me, but because it's really finished. Have you even heard from him, Andy?"
"Bryce? No, nothing. That's fine with me. But I'm sad he didn't even get in touch to ask about Noel. I know they had their problems, but still."
"See? That's in your past, and you're bringing it to closure. Noel doesn't need Bryce, so don't worry about that. I thought I should bring closure to my situation, too. So you know there isn't anything lingering. It's just you. But Andy, I'm not doing this so you feel obligated to me in any way. I did it to have it cleared up. There isn't anything on my slate right now. Just you. For as long as—"
But what if we decide to get married someday, down the road, after we're sure we'll stay as happy as we are? Are you opposed to that idea, after Wendy? After I've failed at marriage twice?
Andy, my relationship with you doesn't bear any resemblance to what I had with Wendy. But you've been through a couple of rough marriages, so I understand that.
Bob, it's taken all the willpower I have not to ask you to move in with me, she said. I've been just gutting it out because I know we have to give this some time. Those nights you do contract work and just go home to your own house so you can sleep fast and get up early, I hate those nights.
Really? He asked, surprised. Really? You mean that?
I do. And I think because of my bad track record, to keep you safe, we have to wait a while. But the way I feel right now, I don't think I could possibly change my mind.
He was a little stunned for a moment. Then he took her into his arms and held her close. Oh, Andy, he said breathlessly. You just have no idea how happy it makes me to hear you say something like that. I think you're just plain crazy, but I love you so much.
Thank you for doing this for me, just for my peace of mind. It means a great deal.
He pulled back and grinned at her. Want to go skinny dipping with a chubby old man?
I'd love to, she said. You're sure no one's around?
I kind of wish there was a chance of that, he said with a laugh. Even a security guard or something. They'd never believe it.
The only thing that matters is that you believe it. Tell me, Bob, do you believe what I tell you is genuine? Do you believe I love you? That I expect to love you forever?
I do, honey, he said. I'm not even sorry it took me this long. If I'd known 20 years ago I was saving up for you, I'd have been more patient. Jerry couldn't believe how much things had changed over the course of a few months. Phil moved home and his candidacy was announced. BJ told Andy her secret so that Sonia and Jerry wouldn't have to guard it for her. Bob was doing even less contract work and sleeping a little later in the morning. George and Sonia were friendly, spending more time together, and it appeared the neighborhood might be falling into some sort of new order. What started out in March as 3 marriages was now 1.5, if you counted Sonia's as the half, and it looked like it was only a matter of time before Andy and Bob made it official. June evaporated like so much summer fog. July came and went. August arrived and signaled the end of a perfect summer. Sonia had a small pond installed in her backyard with a trickling fountain and fish. She stopped there. She was running with BJ every morning, and on some days they did 5 miles. On rare days they did 8, just to see if they could do it. Sonia had the lean but muscular body of a runner and had signed up for a 10K race in San Francisco without BJ, because BJ didn't want to commit. As the end of summer block party approached, Sonia got up for her run with BJ, but was stopped at the edge of her walk by the sight of a truck in front of BJ's house. She stared open-mouthed as she saw a couple of guys carry a piece of furniture out of the house onto the truck. "Oh, God," she said. "Oh, God! Oh, God!" She ran to Jerry's house and pounded on the door. Phil was up, showered, and in his pants and shirt, almost but not quite ready for work. "Phil?" Sonia said in a near cry. "Oh, Phil! Oh, God! Get Jerry! Please, get Jerry!" Phil instantly grabbed hold of Sonia's upper arms. "What is it? Are you okay?" "No," she said, shaking her head. "My best friend! Look!" She pointed down the street to what was obviously a moving truck, or at least a truck being used for moving. Jerry appeared in the doorway, pulling on a ratty plaid robe over some black pajama pants that came to just below the knee. "What's going on?" "Look," Sonia said. "Look!" Oh, God. She said she'd have notice. This doesn't look like notice. Sonia, go get Andy up right away. I'll get some shoes and meet you across the street.
Sonia jogged off in the direction of Andy's house while Jerry went back inside to grab a pair of flip-flops. As she made to follow her friend, Phil grabbed her arm and pulled her back to him. He held her briefly and closely against him, smiling against her lips. "Thanks," he said. "Sleeping with you is better than I remember it." "I agree, and I think I should apologize for costing us so much time. I didn't know, Phil. I thought that's what happened after so many years of marriage." "I know, honey, and I was afraid you were right." "I'm sorry," she said, giving him a quick kiss. "I should never have left you out in the cold like that. I shouldn't have left myself alone like that. Tell you what, we don't have to go over what you did with those years if we can just forget about what I did." "I think we understand each other now. I have to get to the office. Kiss me." She planted a quick and deep one on his lips. "I can't play with you now. I have a girlfriend crisis." "Play with me later?" "Absolutely." "I better make sure they're okay." "Sure," he said. And when she turned to go, he gave her a smack on the butt, and she took off down the walk. She turned back to him, smiling. Then she hurried over to Andy's. By the time Jerry got there, Andy was at the door in her pajamas, looking where Sonia was pointing. The three of them trudged down the block, Sonia in her running gear, Jerry in her flannel robe that had been rejected by Phil years ago, Andy in pink and yellow striped pajamas and slippers, Bob's truck still parked in her driveway. As they approached, they passed a couple of guys carrying the TV. The women slipped into the house. BJ was in the kitchen, standing at the counter, looking over a list of things to do. "Hey," Sonia said, surprising her. BJ turned, and when she saw them, tears came to her eyes. "There's a woman," BJ said. "Nowhere to go. A couple of little kids. I don't know her story, so you don't, okay?" "Okay," they said in unison. "If I could do something quickly, she could have the house instead of some shelter." "But the shelters in Marin are so good," Sonia objected. "Sonia," BJ said, grabbing her hand. "Honey, she's not in Marin County. I don't know where she is, but I guarantee she's scared to death. Honest to God, I don't know anything about her. I don't know if she's on the run, if she's just getting out of prison. I don't know anything except it's down to a shelter or this house. So I can stay at my brother's for a while. I'll put my stuff in his garage and—" She stopped when a man came into the kitchen. "Oh, Tony," she said. "These are my friends, my neighbors. Jerry, Sonia, Andy. This is my brother Tony. My other two brothers are also helping me move."
"I'm gonna take apart the bed,"
Tony said after giving the women a brief and serious nod. Then he turned and disappeared. "I'll stay with Brian. He's the closest to Mill Valley. He has the business. But I'll try not to impose on him for too long. I know how bad that can turn. I'll be looking for my next job, my next town." "I'll get right on that," Jerry said. "I'll see what I can find for you, maybe not too far away. There are some good little towns up the coast. I'll vouch for you, give you a recommendation for a job and a lease. Where are the kids?" "At Brian's. When I heard about this yesterday, I took them over there and spent the night packing. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it like this. I had a fantasy about us having a bottle of wine on your deck, Jerry, talking about the move, that kind of thing, saying a proper goodbye. You guys," she hiccuped and a tear spilled over. "You girls," she corrected. "Man, I never saw it coming. You were so good for me, in such a totally bizarre way." "You can live with me," Sonia said. "Really, I have room. You can keep your job with your brother and stay in the neighborhood." BJ took Sonia's hands and looked into her eyes. "Listen to me. I can't be on charity. I have to earn my way, take care of my family. It's important, Sonia. It's about building some self-esteem, letting my kids see me working hard and doing it the right way, on my own.
They'll remember that. I appreciate your offer, but really it would be more for you than for me. If I want free board, I can get that from any one of my brothers. I'm not going to let our friendship go that way. You have enough work to do getting your life back. But you know I'm right, BJ said. You know it. I'll be nearby for a while. I'll drive over and run with you until I have to. We'll work on this, Andy said. We'll find you something good, something safe, hopefully not too far away. I'm sorry, BJ said again. I didn't mean for it to go like this, but it's important. I remember when I was the one with nowhere to go, scared to death. The four friends stood there in silence for a second. Then Jerry reached for BJ's hand and Sonia's. Sonia took Andy's. Andy took BJ's other hand. The four of them stood there holding hands in a small circle. I'm going to go home and get dressed, Jerry said. Then I'm coming over here to help you pack and clean the place up. What about work? I'll go in late or not at all. Some things have to be done and done right. Me too, Andy said. I'll get dressed and be right back. I don't have to dress, Sonia said. I'll get started right now. BJ had been gone 1 week. It was only another week until the block party, and she promised she'd come back for one last hurrah. Jerry met Andy in her open garage at 10 a.m. Sonia was just leaving her house, carrying a large platter covered with plastic wrap. She juggled the platter to lock up, then crossed the street to meet her friends. What you got there? Andy asked. Muffins. Chocolate chip muffins, she said. I figured we could use all the ammunition we could get. Andy ran a hand along Sonia's shiny mahogany hair. Now try not to say too much, she advised Sonia. Try not to swear. I'm not a child, you know. Well, I mean, I am in a way. I have to go all the way back to 13 years old and start growing up all over again, but even a 13-year-old can manage not to swear. Jerry lifted the wrap and inhaled. And apparently a 13-year-old can really bake up a storm. You want to follow us to Connie's? Andy asked Jerry. Yes, and I'll go on to work from there. All set? All set, Andy said, taking a deep breath. Now remember, no expectations. It's a shot in the dark. Gotcha. And I have some other ideas for BJ, so this isn't the only possibility, Andy said. Gotcha. Let's just do it, Jerry replied. Less than 15 minutes later, the three women were knocking on the front door of Connie's massive house. Sonia carried the muffins. Jerry held her briefcase. Connie opened the door with a bright smile. Well, isn't this nice, she said. I put coffee in some cups on the patio table, if that's all right. It's very nice of you, Connie, Andy said. Please meet my best friends, Sonia and Jerry. The women all shook hands, greeted each other. I can't wait to hear about your special project, Andy. You're going to think we're crazy, but I'm the only one who's crazy, Sonia said. Andy glared at her, and Sonia continued. They asked me to try not to say too much and not to swear, Sonia explained. I made these, she said, presenting the platter. Well now, Connie said. Don't you worry. I know how it is. Sometimes those little words just slip out. If you have to swear, I promise not to blush if you swear with passion. Sonia grinned and flashed her eyes at Andy. I like her. Come on, Connie laughed. Let's get some coffee to go with these muffins. As Connie led the way through the house, Sonia looked around and muttered, Holy shit. Andy elbowed her while Connie looked over her shoulder and laughed. When they got to the patio, Connie put Sonia's platter on the table. Go ahead and pour the coffee. I'll be right back. As they took seats around the table, Sonia saw the guest house. There it is, she exclaimed. Now listen, this is a very big thing we're suggesting. This is their home.
Try to be a little patient. I know, Sonia said. I know.
Jerry just shook her head. Years of experience had rendered her fearless when it came to asking for things. Fundraising was always a huge aspect of any public servant's way of life. Tax dollars just never got them up to speed. Connie brought small plates and napkins to the patio.
Connie, do you ever get just plain intimidated by this house? Sonia asked her.
Not anymore, Connie laughed. As hard as we had to work to get this place presentable, I feel like it's my blood, sweat, and tears in here. She passed the plates and sat down, lifting her coffee cup. We don't need this kind of room, of course, but we have 4 grown, married children and 9 grandchildren. Right in the area. We're a formidable crowd when we're all together. Plus, I have Bob and 2 married sisters with families, and Frank has a large extended family. Everyone visits. We're not likely to let this monster slip out of our family. I can't think of a better gathering place. When it's just Frank and I, we kind of live in the master bedroom. We fix small, lazy dinners, take them on trays to the bedroom, and watch TV. The house isn't for us, she said. It's for everyone around us.
Connie, I'd like to tell you something, Andy said. Before this special project we'd like to share with you even came to mind, I asked Bob if he'd consider moving in with me sometime in the future. He said whenever I was ready, he was ready. He also said he wouldn't have any trouble looking after your property. After all, I live so close.
Well, this is getting serious, Connie said.
Oh, Connie, it started serious. I'm so crazy about Bob, you just can't imagine. He's the best thing that ever happened to me. I wish I found him 10 years ago. And he's been so good for Noel.
Bob has a lot of experience with youngsters. He has a ton of nieces and nephews. So, Jerry said, directing the conversation where it needed to go. Andy says you and your husband are very involved in community service. Partly true. Usually Frank gets involved, then can't keep up, and I step in. Have any local pet projects of your own? Jerry asked. I'm afraid not in Marin County, she said, plucking a muffin off the platter and transferring it to her plate. In Marin, I concentrate on the arts, in a small way. I support the library system and a couple of children's literacy programs. But Marin is rich in many ways. There's lots of endowment money here. I find myself more often in the city where the needs are more immediate, grittier. Primarily AIDS research, babies born addicted to drugs, and the gospel mission. I've always thought you've probably just about reached bottom if you're eating and sleeping at the mission. They need help constantly. And there's a food bank. Any women's work? Women's work? She asked, biting her muffin. The Rape Crisis Center gets some money, and I sit on the board, but I couldn't cut it as a counselor. I'm afraid that's about it. I keep thinking about the kids.
Jerry's a counselor, Andy said. Child Protective Services. And her husband is Phil Gilbert, running for DA in San Francisco?
That's your husband? Connie asked. Congratulations. The press likes him. Today, Jerry said, laughing. Listen, this is a wild card, Connie. We have a neighbor who's been the victim of domestic abuse and is having a hard time getting on her feet. She's a good woman with a couple of nice kids. Her past is very provocative. No, it's worse than that. It's downright shocking. But as we've gotten to know her, the 3 of us agree she's a stellar woman, a devoted mother, a loyal friend. Right now, she's basically homeless. Some nameless philanthropist who tries to help women coming out of terrible ordeals like hers let her use a rental property for a year. That's how we got to know her. But that year is up, and there's another woman with children who needs a hand, and our friend BJ has to move on. She's staying with her brother while she looks for her next job, her next home. Really? Someone just gave her a house?
Connie said. It's a transition home, a stepping stone, Jerry said. I hope someday I get to meet this person. She was okay with that, but when I offered to have her move in with me, rent-free, she wouldn't do it, Sonia blurted. She said she has to build self-esteem, support herself and her kids, that they'd remember that. She's right about that, Connie said. Kids. They won't listen to a word you say, but they'll end up acting like you acted while they're growing up. As a result, I have 2 sons who are buying dilapidated real estate and working themselves to death to fix everything up. You'd think they'd have looked at our years of labor on this house, our bitter fights over what to do and how to do it, and choose another path. Well, BJ is adamant, Jerry said. She doesn't want any more charity. She has a decent job with her brother, who's an electrician with a small company in Mill Valley, but there's no way she can afford to rent here. I've been looking for another town somewhere around here where she can afford the rent and get a job. Do you need a donation? Connie asked. There was silence for a moment. Jerry knew there was no point dragging things out. No, Connie, it's something much more personal. We wondered if you'd consider offering her a position as your property caretaker, with, perhaps, a break on the rental price of your guest house. She shrugged. Andy's got her talons in Bob. She's going to snatch him away from you. I understand that wouldn't leave you without help, and I guess you've got lots of other family who could step in if you needed someone to look after the place. But that little house could take on BJ and her 2 kids for a good long time. She could do it and keep her job with her brother. She could make sure your big house is tip-top, do whatever your caretaker routinely does. Any number of chores could be accomplished in the mornings, after work and school, on weekends. She could probably handle some housekeeping, or errands, or outside work, whatever is necessary. She's young, 35, energetic and tender-hearted. A real find. She's doing a good job of turning her life around. There was a long silence. My, Connie said, clearly surprised. Probably overwhelmed. Jerry reached into her briefcase and withdrew a large envelope. Don't look at this until we leave, please. I printed out some newspaper articles and miscellaneous information about her that you'll have to take into consideration. Her history is so shocking, we've all taken an oath not to share it. For the kids, of course. The kids should be free to have a normal life if they can. One thing that's not in there that I'd like to point out, she has no ties to dangerous or felonious persons from her past. She comes from a solid, stable family, the only girl with 3 older brothers, all decent, law-abiding, hard-working, and very supportive of her. Her parents can't help her? Jerry shook her head. She can't live in the same area as her abuser's family and friends. I think you'll understand when you graze through this stuff. One brother is here, the one with the business that employs her. The other 2 are still back in Fresno, but they come here often, whenever she needs a hand. It's very important to her to earn her own way. She even has a fantasy that one day when the kids are older, she'll finish her education, go to college. How old are the kids? A 9-year-old daughter, an 11-year-old son. But this is crazy. I shouldn't consider something this bold without talking to Bob. Bob does know this woman, right? Connie asked. He's met BJ, Andy said. But he doesn't know anything about her history. I honored the promise to keep it all quiet. But Connie, Bob's the last person I'd hesitate to tell. I've never known anyone like him when it comes to understanding and acceptance. We shouldn't say anything more, except that there are also references in this packet, people you can call to discuss her. And we vouch for her. We'd be willing to help if she'd take our help, and we realize this is a real long shot. I mean, that guest house isn't even empty yet. Well, it is most nights, Connie said with a sly smile, peering at Andy. That makes me very happy, by the way. But are you 2 really ready to live together so soon?
Didn't he tell you? He didn't say it was a secret, so I guess it's okay. He and Wendy have divorced now. He's so thoughtful. He didn't want me to feel he had any unfinished business. I swear I didn't ask him to do that.
Connie's mouth hung open slightly. She filled it with a bite of muffin. After she chewed and swallowed, she spoke again. I've been asking him for 10 years if he was ever going to take care of that. I guess he didn't think it mattered. It was a complete surprise to me. But he promised her they'd always be good friends. Isn't that just so Bob? Connie nodded. It's so nice to have someone appreciate him as much as I do. Well, Jerry said, I have to get to work. Listen, if you'd like a chance to meet BJ before you seriously consider this proposition, we're having a neighborhood party next weekend, and she promised to come back for it. She doesn't know anything about this idea. We didn't run it by her. Jerry stood. Wait a minute. What about all these muffins? Connie said. They freeze, Jerry said with a smile. And hopefully you'll have us back for coffee when we don't have such an alarming agenda. She put her hand out. It was a real pleasure to meet you, Connie. Thanks for letting us knock you off your feet. No matter what comes of this, you're a very good sport to even listen to us. A little reluctantly, Andy and Sonia also stood. Sonia reached across the table and tapped the envelope. There's something that isn't in all those reports and articles. She saved my life twice, and she jogs with me every morning because it's good for me. She doesn't need me to go for a run. She's been doing it for years. She drags me along because it's good for me. She's one of the best people in the world. I'll remember that, Connie said, smiling. Listen, we understand it's just not possible to ask you to consider anything more personal, Andy said. No matter what you decide, I'm going to try to take Bob off your hands, and I can't wait to meet the rest of the family. I just hope you understand when it comes to a good friend, we have to step outside boundaries sometimes. Take a risk. Ask the unaskable. She shrugged. It's just what you have to do if you believe in someone. Connie smiled gently. I understand. Even if I can't invite your friend to my home, I might think of something. We're up a creek, Andy said. She's so proud. But I guess that's what got her through the worst of it. Aren't we all so lucky? Connie said. When you think about it. I mean, everyone has problems. But really, we've all ended up being so lucky. Well, Sonia said, square footage-wise, I think you win. The block party came together nicely, even though it had depended almost entirely on Jerry and Andy making phone calls. The neighbors did all the work, but at least it was their usual work, divided equitably. There was an enormous amount of food, activities were planned out, prizes for winners were displayed, and the neighborhood children were kept busy and happy. There was one new feature this year, a booth under a huge banner. Phil Gilbert for San Mateo County District Attorney. Although it was another county, many residents of Mill Valley commuted to San Francisco to work, and word about him could spread. Plus, it was one of their own moving up in the world. Phil spent much of the day accepting congratulations and taking campaign donations from people he'd known for years. BJ and her kids showed up, ate, played, ran a few races, hung out with Sonia, Andy, and Bob most of the time. George, who really didn't enjoy gatherings with a lot of people, came around and stayed much longer than anyone expected. Sonia didn't seem in any way uncomfortable with him there. In fact, he had his arm casually draped over her shoulders or around her waist quite often. Noel attended, though he hadn't brought his good friends, apparently not quite ready for that. But he was very chummy with Bob. They ran an egg relay together, and although they did miserably, they seemed to find it hilarious. It was getting a little late in the afternoon, close to 5, when Phil found Jerry and pulled her against him. "Sneaky," he said. "You found a way to keep me from drinking too much at the block party. Turn it into a campaign rally." "I had nothing to do with that," she insisted. "It was them. God, I already hate them. Your committee. They're so damned bossy." "I know," he laughed. "But I don't have anyone better in mind, and I guess they get the job done. After all, they got Clay elected and re-elected I don't know how many times. And we both know what we know," he said. "Are you going to put on the Velcro suit and let them throw you against the dartboard?" she asked, grinning. "You know that's my favorite part of the whole party." "I was hoping to skip that this year, since I'm not half-tanked and stupid." "Aww. Would you do it for me? Because I really love that." "You have a mean streak." "I know, but I've tempered it a lot lately. And now it's just for fun." "We'll see," he said, because in point of fact, he'd let them hurl him off the Golden Gate Bridge if it made her laugh, tease and take her clothes off. He squeezed her and kissed her neck. "I'm not sure this is normal," she said to him. "We're having sex like teenagers. I honestly don't remember anything like this when we were much, much younger. When we were much less flabby and creaky." He laughed. "It may not look as pretty as it used to, but it sure works for me." "Look," she said, stiffening enough to pull away slightly. Across the park, a big gold SUV had pulled up and double-parked. Connie and a man Jerry assumed was her husband walked into the park. Andy and Bob spied them and greeted them. Phil and Jerry watched while they seemed to chat a while. Andy ran off and returned with BJ, and again there was chatting. Then Connie reached for BJ's hand. She held it while she talked to her. "It's happening," Jerry whispered. "What I told you about. Connie's guest house." "Don't get your hopes up," Phil cautioned, pulling her against his side. But then BJ put 2 fingers in her mouth and let out a powerful whistle that brought her 2 children instantly to her side. BJ made introductions. Connie bent slightly to smile into their faces and say hello. Then they all went to the double-parked SUV, BJ and her kids, Andy and Bob. "Oh God," Jerry said. "It's really happening." "Stay calm," Phil said. "Nothing's happened yet." "But Connie's taking them to her house, to see it, to talk about it. If she'd decided against it, she wouldn't come to meet her, chat with her, and then leave to think about it some more." "There will still be negotiating," Phil reminded her. "It might not be right for them. I mean, it could be, but—" "No! Andy and Bob will make this happen. Oh, by the way, I said I'd give any help that BJ would accept. If that means subsidizing rent, I'm committed." She turned to look into his eyes. "I feel strongly about that." "That's okay," he said. "If we can beat this dickhead Carter, there will be a raise involved." She laughed. "And I already spent it. That must make you very happy with me." "You spent it on keeping our guest house. I don't know how long I can live with the idea of that little old lady who owns the place, who probably has a nanny cam or something in there, figuring out we have it just for sex. It's kind of kinky, don't you think? We could get a sailboat and hardly ever sail." "I'd be willing to talk about that after the election." "The election is 2 years away." Jerry laughed wickedly. "Listen, I have to come clean about something." "Oh, Jesus," she gasped. "What have you done now?" "I called Elizabeth," he said. "I wanted to get to her before those political mongrels feasted on her. And she told me." "How'd you find her?" Jerry smiled and said nothing. "You took her to lunch. You interviewed her?" he asked. She nodded and smiled.
"You're scary,"
he said.
"Whatever that was about, the affair, I'm cured."
Good, because I'm on the alert now, and I'm watching. By the way, how did you find her?
"I have detectives,"
he shrugged.
"I have to find old employees all the time to ask about cold case files we're pursuing. It wasn't a big deal."
"So," Jerry said, "she told you everything?"
"I don't know. How long was your lunch?"
2 hours.
"Then she didn't tell me everything. Our conversation was 10 minutes tops. All she said was she was glad to know we'd worked out whatever kinks had us messed up, and to tell you hello."
"I liked her," Jerry said.
"You're not allowed to talk to her anymore, but I liked her. At least you have good taste. I thought I was going to meet some stupid bimbo in a nice package with no brains, no substance. That woman, she was pretty high quality."
She gave him a kiss.
"I was actually impressed. I love you, Geraldine. You're a pain in the ass, but you're a damn sexy pain in the ass. It turned out I couldn't settle for less. It turned out I couldn't settle at all. It has to be you."
"Lucky for you, it's going to be me. Only me. From now on."
"I can live with that,"
he said.
"You're all I ever wanted."
"Phil," she said, her voice husky and serious, "you're the only man I've ever loved. I'm not about to give you up."
The end. You've been listening to Four Friends by Robyn Carr, narrated by Therese Plummer, and directed by Kathleen Gormley. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends another title by Robyn Carr, The Chance, also narrated by Therese Plummer. With its breathtaking vistas and down-to-earth people, Thunder Point is the perfect place for FBI agent Lane Carrington to recuperate from a gunshot wound and contemplate her future. Knowing her wounds go beyond the physical, Lane hopes she'll fit in for a while and find her true self in a town that feels safe. She may even learn to open her heart to others, something an undercover agent has little time to indulge. Eric Gentry is also new to Thunder Point. Although he's a man with a dark past, he's determined to put down roots and get to know the daughter he only recently discovered. When Lane and Eric meet, their attraction is obvious to everyone. But while the law enforcement agent and the reformed criminal want to make things work, their differences may run too deep. Unless they take a chance on each other and find that deep and mysterious bond that belongs to those who choose love over fear. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So look for us at your public library or on download sites online. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.